Such was the state of affairs in France when Wilberforce suggested that Clarkson should be sent over to Paris to negotiate with the leading members of the National Assembly. There was in Paris a society called the Friends of the Blacks. Condorcet and Brissot were among its conductors. Clarkson, therefore, was sanguine of success. But it was long before he could obtain a hearing. At last he was invited to dinner at the house of the Bishop of Chartres, so that he might there meet Mirabeau and Sieyès, the Duc de Rochefoucauld, Pétion de Villeneuve, and Vergas, and talk the matter over. But when the guests met, a much more interesting topic was in everybody's mouth. The king at that time lived at Versailles, a little town inhabited entirely by his servants and his bodyguards. The Parisians for some time had been uneasy. They feared that he would escape to Metz, and that civil war would then break out. There was a rumour of a bond signed by thousands of the aristocrats to fight on the king's side. The guards had certainly been doubled at Versailles, and a Flanders regiment had marched into the town with 2 pieces of cannon. Officers appeared in the streets in strange uniforms, green faced with red, and they did not wear the tricolour cockade which had already been adopted by the French nation. And while thus uneasy looks were turned towards Versailles, an incident took place which heightened the alarm. On October 1st a banquet had been given by the guards to the officers of the Flanders regiment. The tables were spread in the court theatre, the boxes were filled with spectators. After the champagne was served, and the health of the royal family had been drunk, the wine and the shouting turned all heads. Swords were drawn and waved naked in the air. The tricolour cockades were trampled under foot. The band struck up the tender and beautiful ballad, "O Richard, O my king, the world is all forsaking thee." The queen came in and walked round the tables, bowing and bestowing her sweetest smiles. The bugles sounded the charge. The men from different regiments were brought in. All swore aloud they would protect the king, as if he was just then in the danger of his life. And some young ensigns carried by assault certain boxes which expressed dissent at these proceedings. This was the subject of conversation at the dinner to which Clarkson was invited. And the next day the women of Paris marched upon Versailles. The king was taken to the Tuileries, and the National Assembly became supreme, under favour of the mob. After several weeks Clarkson at last received a definite reply. The revolution, he was told, was of more importance than the abolition of the slave trade. In Bordeaux, Marseilles, Rouen, Nantes, and Havre there were many persons in favour of that trade. It would be said that abolition would be making a sacrifice to England. The British Parliament had as yet done nothing, and people doubted the sincerity of Pitt. Mr. Clarkson asked whether, if the question were postponed to the next legislature, it would be more difficult to carry it then than now. The question produced much conversation, but the answer was unanimous, that the people would daily more and more admire their constitution, and that by the constitution certain solid and fixed principles would be established, which would inevitably lead to the abolition of the slave trade. And if the constitution were once fairly established, they would not regard the murmurs of any town or province. Clarkson was not the only envoy who was defeated by the planter interest on French soil. In the flourishing colony of St. Domingo there were many mulatto planters, free and wealthy men, but subject to degrading disabilities. When they heard of the revolution they sent Auguet to Paris with a large sum of money as a present to the National Assembly, and a petition for equal rights. The President received him and his companions with cordiality. He bid them take courage. The Assembly knew no distinction between black and white. All men were created free and equal. But soon the planters began to intrigue, the politicians to prevaricate and to postpone. Auguet's patience was at last worn out. He declared to Clarkson that he did not care whether their petition was granted them or not. "We can produce," he said, as good soldiers on our estates as those in France. If we are once forced to desperate measures, it will be in vain to send thousands across the Atlantic to bring us back to our former state." He finally returned to St. Domingo, armed his slaves, was defeated and broken on the wheel. Then the slaves rose and massacred the whites, and the cause of abolition was tarnished by their crimes. In England the tide of feeling turned. A panic fell upon the land. The practical disciples of Rousseau had formed a club in Paris, the members of which met in a Jacobin church, whence they took their name. This club became a kind of caucus for the arrangement of elections, to decide the measures which should be brought forward in the National Assembly, and to preach unto all men the gospel of liberty, equality, and fraternity. It had 400 daughter societies in France. It corresponded with thousands of secret societies abroad. It had missionaries in the army, spies in foreign lands. It desired to create a universal republic. It grew in power, in ambition, and in bravado. It cast at the feet of the kings of Europe the head of a king. It offered the friendship and aid of France to all people who would rise against their tyrants. Thomas Paine, who used to boast that he had created the American Revolution with his pamphlet, Common Sense, now tried to create an English revolution with his Rights of Man. In the loyal towns his effigy, with a rope round its neck, was flogged with the cart whip, while the market bell tolled, and the crowd sang the national anthem with 3 cheers after each verse. In other towns, "No King," "Liberty," "Equality," were scribbled on the walls. The soldiers were everywhere tampered with, and the king was mobbed. Pitt, the projector of reform bills, became a tyrant. Burke, the champion of the American Revolution, became a Tory. It was not a time to speak of abolition, which was regarded as a revolutionary measure, and such in reality it was, though accidentally associated in England with religion and philanthropy, on account of the character of its leaders. It was pointed out that the atheist philosophers had all of them begun by sympathising with the negroes. One of Thomas Paine's first productions was an article against slavery. The committee was declared to be a nest of Jacobins. Their publications were denounced as poisonous. There was a time when the king had whispered at a levee, "How go your black clients, Mr. Wilberforce?" But now the philanthropist was in disgrace at court. At this time poor Clarkson's health gave way, and he was carried off the field. And then from Paris there came terrible news. The people were at last avenged. The long black night was followed by a blood-red dawn. The nobles who had fled to foreign courts had returned with foreign troops. The kings of Europe had fallen on the new republic, the common enemy of all. The people feared that the old tyranny was about to be replaced, and by a foreign hand. They had now tasted liberty, they knew how sweet it was. They had learned the joy of eating all the corn that they had sown. They had known what it was to have their own firelocks and their own swords, and to feel that they, the poor and hungry serfs, were the guardians of their native land. They had learned to kiss the tricolour, to say "Vive la nation," to look forward to a day when their boys, now growing up, might harangue from the tribune, or sit upon the bench, or grasp the field marshal's baton. And should this all be undone? Should they be made to return to their boiled grass and their stinging nettle soup? Should the days of privilege and oppression be restored? The nation arose and drove out the invaders. But there had been a panic, and it bore its fruits. What the Jacobins were to Pitt, the aristocrats were to Danton and Robespierre. Hundreds of royalists were guillotined, but then thousands had plotted the overthrow of the Republic, thousands had intrigued that France might be a conquered land. Such, at least, was the popular belief. The massacres of September, the execution of the king and queen, were the result of fear. After which, it must be owned, there came a period when suspicion and slaughter had become a habit, when blood was shed to the sound of laughter, when heads, greeted with roars of recognition, were popped out of the little national sash window and tumbled into the sawdust, and then were displayed to the gallery in the windows, and to the pit upon the square. The mere brute energy which lay at the bottom of the social mass rose more and more towards the top, and at length the leaders of the people were hideous beings in red woollen caps, with scarcely an idea in their heads or a feeling in their hearts; ardent lovers of liberty, it is true, and zealots for the fatherland, scarcely taking enough from the treasury to fill their bellies and to clothe their backs. Marat, when killed, had 11 halfpenny in his possession; but mere senseless fanatics who crushed that liberty which they tried to nurse, who governed only by the guillotine, which they considered the sovereign remedy for all political disorders, who killed all the great men whom the Republic had produced, and were finally guillotined themselves. The death of Robespierre closed the Revolution; the last mob rising was extinguished by the artillery of Bonaparte. The Jacobins fell into disrepute; there was a cry of "Down with the Jacobins!" Stones were hurled in through their windows; the orators were hustled and beaten as they sallied forth, and the ladies who knitted in the gallery were chastised in a manner scarcely suited for adults. The age of revolutions for a time was past. Bonaparte became dictator; Thomas Paine took to drink. The English reign of terror was dispelled. The abolitionists again raised their voices on behalf of the negro, and in 1807 the slave trade was abolished. That traffic, however, was only abolished so far as English vessels and English markets were concerned, and government now commenced a long series of negotiations with foreign powers. In course of time the other nations prohibited the slave trade, and conceded to Great Britain the police control of the Guinea coast and the right of search. A squadron of gunboats hovered round the mouths of rivers, or sent up boating expeditions, or cruised to and fro a little way out at sea, with a man always at the masthead with a spy glass in his hand, scanning the horizon for a sail. When a sail was sighted, the gunboat got up steam, bore down upon the vessel, ordered her to heave to, sent men on board, and overhauled her papers. If they were not in order, or if slaves were on board, or even if the vessel was fitted up in such a way as to have the appearance of a slaver, she was taken as a prize. The sailors were landed at the first convenient spot; the slaver was sold, and the money thereby obtained, with a bounty on each captured slave, was divided among the officers and crew. The slaves were discharged at Sierra Leone, where they formed themselves into various townships according to their nationalities, spoke their own language, elected their own chiefs, and governed themselves privately by their own laws, opinion acting as the only method of coercion; a fact deserving to be noted by those who study the savage man. However, this was only for a time. All these imported negroes were educated by the missionaries, and they now support their own church. The native languages and distinctions of nationality are gradually dying out. The descendants of naked slaves are many of them clergymen, artisans, shopkeepers, and merchants. They call themselves Englishmen, and such they feel themselves to be. However ludicrous it may seem to hear a negro boasting about Lord Nelson and Waterloo, and declaring that he must go home to England for his health, it shows that he possesses a kind of emulation which, with proper guidance, will make him a true citizen of his adopted country, and leave him nothing of the African except his skin. But the slave trade was not extinguished by the sentimental squadron. The slavers could make a profit if they lost 4 cargoes in every 5. They could easily afford to use decoys. While a gunboat was giving chase to some old tub with 50 diseased and used up slaves on board, a clipper with several hundreds in her holds would dash out from her hiding place among the mangroves and scud across the open sea to Cuba and Brazil. It was impossible to blockade a continent, but it was easy to inspect estates. The negroes were purchased as plantation hands. A contraband labourer was not a thing to be concealed. There were laws in Cuba and Brazil against negro importation, but these existed only for the benefit of the officials. The bribery practice was put to an end in Brazil about 1852. That great market was for ever closed. Slavers were ruined, African chiefs became destitute of rum, and this branch of commerce began to look forlorn. Yet still Cuba cried, "More! Give me more!" Still the profits were so large that the squadron was defeated and the man supply obtained. 500,000 of money a year, and no small amount of men, did that one island cost Great Britain. Yet still it might be hoped that even Cuba would be filled full in time; that the public opinion of Europe would act upon Madrid; that in time it would imitate Brazil. But in 1861 there happened an event which made the Cubans turn their back on Spain and look with longing eyes the other way, and a beautiful vision uprose before their minds. They dreamt of a new empire, to which Cuba would belong, and to which slavery in a state of mediaeval beauty would be restored. It was only a dream. It was quickly dispelled. They awoke to find liberty standing at their doors, and there now she stands waiting for her time to come. When Great Britain was teasing the colonies into resistance, it was often predicted that they would not unite. There was little community of feeling between the old Dutch families of New York, the Quakers of Pennsylvania, the yeomen of New England, who were descended from Roundheads, and the country gentlemen of Virginia, who were descended from Cavaliers. But when the king closed Boston port, and the vessels mouldered in the docks, and the shops were closed, and the children of fishermen and sailors began to cry for bread, the colonies did unite with one heart and one hand to feed the hunger of the noble town, and then to besiege it for its own sake, and to drive the redcoats back into their ships. Yet when the war was over, and the squirrel guns had again been hung upon the wall, and the fire of the conflict had died out, the old jealousy reappeared. A loose jointed league was tried, and came to naught. The nation existed, the nation was in debt, union could not be dispensed with. But each colony approached this union as a free and sovereign state. If one colony had chosen to remain apart, the others would not have interfered. If one colony, after entering the union, had chosen to withdraw, its right to do so would not have been denied. In European countries, republican or royal, the source of authority is the nation. All powers not formally transferred reside with the assembly or the crown. In America, however, it was precisely the reverse. All powers not delivered to the central government were retained by the contracting states. End of section 34. At the time of the Revolution, negro slavery existed in the colonies without exception, but it did not enter the economy of northern life. Slavery will only pay when labour can be employed in gangs beneath an overseer, and where work can be found for a large number of men without cessation throughout the year. In the culture of rice, sugar, cotton, and tobacco, these conditions exist. But in corn-growing lands, labour is scanty and dispersed, except at certain seasons of the year. Slaves in the north were not employed as field hands, but only as domestic servants in the houses of the rich. They could, therefore, be easily dispensed with; and it was proposed by the northern delegates, when the Constitution was being prepared, that the African slave trade should at once be abolished, and that certain measures should be taken with a view to the gradual emancipation of the negro. Upon this question Virginia appears to have been divided. But Georgia and the Carolinas at once declared that they would not have the slave trade abolished. They wanted more slaves, and unless this species of property were guaranteed, they would not enter the Union at all. They demanded that slavery should be recognised and protected by the Constitution. The Northerners at once gave in. They only requested that the words slave and slavery might not appear. To this the Southerners agreed, and the contract was delicately worded. but it was none the less stringent all the same. It was made a clause of the Constitution that the slave trade should not be suppressed before the year 1808. It might then be made the subject of debate and legislation. Not before. It was made a clause of the Constitution that, if the slaves of any state rebelled, the national troops should be employed against them. It was made a clause of the Constitution that, if a slave escaped to a free state, the authorities of that state should be obliged to give him up. And lastly, slave owners were allowed to have votes in proportion to the number of their slaves. Such was the price which the Northerners paid for nationality, a price which their descendants found a hard and heavy one to pay. The fathers of the country ate sour grapes, and the children's teeth were set on edge. But the Southerners had not finished yet. The colonies possessed, according to their charters, certain regions in the wilderness out west, and these they delivered to the nation. A special proviso was made, however, by South Carolina and by Georgia, that at no future time should slavery be forbidden in the territories which they gave up of their own free will, and these territories in time became slave states. It is therefore evident that the South intended from the first to preserve and also to extend slavery. It must be confessed that their policy was candid and consistent, and of a piece throughout. They refused to enter the Union unless their property was guaranteed. They threatened to withdraw from the Union whenever they thought that the guarantee was about to be evaded or withdrawn. The clauses contained in the Constitution were binding on the nation, but they might be revoked by means of a constitutional amendment, which could be passed by the consent of 3/4 of the states. Emigrants continually poured into the North, and these again streamed out towards the West. It was evident that in time new states would be formed, and that the original slave states would be left in a minority. These states were purely agricultural. They had no commerce. They had no manufactures. Indigo, rice, and tobacco were the products on which they lived, and the markets for these were in an ugly state. The East Indies had begun to compete with them in rice and indigo. The demand for tobacco did not increase. There was a general languor in the South. The young men did not know what to do. Slavery is a wasteful and costly institution, and requires large profits to keep it alive. It seemed on the point of dying in the South, when there came a voice across the Atlantic crying for cotton in loud and hungry tones, and the fortune of the South was made. In the 17th century the town of Manchester was already known to fame. It was a seat of the woollen manufacture, which was first introduced from Flanders into England in the reign of Edward III. It bought yarn from the Irish and sent it back to them as linen. It imported cotton from Cyprus and Smyrna, and worked it into fustians, vermilions, and dimities. In the middle of the 18th century the cotton industry had become important. In thousands of cottages surrounding Manchester might be heard the rattle of the loom and the humming of the one-thread wheel, which is now to be seen only in the opera of Martyr. Invention, as usual, arose from necessity. The weavers could not get sufficient thread, and were entirely at the mercy of the spinners. Spinning machines were accordingly invented: the water frame, the spinning jenny, and the mule. And now the weavers had more thread than they could use, and the power loom was invented to preserve the equilibrium of supply and demand. Then steam was applied to machinery. The factory system was established. 100-handed engines worked all the day, and yet more labourers were employed than had ever been employed before. The soft white wool was carded, spun, and woven in a trice. The cargoes from the East were speedily devoured, and now raw material was chiefly in demand. The American cotton was the best in the market, but the quantity received had hitherto been small. The picking out of the small black seeds was a long and tedious operation. A single person could not clean more than a pound a day. Here then was an opening for Yankee ingenuity, and Whitney invented his famous saw gin, which tore out the seeds as quick as lightning with its iron teeth. Land and slaves abounded in the South. The demand from Manchester became more and more hungry. It has never yet been completely satisfied, and under King Cotton the South entered upon a new era of wealth, vigour, and prosperity as a slave plantation. The small holdings were unable to compete with the large estates on which the slaves were marshalled and drilled like convicts to their work. Society in the South soon became composed of the planters, the slaves, and the mean whites who were too proud to work like niggers, and who led a kind of gipsy life. While the intellect of the North was inventing machinery, opening new lands, and laying the foundations of a literature, the Southerners were devoted entirely to politics, and by means of their superior ability they ruled at Washington for many years, and almost monopolised the offices of state. When America commenced its national career, there were two great sects of politicians: those who were in favour of the central power, and those who were in favour of state rights. In the course of time the national sentiment increased, and with it the authority of the President and Congress. But this centralising movement was resisted by a certain party of the North, whose patriotism could not pass beyond the State House and the City Hall. The Southerners were invariably provincial in their feelings. They did not consider themselves as belonging to a nation, but a league. They inherited the sentiments of aversion and distrust with which their fathers had entered the Union. Threats and provisos were always on their lips. The executive, it was true, was in their hands, but the House of Representatives belonged to the North. In the Senate the states had equal powers, irrespective of size and population. In the lower house the states were merely sections of the country; population was the standard of the voting power. The South had a smaller population than the North. The Southerners were therefore a natural minority, and only preserved their influence by allying themselves with the states' rights party in the North. The free states were divided; the slave states voted as one man. In the North politics was a question of sentiment, and sentiments naturally differ. In the South politics was a matter of life and death. Their bread depended on cotton; their cotton depended on slaves; their slaves depended on the balance of power. The history of the South within the Union is that of a people struggling for existence by means of political devices against the spirit of the nation and the spirit of the age. By annexation, purchase, and extension they kept pace with the North in its rush towards the West. Free states and slave states ran neck and neck towards the shores of the Pacific. The North obtained Vermont, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Maine, Michigan, Iowa, Wisconsin, and California. The South obtained Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Arkansas, Florida, and Texas. Whenever a territory became a state, the nation possessed the power of rejecting and therefore of modifying its constitution. The northern politicians made an effort to prohibit slavery in all new states. The South, as usual, threatened to secede, and the Union, which had been manufactured by a compromise, was preserved by a compromise. It was agreed that a line should be drawn to the Pacific along the parallel 36 degrees 30 minutes, and that all the states which should afterwards be made below the line should be slave-holding, and all that were made above it should be free. But this compromise was not, like the compromise of the Constitution, binding on the nation, and only to be set aside by a constitutional amendment. It was simply a parliamentary measure, and as such could be repealed at any future session. However, it satisfied the South. The North had many things to think of, and all remained quiet for a time. But only for a time. The mysterious principle which constitutes the law of progress produces similar phenomena in various countries at the same time, and was such an active period of the human mind, which produced about 40 years ago a Parisian Revolution, the Great Reform Bill, and the American agitation against slavery. There was a man in a Boston garret. He possessed some paper, pens, and ink, and little else besides, and even these he could only use in a fashion of his own. He had not what is called a style, nor had he that rude power which can cast a glow on jagged sentences and uncouth words. This poor garretteer, a printer in his working hours, relied chiefly on his type for light and shade, and had much recourse to capital letters, italics, and notes of exclamation to sharpen his wit and to strengthen his tirades. But he had a cause, and his heart was in that cause. When W. L. Garrison commenced his Liberator, the government of Georgia set a price upon his head. He was mobbed in his native city, and slavery was defended in Faneuil Hall itself, sacred to the memory of men who cared not to live unless they could be free. The truth was that the Northerners disliked slavery, but nationality was dear to them, and they believed that an attack upon the domestic institution of the South endangered the safety of the Union. But the abolitionists became a sect. They increased in numbers and in talent. They would admit of no compromise. They cared little for the country itself, so long as it was stained. They denounced the Constitution as a covenant with death, and an agreement with hell. No union with slaveholders, they cried. No union with midnight robbers and assassins. Hitherto the war between the two great sections of the country had been confined to politicians. The Southerners had sent their boys to Northern colleges and schools. Attended by a retinue of slaves, they had passed the summer at Saratoga or Newport, and sometimes the winter at New York. But now their sons were insulted, their slaves decoyed from them by these new fanatics, and the South went north no more. Abolition societies were everywhere formed, and envoys were sent into the slave states to distribute abolition tracts and to publish abolition journals, and to excite, if they could, a St. Domingo insurrection. The Northerners were shocked at these proceedings, and protested angrily against them, but soon there was a revulsion of feeling in their minds. The wild beast temper arose in the South, and went forth, lynching all it met. Northerners were flogged and even killed. Negroes were burned alive. And so the meetings of abolitionists were no longer interrupted at the North. Mayors and select men no longer refused them the use of public halls. The sentiment of abolition was, however, not yet widely spread. There were few Northerners who preferred to give up the Union rather than live under a piebald constitution, or who considered it just to break a solemn compact in obedience to an abstract law. But there now arose a strong and resolute party who declared that slavery might stay where it was, but that it must go no farther. The South must be content with what it had. Not another yard of slave soil should be added to the Union. On the other hand, the South could not accept such terms. Slavery extension was necessary for their lives. More land they must have, or they could not exist. There was waste land in abundance in the South, but it was dead. Their style of agriculture was precisely that which is pursued in Central Africa. They took a tract from the wilderness, and planted it again and again with cotton and tobacco till it gave up the ghost, and would yield no more. They then moved on and took in another piece. Obliged to spend all their cash in buying prime slaves at £200 apiece, they could not afford to use manure or to rotate their crops. They could not afford to employ so costly a species of labour on anything less lucrative than sugar, cotton, and tobacco. Besides, if slavery were not to be extended, they would be surrounded and hemmed in by free states. The old contract would be annulled. Already the South were in a minority. The free states and slave states might be equal in number, but they were not equal in population and prosperity. The Northerner who travelled down south was astonished to find that the cities of the maps were villages, and the villages clusters of log huts. Fields covered with weeds and moss-grown ruins showed where farms once flourishing had been. He rode through vast forests and cypress swamps where hundreds of mean whites lived like Red Indians, hunting and fishing for their daily bread, eating clay to keep themselves alive, prowling round plantations to obtain stolen food from the slaves. He saw plantations in which the labour was conducted with the terrible discipline of the prison and the hulks. and where, as he galloped past the line of hoeing slaves, so close that he splashed them with mud, they hoed on, they toiled on, not daring to raise their eyes from the ground. From early dawn to dusky eve it was so with these poor wretches. No sound broke the silence of those fearful fields but the voice of the overseer and the cracking of the whip. And out far away in the lone western lands, by the side of dark rivers, among trees from which drooped down the dull grey Spanish moss, the planters went forth to hunt. There were well-known coverts where they were sure to find. And as the traveller rode through the dismal swamp he might perhaps have the fortune to see the game, a black animal on two legs running madly for its life, and behind it the sounding of a horn and the voices of hounds in full cry, a chase more infernal than that of the wild huntsman who sweeps through the forest with his spectral crew. But the end of all this was at hand. Kansas, a tract of rich prairie land, was about to become a territory, and would soon become a state. It was situated above the 36° 30' line, and therefore belonged to the North. But the Southerners coveted this Naboth's vineyard. Their power at Washington was great just then. They determined to strike out the line which had been in the first place demanded by themselves. With much show of justice and reason they alleged that it was not fair to establish the domestic institutions of a country without consulting the inhabitants themselves. They proposed that, for the future, the question of slavery or free soil should be decided by a majority of votes among the settlers on the spot. This proposal became law, and then commenced a race for the soil. In Boston a political society was formed for the exportation to Kansas of Northern men. In the slave state Missouri blue lodges were formed for a similar purpose, and hundreds of squatters, dressed in flannel shirts and huge boots up to their knees, and skin caps on their heads, bristling with revolvers and bowie knives, stepped across the border. For the first time the people of the North and South met face to face. A guerrilla warfare soon broke out. The New Englanders were robbed and driven back. They were murdered and their scalps paraded by border ruffians upon poles. The whole country fell into a distracted state. The Southerners pursued their slaves into Boston itself, and dragged them back according to the law. A mad abolitionist invaded Virginia with a handful of men, shot a few peaceful citizens, and was hanged. A time of terror fell upon the South. There was neither liberty of print nor liberty of speech. The majority reigned, and the man who spoke against it was lynched on the spot. A Southerner assaulted and battered a Northerner on the floor of the Senate. The North at last was thoroughly aroused. The people itself began to stir, a calm, patient, law-abiding race, slow to be moved, but when once moved, swerving never till the thing was done. A presidential election was at hand, and a Northerner was placed upon the throne. The South understood that this was not a casual reverse, which might be redeemed when the 4 years had passed away. It was to them a sign that the days of their power had for ever passed. The temper of the North was not to be mistaken. It had at last rebelled. It would suffer tyranny no more. Mr. Lincoln's terms were conciliatory in the extreme. Had the South been more moderate in its demands, he would have been classed with those statesmen who added compromise to compromise, and so postponed the evil but inevitable day. He was not an abolitionist. He offered to give them any guarantee they pleased: a constitutional amendment if they desired it; that slavery, as it stood, should not be interfered with. He offered to bring in a more stringent law, by which their fugitive slaves should be restored. But on the matter of extension he was firm. The Southerners demanded that a line should again be drawn to the Pacific, that all south of that line should be made slave soil, and that slavery should be more clearly recognised by the central government and more firmly guaranteed. These terms were not more extravagant than those which their fathers had obtained. But times had changed. The sentiment of nationality was now more fully formed. Uncle Tom's Cabin had been written. The American people were heartily ashamed of slavery. They refused to give it another lease. The ultimatum was declined. The South seceded, and the North flew to arms, not to emancipate the negro, but to preserve the existence of the nation. They would not indeed submit to slavery extension; they preferred disunion to such a disgrace. But they had no intention when they went to war of destroying slavery in the states where it existed. They even took pains to prove to the South that the war was not an anti-slavery crusade. The negroes were treated by the Northern generals not as men, but as contraband of war. Even Butler in New Orleans did not emancipate the slaves. A general who issued a proclamation of that nature was reprimanded by the government, although he only followed the example of British generals in the Revolutionary War. But as the contest became more severe and more prolonged, and all hopes of reconciliation were at an end, slavery became identified with the South in the Northern mind, and was itself regarded as a foe. The astute and cautious statesmen at the head of affairs perceived that the time had come. The Constitution was suspended during the war, and so, in all legality and with due form, he set free in one day 4,000,000 slaves. End of section 35. It is impossible to view without compassion the misfortunes of men who merely followed in the footsteps of their fathers, and who were in no sense more guilty than Washington and Jefferson, who remained slaveholders to their dying day. It was easy for Great Britain to pay 20 millions. It was easy for the Northern states to emancipate their slaves, who were few in number and not necessary to their life. But it was impossible for the South to abandon slavery. The money of the planter was sunk in flesh and blood. Yet the Southern politicians must be blamed for their crazy ambition and their blind ignorance of the world. Instead of preparing, as the Cuban planters are preparing now for those changes which had been rendered inevitable by the progress of mankind, they supposed that it was in their power to defy the spirit of the age and to establish an empire on the pattern of ancient Rome. They firmly believed that because they could not exist without selling cotton, Great Britain could not exist without buying it from them, which is like a shopkeeper supposing he could ruin his customers by putting up his shutters. It may console those who yet lament the lost cause if we picture for their benefit what the Southern Empire would have been. There would have been an aristocracy of planters, herds of slaves, a servile press, a servile pulpit, and a rabble of mean whites formed into an army. Abolition societies would have been established in the North to instigate slaves to rebel or run away. A cordon of posts with a system of passports would have been established in the South. Border raids would have been made by fanatics on the one side and by desperadoes on the other. Sooner or later there must have been a war. Filibustering expeditions on Mexico and Cuba would have brought about a war with Spain, and perhaps with France. It was the avowed intention of the planters, when once their empire was established, to import labour from Africa, to reopen the trade as in the good old times. But this Great Britain would certainly have not allowed. And thus, again, there would have been war, even if the planters would have displayed a little common sense, which is exceedingly improbable, and so escaped extirpation from without, their system of culture would have eaten up their lands. But happily such hypotheses need no longer be discussed. A future of another kind is in reserve for the Southern states. America can now pursue with untarnished reputation her glorious career, and time will soften the memories of a conflict, the original guilt of which must be ascribed to the founders of the nation, or rather to the conditions by which those great men were mastered and controlled. I have now accomplished the task which I set myself to do. I have shown to the best of my ability what kind of place in universal history Africa deserves to hold. I have shown that not only Egypt has assisted in the development of man by educating Greece, Carthage by leading forth Rome to conquest, but that even the obscure Sudan, or land of the negroes, has also played its part in the drama of European life. The slave trade must be estimated as a war. Though cruel and atrocious in itself, it has, like most wars, been of service to mankind. I shall leave it to others to trace out in detail the influence of the negro in the human progress. It will be sufficient to observe that the grandeur of West Indian commerce in the last generation, and of the cotton manufacture at the present time, could not have been obtained without the assistance of the negro, and that the agitation on his behalf, which was commenced by Granville Sharp, has assisted much to expand the sympathies and to educate the heart of the Anglo-Saxon people, who are somewhat inclined to pride of colour and prejudice of race. Respecting the prospects of the negro, it is difficult for me to form an opinion, but what I have seen of the Africans in their native and semi-civilised condition inclines me to take a hopeful view. The negroes are imitative in an extraordinary degree, and imitation is the first principle of progress. They are vain and ostentatious, ardent for praise, keenly sensitive of blame. Their natural wants, indeed, are few. They inherit the sober appetites of their fathers, who lived on a few handfuls of rice a day.
But it will, I believe, be found
that when they enjoy the same inducements to work as other men, when they can hope to distinguish themselves in the Parliament, the pulpit, or in social life, they will become as we are, the slaves of an idea, and will work day and night to obtain something which they desire, but do not positively need. Whether the negroes are equal in average capacity to the white man, whether they will ever produce a man of genius, is an idle and unimportant question. They can at least gain their livelihood as labourers and artisans. They are therefore of service to their country. Let them have fair play, and they will find their right place, whatever it may be. As regards the social question, they will, no doubt, like the Jews, intermarry always with their own race, and will thus remain apart. But it need not be feared that they will become hostile to those with whom they reside. Experience has shown that whenever aliens are treated as citizens, they become citizens, whatever may be their religion or their race. It is a mistake to suppose that the civilised negro calls himself an African, and pines to return to his ancestral land.
If he is born in the States, he calls himself an American. He speaks with an American accent. He loves and he hates with an American heart.
It is a question frequently asked of African travellers. What is the future of that great continent? In the first place, with respect to the West Coast, there is little prospect of great changes taking place for many years to come. The commerce in palm oil is important, and will increase. Cotton will be received in large quantities from the Sudan. The east coast of Africa, when its resources have been developed, will be a copy of the west coast. It is not probable that European colonies will ever flourish in these golden but unwholesome lands. The educated negroes will in time monopolise the trade, for they can live at less expense than Europeans, and do not suffer from the climate. They may perhaps at some future day possess both coasts, and therefore spread with Bible and musket into the interior. This prospect, however, is uncertain, and in any case exceedingly remote. That part of Africa which lies above the parallel 10 degrees north belongs to the Eastern question. Whatever may be the ultimate destiny of Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco,
will be shared by the regions of the central Niger, from Hausa to Timbuktu.
That part of the continent which lies below the parallel 20 degrees south already belongs in part, and will in time entirely belong to settlers of the Anglo-Saxon race. It resembles Australia, not only in its position with respect to the equator, but also in its natural productions. It is a land of wool and mines, without great navigable rivers, interspersed with sandy deserts, and enjoying a wholesome though sultry air. Whatever may be the future of Australia will also be the future of southern Africa. Between these two lines intervenes a region inhabited for the most part by pagan savages, thinly scattered over swamp and forest. This concealed continent, this unknown world, will at some far-off day, if my surmises prove correct, be invaded by 3 civilising streams: by the British negroes from the coasts,
by the Mohammedan negroes in robe and turban from the great empires of the Niger region,
and by the farmers and graziers and miners of South Africa.
When, therefore, we speculate on the future of Africa, we can do no more than bring certain regions of that continent within the scope of two general questions:
the future of our colonies and the future of the East, and these lead us up to a greater question still, the future of the European race. Upon this subject I shall offer a few remarks, and it is obvious that in order to form some conception of the future it is necessary to understand the present and the past. I shall therefore endeavour to ascertain what we have been and what we are. The monograph of Africa is ended. I shall make my sketch of history complete, adding new features, passing quickly over the parts that have been already drawn. I shall search out the origin of man, determine his actual condition, speculate upon his future destiny, and discuss the nature of his relations towards that unknown power of whom he is the offspring and the slave. I shall examine this planet and its contents with the calm curiosity of one whose sentiments and passions, whose predilections and antipathies, whose hopes and fears, are not interested in the question. I shall investigate without prejudice. I shall state the results without reserve. What are the materials of human history? What are the earliest records which throw light upon the origin of man? All written documents are things of yesterday, whether penned on prepared skins, papyrus rolls, or the soft inner bark of trees; whether stamped on terra-cotta tablets, carved on granite obelisks, or engraved on the smooth surface of upright rocks. Writing, even in its simplest picture form, is an art which can be invented only when a people have become mature. The oldest books are therefore comparatively modern, and the traditions which they contain are either false or but little older than the books themselves. All travellers who have collected traditions among a wild people know how little that kind of evidence is worth. The savage exaggerates whenever he repeats, and in a few generations the legend is transformed. The evidence of language is of more value. It enables us to trace back remotely divided nations to their common birthplace, and reveals the amount of culture, the domestic institutions, and the religious ideas which they possessed before they parted from one another. Yet languages soon die, or rather become metamorphosed in structure as well as in vocabulary. The oldest existing language can throw no light on the condition of primeval man. The archives of the earth also offer us their testimony. The graves give up their dead, and teach us that man existed many thousand years ago, in company with monstrous animals that have long since passed away, and that those men were savages, using weapons and implements of stone, yet possessing even then a taste for ornament and art, wearing shell bracelets and drawing rude figures upon horns and stones. The manners and ideas of such early tribes can best be inferred by a study of existing savages. The missionary who resides among such races as the Bushmen of Africa or the Botocudos of Brazil may be said to live in prehistoric times. But as regards the origin of man, we have only one document to which we can refer, and that is the body of man himself. There, in unmistakable characters, are inscribed the annals of his early life. These hieroglyphics are not to be fully deciphered without a special preparation for the task. The alphabet of anatomy must first be mastered, and the student must be expert in the language of all living and fossil forms. One fact, however, can be submitted to the uninitiated eye, and it will be sufficient for the purpose. Look at a skeleton, and you will see a little bone curled downwards between the legs, as if trying to hide itself away. That bone is a relic of pre-human days, and announces plainly whence our bodies come. We are all of us naked under our clothes, and we are all of us tailed under our skins. But when we descend to the man-like apes, we find that, with them as with us, the tail is effete and in disuse. And so, we follow it downwards and downwards until we discover it in all its glory in the body of the fish, being there present, not as a relic or rudimentary organ, as in man and the apes, not as a mere appendage, as in the fox, not a secondary instrument, a spare hand, as in certain monkeys, or a fly flapper, as in the giraffe, but as a primary organ of the very first importance, endowing the fish with its locomotive powers. Again, we examine the body of the fish, and we find in it also rudimentary organs as useless and incongruous as the tail in man, and thus we descend, step by step, until we arrive at the very bottom of the scale. The method of development is still being actively discussed, but the fact is placed beyond a doubt. Since the origin of species appeared, philosophical naturalists no longer deny that the ancestors of man must be sought for in the lower kingdom; and, apart from the evidence which we carry with us in our own persons, which we read in the tailbone of the skeleton, in the hair which was once the clothing of our bodies, in the nails which were once our weapons of defence, and in 100 other facts which the scalpel and the microscope disclose, apart from the evidence of our own voices, our incoherent groans and cries, analogy alone would lead us to believe that mankind had been developed from the lowest forms of life. For what is the history of the individual man? He begins life as an ambiguous speck of matter which can in no way be distinguished from the original form of the lowest animal or plant. He next becomes a cell.
His life is precisely that of the animalcule.
Cells cluster round this primordial cell, and the man is so far advanced that he might be mistaken for an undeveloped oyster. He grows still more, and it is clear that he might even be a fish. He then passes into a stage which is common to all quadrupeds, and next assumes a form which can only belong to quadrupeds of the higher type. At last the hour of birth approaches. Coiled within the dark womb he sits, the image of an ape, a caricature and a prophecy of the man that is to be. He is born, and for some time he walks only on all fours, he utters only inarticulate sounds, and even in his boyhood his fondness for climbing trees would seem to be a relic of the old arboreal life. Since, therefore, every man has been himself in such a state that the most experienced observer could not with the aid of the best microscopes have declared whether he was going to be man or plant, man or animalcule, man or mollusk, man or lobster, man or fish, man or reptile, man or bird, man or quadruped, man or monkey. Why should it appear strange that the whole race has also had its animalcule and its reptile days? But whether it appears strange or not, the public must endeavour to accustom its mind to the fact which is now firmly established and will never be overthrown. Not only are the bodies, but also the minds of man constructed on the same pattern as those of the lower animals. To procure food, to obtain a mate, and to rear offspring, such is the real business of life with us as it is with them. If we look into ourselves, we discover propensities which declare that our intellects have arisen from a lower form. Could our minds be made visible, we should find them tailed. And if we examine the minds of the lower animals, we find in them the rudiments of our talents and our virtues. As the beautiful yet imperfect human body has been slowly developed from the base and hideous creatures of the water and the earth, so the beautiful yet imperfect human mind has been slowly developed from the instincts of the lower animals. All that is elevated, all that is lovely in human nature has its origin in the lower kingdom. The philosophic spirit of inquiry may be traced to brute curiosity, and that to the habit of examining all things in search of food. Artistic genius is an expansion of monkey imitativeness. Loyalty and piety, the reverential virtues, are developed from filial love. Benevolence and magnanimity, the generous virtues, from parental love. The sense of decorum proceeds from the sense of cleanliness, and that from the instinct of sexual display. The delicate and ardent love which can become a religion of the heart, which can sanctify and soften a man's whole life, the affection which is so noble and so pure, and so free from all sensual stain, is yet derived from that desire which impels the male animal to seek a mate; and the sexual timidity which makes the female flee from the male is finally transformed into that maiden modesty which not only preserves from vice, but which conceals beneath a chaste and honourable reticence the fiery love that burns within, which compels the true woman to pine in sorrow, and perhaps to languish into death, rather than betray a passion that is not returned. There is a certain class of people who prefer to say that their fathers came down in the world through their own follies, rather than to boast that they rose in the world through their own industry and talents. It is the same shabby genteel sentiment, the same vanity of birth, which makes men prefer to believe that they are degenerated angels rather than elevated apes. In scientific investigations such whims and fancies must be set aside. It is the duty of the inquirer to ascertain the truth, and then to state it as decisively and as clearly as he can. People's prejudices must not be respected but destroyed. It may, however, be worth while to observe, for the comfort of weak souls, that in these new revelations of science human nature is not in any way degraded. A woman's body is not less lovely because it was once a hideous mass of flesh. A woman's modesty is not less noble because we discover that it was once a mere propensity, dictated perhaps by the fear of pain. The beauty of the mind is not less real than the beauty of the body. And we need not be discouraged because we ascertain that it has also passed through its embryonic stage. It is nature's method to take something which is in itself paltry, repulsive, and grotesque, and thence to construct a masterpiece by means of general and gradual laws, those laws themselves often being vile and cruel. This method is applied not only to single individuals, but also to the whole animated world, not only to the physical, but also to mental forms; and when it is fully realised and understood that the genius of man has been developed along a line of unbroken descent from the simple tendencies which inhabited the primeval cell, and that in its later stages this development has been assisted by the efforts of man himself, what a glorious futurity will open to the human race! It may well be that our minds have not done growing, and that we may rise as high above our present state as that state is removed from the condition of the insect and the worm. For when we examine the human mind, we do not find it perfect and mature, but in a transitional and amphibious condition. We live between two worlds; we soar in the atmosphere; we creep upon the soil; we have the aspirations of creators and the propensities of quadrupeds. There can be but one explanation of this fact: we are passing from the animal into a higher form, and the drama of this planet is in its second act. We shall now endeavour to place the first upon the stage, and, then passing through the second, shall proceed to speculate upon the third. The scene opens with the solar system. Time uncertain, say 1,000 million years ago.
End of section 36. End of chapter 3. Liberty.
The region of the universe, which is visible to mortal eyes, has been named the solar system. It is composed of innumerable stars, and each star is a white hot sun, the centre and sovereign of a world. Our own sun is attended by a company of cold, dark globes, revolving round it in accordance with the law of gravitation. They also rotate like joints before the fire, turning first one side and then the other to the central light. The path that is traced by the outermost planet is the limit of the sun's domain, which is too extensive to be measured into miles. If a jockey mounted on a winner of the Derby had started when Moses was born, and had galloped ever since at full speed, he would be by this time about half the way across. Yet this world seems large to us, only because we are so small. It is merely a drop in the ocean of space. The stars which we see on a fine night are also suns as important as our own. And so vast is the distance which separates their worlds from ours that a flash of lightning would be years upon the road. These various solar systems are not independent of one another; they are members of the same community. They are sailing in order round a point to us unknown. Our own sun, drawing with it the planets in its course, is spinning furiously upon its axis, and dashing through space at 4 miles a second. And not only is the solar system an organ of one gigantic form, it has also grown to what it is, and may still be considered in its youth. As the body of a plant or animal arises from a fluid alike in all its parts, so this world of ours was once a floating fiery cloud, a nebula or mist, the molecules of which were kept asunder by excessive heat. But the universe is pervaded by movement and by change. There came a period when the heat declined, and when the atoms, obeying their innate desires, rushed to one another, and, concentrating, formed the sun, which at first almost filled the solar world. But as it cooled, and as it contracted, and as it rotated, and as it revolved, it became a sphere in the centre of the world, and it cast off pieces which became planets, satellites, attendant stars, and they also cast off pieces which became satellites to them. Thus the earth is the child, and the moon the grandchild of the sun. When our planet first came out into the world it was merely a solar fragment, a chip of the old star, and the other planets were in a similar condition. But these sunballs were separated from one another, and from their parent form, by oceans of ether, a kind of attenuated air, so cold that frost itself is fire in comparison. The sun, burning always in this icy air, is gradually cooling down, but it parts slowly with its heat on account of its enormous size. Our little earth cooled quickly, shrank in size; it at once extended to the moon, and finally went out. From a globe of glowing gas it became a ball of liquid fire enveloped in a smoky cloud. When first we are able to restore its image and examine its construction, we find it composed of zones or layers in a molten state, arranged according to their weight, and above it we find an atmosphere also divided into layers. Close over the surface vapour of salt was suspended in the air; next a layer of dark, smoky carbonic acid gas; next oxygen and nitrogen, and vapour of water or common steam. Within the sphere, as it cooled and changed, chemical bodies sprang from one another, rushed to and fro, combined with terrible explosions; while in the variegated atmosphere above, gas hurricanes arose and flung the elements into disorder. So sped the earth, roaring and flaming through the sky, leaving behind it a fiery track, sweeping round the sun in its oval course. Year followed year, century followed century, epoch followed epoch. Then the globe began to cool upon its surface. Flakes of solid matter floated on the molten sea, which rose and fell in flaming tides towards a hidden and benighted moon. The flakes caked together, and covered the ball with a solid sheet, which was upraised and cracked by the tidal waves beneath, like thin ice upon the Arctic seas. In time it thickened, and became firm, but subterranean storms often ripped it open in vast chasms, from which masses of liquid lava spouted in the air, and fell back upon the hissing crust. Everywhere heaps of ashes were thus formed, and the earth was seamed with scars and gaping wounds. When the burning heat of the air had abated, the salt was condensed, and fell like snow upon the earth, and covered it 10 feet thick. The Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, lying overhead in the form of steam, descended in one great shower, and so the primeval sea was formed. It was dark, warm, and intensely salt. At first it overspread the surface of the globe; then volcanic islands were cast up; and as the earth cooled downwards to its core, it shrivelled into folds as an apple in the winter when its pulp dries up. These folds and wrinkles were mountain ranges, and continents appearing above the level of the sea. Our planet was then divided into land and water in the same proportions as exist at the present time. For though land is always changing into water, and water is always changing into land, their relative quantities remain the same. The air was black, night was eternal, illumined only by lightning and volcanoes. The earth was unconscious of the sun's existence; its heat was derived from the fire within, and was uniform from pole to pole. But the crust thickened; the inner heat could no longer be felt upon the surface; the atmosphere brightened a little, and the sun's rays penetrated to the earth. From the shape, the altitude, and the revolutions of our planet resulted an unequal distribution of solar heat, and to this inequality the earth is indebted for the varied nature of its aspects and productions. Climate was created; winds arose in the air, currents in the deep; the sun sucked up the waters of the sea, leaving the salt behind. Rain clouds were formed, and fresh water bestowed upon the land. The underground fires assisted the planet's growth by transforming the soils into crystalline structures, and by raising the rocks thus altered to the surface; by producing volcanic eruptions, hot springs, and other fiery phenomena. But the chief architect and decorator of this planet was the sun. When the black veil of the earth was lifted, when the sunlight entered the turbid waters of the primeval sea, an interesting event took place. The earth became with young. In water there are always floating about a multitude of specks which are usually minute fragments of the soil. But now appeared certain specks which, though they resembled the others, possessed certain properties of a very peculiar kind. First they brought forth little specks, precise copies of themselves; they issued their own duplicates. And secondly, they performed in their own persons an elaborate chemical operation. Imbibing water and air, they manufactured those elements with the assistance of the solar rays, into the compounds of which their own bodies were composed, giving back to the water those components which they did not require. And then appeared other little specks which swallowed up the first, and manufactured them into the compounds more complex still, of which they, the second comers, were composed. The first were embryonic plants; the second were embryonic animals. They were both alike in appearance; both repeated themselves, or reproduced, in the same manner. The difference between them was this, that the plants could live on raw air and water; the animals could live only on those elements when prepared by sunlight in the body of the plant. The office of vegetation upon the earth is therefore of a culinary nature; and the plant, when devoured, gives the animal that heat which is its life, just as coal, a cake of fossil vegetation, gives heat to the apartment in which it is consumed. But this heat, whether it lies hidden in the green and growing plant, or in its black and stony corpse, was at first acquired from the sun. Glorious Apollo is the parent of us all. Animal heat is solar heat; a blush is a stray sunbeam. Life is bottled sunshine, and death the silent-footed butler who draws out the cork. Those dots of animated jelly, without definite form or figure, swimming unconsciously in the primeval sea, were the ancestors of man. The history of our race begins with them, and continues without an interruption to the present day; a splendid narrative, the materials of which it is for science to discover, the glories of which it is for poets to portray. Owing to the action of surrounding forces, the outer parts of the original jelly dot became harder and more solid than the parts within, and so it assumed the shape of the cell or sphere. Its food consisted of microscopic fragments of vegetable matter imbibed through its surface or outer rind, such portions as were not "made up" being expelled or excreted in the same manner as they were taken in. There was no difference of parts, except that the outside was solid and the inside soft. The creature's body was its hand, its stomach, and its mouth. When it had lived a certain time, it burst and died, liberating as it did so a brood of cells which had slowly ripened within. But sometimes these new cells, instead of being detached when they were born, remained cohering to the parent cell, thus making the animal consist of several cells instead of only one. In the first case the process is termed reproduction, in the second case it is termed growth. But the two operations are in reality the same. Growth is coherent reproduction; reproduction is detached growth. Time goes on. Our animal is now a cell republic enclosed by a wrapper of solidified and altered cells. Next in this wrapper a further change takes place. It protrudes into limbs. A gaping mouth appears. The limbs or tentacles grasp the food and put it within the mouth. Other limbs sprout forth and carry their owner from place to place. In the meantime the cells within are also changed. Their partitions are removed. The many-walled apartments are converted into galleries or tubes, along which the food is conveyed from one part of the body to another. These tubes are filled with blood, pumped backwards and forwards by the heart. The muscles which move the outer limbs are equipped with nerves, the movements of which are directed from centres in the spine and brain. The functions of life are thus divided, and each department has an organ of its own. The reproductive function is divided farther still. Two separate elements are formed. One prepares and ejects the sperm cell which the other receives and unites to the germ cell. At a later period in the history of life this arrangement is supplanted by another, more complicated still. The two elements no longer coexist in the same form, and thus reproduction can only be effected by means of cooperation between two distinct and independent individuals. How important a fact is this will presently appear. These various inventions of nature, so far as we have gone, the limbs of locomotion and prehension, the heart with its vessels, the brain with its nerves, and the separation of the sexes, all occurred in the marine period of the earth's life, in the dark deep sea womb. Similar changes, but inferior in degree, occurred in the vegetable world. The shapeless specks became one-celled. They were next strung together like a chain of beads. They then grew into seaweed and aqueous plants, which floated about and finally obtained a footing on the land. But they dwelt long ages on the earth before their sex appeared. There were no flowers in that primeval world, for the flower is a sign of love. Gigantic mosses and tree ferns clothed the earth and reproduced themselves by scattering cells around. Animals followed their prey, the plants, from the water to the land and became adapted for terrestrial life. At that period the atmosphere was thickened with carbonic acid gas, and was more pestilential than the black hole of Calcutta. Only reptiles, with sluggish and imperfect respiratory organs, could breathe in such an air. But that fatal gas was bred to the vegetable world, which took the carbon into its body, and thus the atmosphere was purified in time. The vast masses of carbon which the plants took out of the air, in order to allow a higher class of animal to appear upon the stage, were buried in the earth, hardened into coal, and were brought in by the author in the second act. Now on. The coal matter being thus removed, the air was bright and pure. The sun glowed with radiance and force. The reptiles were converted into birds and quadrupeds of many kinds. Insects, rising from the land, and from the water hummed and sparkled in the air, the forests were adorned with flowers, and cheered with song; and, as the periods rolled on, the inhabitants of the earth became more complex in their structure, more symmetrical in form, and more advanced in mental power, till at last the future lord of the planet himself appeared upon the stage. The first act of the drama is here concluded, but the division is merely artificial. In nature there is no entr'acte; no curtain falls. Her scenes resemble dissolving views; the lower animals pass into man by soft, slow, insensible gradations. We must now consider the question: how and why have these marvellous changes taken place? How and why did the primeval jelly dots assume the form of the cell or sphere? It has been already shown that continual changes occurred in the primeval atmosphere and in the primeval sea. These changes, acting upon animal life, produced changes in its composition; for as animals are the result and expression of the conditions under which they are born, it is natural to suppose that when these conditions are changed, the animals should also change. When the conditions of life are abruptly altered and instantaneously transformed, the animals are, of course, destroyed. But when, as is usually the case, the changes are gradual, the animals are slowly modified into harmony with the neighbouring conditions. The primeval speck of life being acted upon by a variety of forces, became varied in its structure, and as these forces varied from period to period, the organisms also varied. Complexity of parts results from complexity of environment. Multiformity of circumstance produces multiformity of species. The development of animal life from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous, from the simple to the complex, from uniformity to multiformity, is caused by the development of the earth itself from a monotonous water-coloured globe with one aspect, one constitution, and one temperature, to this varied earth on which we dwell, where each foot of land differs in some respect from the one beside it. The modifications on modifications of the animal are due to the modifications on modifications of the medium in which and on which it lived. And this operation of nature is hastened and facilitated by a law which in itself is murderous and cruel. The earth is overpopulated upon principle. Of the animals that are born, a few only can survive. There is not enough food for all. Nature scrambles what there is among the crowd. If any animal possesses an advantage, however slight, over those with whom he competes in this food scramble or struggle for existence, he will certainly survive. And if he survives, then someone else, so gentle nature orders it, must die. This law of competition becomes itself a force by developing slight variations along lines of utility into widely different and specific forms. End of section 37. But how is it that animals of the higher type prevail? Why should species with a tendency towards a complicated structure generally triumph over simple forms? The reason appears to be this, that whenever a change takes place, it is almost invariably a change towards complexity. Now it is an ascertained law that animals are invigorated by a slight change. They are therefore improved by an approach towards complexity. Let us take the most mysterious of all progressive operations, the division of the sexes. The hermaphrodite can fertilise itself, but its organs are so arranged that it can be fertilised by another individual, the wind, or the water acting as the go-between. The offspring of such separate unions are always more vigorous than the home-born progeny of the hermaphrodite. The latter are therefore killed off by means of the struggle for existence, and sexual union, at first the exception, becomes the rule. Just as a body of artisans can do more work and better work when each man devotes his whole life to a single department of the craft, so it is good for the animal that division of labour should be established in its structure; that instead of the creature being its own mouth, its own stomach, its own organ of excretion, reproduction, and locomotion, it should be divided into separate parts, one of which moves it, another part takes the food, another part chews, another part digests, another part prepares the blood, another part pumps the blood to and fro, another part reproduces the species, another part nourishes the young, while over all presides the brain. But how is it that some animals have progressed while others have remained at the bottom of the scale, and others again have advanced only to a certain point? If all have grown out of such specks of animated jelly as are still to be found within the sea, how is it that some have remained throughout infinite periods of time unchanged, that others have remained in the form of the sponge rooted upon rocks, that others, like the lobster, have never exchanged their jointed bodies for the more perfect skeleton of the fish; that some fish have taken to the land and have been converted into reptiles, and then into birds or quadrupeds, while others have remained in the aqueous condition; and lastly, that one animal, namely man, has contrived to distance all the others when, as it is acknowledged, they all started fair. In reply, let me ask those who admit the development of all civilised people from the savage state, and that no geologist will now deny, let me ask them how it is that Europeans have advanced, this involving a change in the structure of the brain, while others have remained in the savage state, others in the pastoral condition, others fixed at a certain point of culture, as the Hindus and the Chinese. The analogy is perfect, and the answer is in either case the same. Those forms remain stationary which are able to preserve their conditions of life unchanged. The savages of the primeval forest, when a game is exhausted in one region, migrate to another region where game exists. They remain therefore in the hunting state. The shepherds of the boundless plains, when one pasture is devoured by their flocks, migrate to another pasture, where they find grass and water in abundance. But when, in a land like Egypt, the inhabitants are confined to a certain tract of land, they are unable to evade the famine of food produced by the vicissitudes of nature and the law of population; they are compelled to invent in order to subsist. New modes of life, new powers, new desires, new sentiments arise, and the human animal is changed. Then a second period of immobility arrives; by means of despotism, caste, slavery, and infanticide the status quo is preserved. In the primeval sea the conditions of life were constantly changing, but its inmates could usually keep them constant by migration. For instance, let us imagine a species accustomed to dwell at the bottom of the sea, feeding on the vegetable matter and oxygen gas which come down by liquid diffusion from the waters of the surface. By elevation of the sea bed, or by the deposit of sediment from rivers, that part of the sea which this species inhabits becomes gradually shallow and light. The animal would migrate into deep dark water, and would therefore undergo no change. But let us suppose that it is prevented from migrating by a wall of rocks. It would then be exposed to light, and to other novel forces, and it would either change or die. Here progress is the result of absolute necessity, and such must always be the case. Animals which inhabit the waters have no innate desire to make acquaintance with the land, but it sometimes happens that they live in shallow places, where they are left uncovered at low water for a certain time, and so, in the course of geological periods, the species becomes amphibious in habit; and then the hard struggle for life in the water, with the abundance of food upon the land, leads them to adopt terrestrial life. There are creatures now existing of whom it is not easy to say whether they belong to the water or the land. There are fishes which walk about on shore, and climb trees. It is not difficult to imagine such animals as these deserting the water and entirely living upon land. But the development of life, in its varied aspects, must always remain incomprehensible to those who have not studied the noble science of geology, or who at least have not made themselves acquainted with its chief results. Unless the student understands what extraordinary transformation scenes have taken place upon the globe, all that is now land having formerly been sea, and all that is now sea having formerly been land, not only once, but again and again and again; unless he understands that these changes have been produced by the same gradual and apparently insignificant causes as those which are now at work before our eyes: the sea gnawing away the cliff upon the shore, the river carrying soil to the sea, the glacier gliding down the mountain slope, the icebergs bearing huge boulders to mid-ocean, the coralline insects building archipelagos, the internal fires suddenly spouting forth stone and ashes, or slowly upheaving continents. Unless he fully understands how deliberate is nature's method, how prodigal she is of time, how irregular and capricious she is in all her operations, he will never cease to wonder that allied forms should be distributed in apparent disorder and confusion, instead of being arranged on a regular ascending scale. And moreover, unless he understands how nature, like the Sibyl, destroys her own books, he will never cease to wonder at missing links. For it is not one missing link, but millions that we require. It would, however, be just as reasonable to expect to find every book that ever was written, every clay tablet that ever was baked in the printing ovens of Chaldea, every rock that was ever inscribed, every obelisk that was ever engraved, every temple wall that was ever painted with hieroglyphics, as to expect to find every fossil of importance. Where are the missing links in literature, and where are the primeval forms? Where are the ancient Sanskrit hymns that were written without ink on palm leaves, with an iron pen? Where are the thousands of Hebrew Bibles that were written before the 10th century A.D.? Where are the lost books of the Romans and the Greeks? We know that many manuscripts have been consumed in great fires. The fire of Alexandria in the time of Julius Caesar, which no doubt destroyed papyri that could never be replaced; the fire in the time of Omar; the fires lighted by popes and reverend fathers of the Church; and the fire of Constantinople during the Crusades, which robbed us for ever of Arrian's history of the successors of Alexander, Decius's history of Persia, and his description of India; several books of Diodorus, Agatharchides, and Polybius; 20 orations of Demosthenes, and the odes of Sappho. But the material of books, whether paper or parchment, bark, clay, or stone, is always of a perishable nature, and under ordinary circumstances is destroyed sooner or later by the action of the atmosphere. Were it not that books can be copied, what would remain to us of the literature of the past? In a rainless country such as Egypt, which is a museum of nature, a monumental land, not only painted and engraven records, but even paper scrolls of an immense antiquity have been preserved. But if we add to these the rock inscriptions, the painted bricks, and inscribed cylinders of Western Asia, how scanty and fortuitous are the remains! Let us now remember that fossils cannot be copied. Once destroyed, they are for ever lost. Is it wonderful, therefore, that so few should be left? Fires greater than those of Alexandria and Constantinople are ever burning beneath our feet. At this very moment a precious library may be in flames. Yet that is not the worst. The action of air and water is fatal to the archives of nature, which it is not part of nature's plan to preserve for our instruction. Those animals which have neither bones nor shells are at once destroyed, and those which possess a solid framework are only preserved under special and exceptional circumstances. The marvel is not that we find so little, but that we find so much. The development of man from the lower animals is now an authenticated fact. We believe, therefore, that connecting links between man and some ape-like animal existed for the same reason that we believe the second decade of Livy existed. It is not impossible that the missing books of Livy may be discovered at some future day beneath the Italian soil. It is not impossible that forms intermediate between man and his ape-like ancestors may be discovered in the unexplored strata of equatorial Africa or the Indian archipelago. But either event is improbable in the extreme, and the existence of such intermediate forms will be admitted by the historians of the next generation, whether they are found or not. We shall now proceed to describe the rise and progress of the mental principle. The origin of mind is an inscrutable mystery, but so is the origin of matter. If we go back to the beginning, we find a world of gas, the atoms of which were kept asunder by excessive heat. Where did those atoms come from? How were they made? What were they made for? In reply to these questions, theology is garrulous, but science is dumb. Mind is a property of matter. Matter is inhabited by mind. There can be no mind without matter. There can be no matter without mind. When the matter is simple in its composition, its mental tendencies are also simple. The atoms merely tend to approach one another and to cohere, and as matter, under the influence of varied forces, evolved by the cooling of the world, becomes more varied in its composition, its mental tendencies become more and more numerous, more and more complex, more and more elevated, till at last they are developed into the desires and propensities of the animal, into the aspirations and emotions of the man. But the various tendencies which inhabit the human mind, and which devote it to ambition, to religion, or to love, are not in reality more wonderful than the tendency which impels two ships to approach each other in a calm. For what can be more wonderful than that which can never be explained? The difference between the mind of the ship and the mind of man is the difference between the acorn and the oak. The simplest atoms are attracted to one another merely according to distance and weight. That is the law of gravitation. But the compound atoms, which are called elements, display a power of selection. A will unite itself to C in preference to B, and if D passes by, will divorce itself from C and unite itself to D. Such compounds of a compound are still more complex in their forms, and more varied in their minds. Water, which is composed of two gases, oxygen and hydrogen, when hot becomes a vapour, when cold becomes a crystal. In the latter case it displays a structural capacity. Crystals assume particular forms according to the substances of which they are composed. They may be classed into species, and if their forms are injured by accident, they have the power of repairing their structure by imbibing matter from without. A live form is the result of matter subjected to certain complex forces, the chief of which is the chemical power of the sun. It is continually being injured by the wear and tear of its own activity. It is continually darning and stitching its own life. After a certain period of time it loses its self-mending power, and consequently dies. The crystal grows from without by simple accretions or putting on of coats. The plant or animal grows and regrows from within by means of a chemical operation. Moreover, the crystal is merely an individual; the plant or animal is the member of a vast community. Before it dies, and usually as it dies, it produces a repetition of itself. The mental forces which inhabit the primeval jelly dot are more complex than those which inhabit the crystal. But those of the crystal are more complex than those of a gas, and those of a gas than those of the true elementary atoms which know only two forces, attraction and repulsion, the primeval pull and push, which lie at the basis of all nature's operations. The absorption of food and the repetition of form in the animal are not at first to be distinguished from that chemical process which is termed growth. Then from this principle of growth, the root of the human flower, two separated instincts like twin seed leaves arise. The first is the propensity to preserve self-life by seeking food. From this instinct of self-preservation our intellectual faculties have been derived. The second is the propensity to preserve the life of the species, and from this instinct of reproduction our moral faculties have been derived. The animal at first absorbs its food and unites with its mate as blindly and as helplessly as the crystal shapes itself into its proper form, as oxygen combines with hydrogen, or as ships roll towards each other in a calm. How then can a line be drawn between the inorganic and the organic, the lifeless and the alive? The cell that vibrates in the water and the crystal that forms in the frost are each the result of certain forces over which they have no control. But as the body of the animal is developed in complexity by the action of complex forces, certain grey lumps of matter make their appearance within its structure, and out of these rises a spirit which introduces the animal to himself, which makes him conscious of his own existence. He becomes aware that he is alive, that he has an appetite, and that other animals have an appetite for him. His mind, though feeble and contracted, is improved by experience. He devises stratagems to avoid his enemies, or to seize his prey. At certain seasons he becomes conscious of his desire for a mate, and that which with his ancestors was a blind tendency, an inherited part of growth, becomes with him a passion brightened by intelligence. It is usually supposed that the transition of an ape-like animal into man is the most remarkable event in the history of animated forms. But this idea arises from human vanity and ignorance. The most remarkable event, after the origin of life, is certainly that to which we now allude, the first glimmering of consciousness and reason. Yet even here we can draw no dividing line. The animal becomes conscious that he desires food, and, at certain periods, a mate. But the desires themselves are not new; they existed, and they ruled him long before. When developed to a certain point, he begins to take notice, as the nurses say, but his nature remains the same. However, this intelligence becomes in time itself a force, and gradually obtains, to some extent, the faculty of directing the forces by which the animal was once despotically ruled. By an effort of the human brain, for example, the reproductive force, or tendency, or instinct can be obliterated and suppressed. What we have to say, then, respecting the origin of our early ancestors is this: that when matter was subjected to a complicated play of forces, chief among which was solar influence, plants and animals came into life; and that when animals were subjected to an ever-increasing variety of forces, they became varied in their structure; and that when their structure had attained a certain measure of variety, they became conscious of their own existence; and that then nature endowed them with the faculty of preserving their lives and that of their species by means of their own conscious efforts. Next, it will be shown that the successful competitors in the struggle for existence not only obtained the food and females for which they strove, but also, by means of the efforts which they made in order to obtain them, raised themselves unconsciously in the animated scale. And lastly, we shall find that men who, in the savage state, are little better than the brutes, their lives being absorbed in the business of self-preservation and reproduction, are now in the civilised condition becoming conscious of the scheme of nature, and are beginning to assist her by the methodical improvement of their mental powers. The lower animals have a hard matter to earn their daily bread, and to preserve their children from starvation, and with them the course of true love does not by any means run smooth. Since only a few can succeed in the scramble for food, and not all can obtain mates, for polygamy frequently prevails, it follows as a matter of necessity that those animals which are the strongest, the swiftest, and the most intelligent will survive and leave offspring, and by the continued survival of the fittest, the animated world improves from generation to generation, and rises in the scale. So far as strength and swiftness are concerned, limits are placed upon improvement. But there are no limits to the improvement of intelligence. We find in the lower kingdom muscular power in its perfection. But the brain is always imperfect, always young, always growing, always capable of being developed. In writing the history of animal progress, we must therefore concentrate our attention upon the brain, and we shall find that the development of that organ is in great measure due to the influence of the affections. Whether nature has placed pain at the portals of love throughout the animal kingdom, as she has at the portals of maternity, or whatever may be the cause, it is certain that the female flees from the male at the courting season, and that he captures her by means of his strength, swiftness, dexterity, or cunning, in the same manner as he obtains his prey. He is also obliged to fight duels in order to possess or to retain her, and thus his courage is developed. But at a later period in animal life a more peaceable kind of courtship comes into vogue. The females become queens. They select their husbands from a crowd of admirers, who strive to please them with their colours, their perfumes, or their music. The cavaliers, adorned in their bright wedding suits, which they wear only at the love-making season, display themselves before the dames. Others serenade them with vocal song, or by means of an apparatus fitted to the limbs, which corresponds to instrumental music. Rival troubadours will sing before their lady as she sits in her leafy bower, till one of them is compelled to yield from sheer exhaustion, and a feathered hero has been known to sing till he dropped down dead. At this period sexual timidity becomes a delicious coyness, which arouses the ardour of the male. Thus love is born. It is brought forth by the association of ideas. The desire of an animal to satisfy a want grows into an affection beyond and independent of the want. In the same manner the love of the young for its parents grows out of its liking for the food which the parents supply, and the love of parents for the young, though more obscure, may perhaps also be explained by association. The mother, no doubt, believes the offspring to be part of herself, as it was in fact but a short time before, and thus feels for it a kind of self-love. The affection of the offspring for the parents, and of parents for the offspring, and of spouses for each other, at first endures only for a season. But when the intelligence of the animals has risen to a certain point, their powers of memory are improved. They recognise their parents, their spouses, their young, long after the business of the nest is over, and consort together to renew their caresses and endearments. In this manner the flock is formed. It is based upon domestic love. And soon experience teaches them the advantages of union. They are the better able when in flocks to obtain food, and to defend themselves against their foes. They accordingly dwell together, and by means of their social habits their intelligence is quickened, their affections are enlarged. The members of animal societies possess in a marvellous degree the power of cooperation, the sentiment of fidelity to the herd. By briefly describing what the lower animals do, and what they feel, we shall show that they possess in a dispersed and elementary condition all the materials of which human nature is composed. End of section 38. Part 3. In their communities there is sometimes a regular form of government and a division into castes. They have their monarch, their labourers and soldiers, who are sterile females like the Amazons of Dahomey. They have slaves which they capture by means of military expeditions, attacking the villages of their victims and carrying off the prisoners in their mouths. They afterwards make the slaves carry them. They have domestic animals which they milk. They form alliances with animals of a foreign species or nationality, and admit them into the community when it can be profited thereby. They build houses or towns which are ingeniously constructed, and which, in proportion to the size of the architects, are greater than the pyramids. They have clubhouses or salons, which they decorate with flowers and bright shells. They march in regular order. When they feed, they post sentries, which utter alert cries from time to time, just as our sentries cry, "All's well." They combine to execute punishment, expelling or killing an ill-conducted member of the tribe. As among savages, the sick and the weakly are usually killed, though sometimes they are kept alive by alms, even the blind being fed by charitable persons. They labour incessantly for the welfare of the community. They bear one another's burdens. They fight with indomitable courage for the fatherland, and endeavour to rescue a comrade even against overwhelming odds. The domestic virtues are strong among them. Their conjugal love is often intense and pure. Spouses have been known to pine to death when parted from each other. But if they have human virtues, they have also human vices. Conjugal infidelity is known among them, and some animals appear to be profligate by nature. They are exceedingly jealous. They sport, and gamble, and frisk, and caress, and kiss each other, putting mouth to mouth. They shed tears. They utter musical sounds in tune. They are cleanly in their persons. They are ostentatious and vain, proud of their personal appearance, bestowing much time upon their toilet. They meditate and execute revenge, keeping in memory those who have offended them. They dream. They are capable of reflection and selection. They deliberate between two opposite desires. They are inquisitive, and often fall victims to their passion for investigating every object which they have not seen before. They profit by experience. They die wiser than they were born, and though their stock of knowledge in great measure dies with them, their young ones acquire some of it by means of inheritance and imitation. These remarkable mental powers were acquired by the lower animals partly through the struggle to obtain food, which sharpened their intelligence, and partly through the struggle to obtain the favours of the females, which developed their affections. In all cases progress resulted from necessity. Races change only that they may not die. They are developed, so to speak, in self-defence. They have no inherent tendency to rise in the organic scale, as plants grow to their flower, as animals grow to their prime. They have, however, a capacity for progress, and that is called forth by circumstances acting upon them from without. The law of growth in the lower kingdom is this, that all progress is preceded by calamity, that all improvement is based upon defect. This law affords us the clue to a phenomenon which at first is difficult to understand. That animal which has triumphed over all the rest was exceedingly defective in its physique. The race has not been to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. But the very defects of that animal's body made it exclusively rely upon its mind. And when the struggle for life became severe, the mind was improved by natural selection, and the animal was slowly developed into man. Our ape-like ancestors were not unlike the existing gorilla, chimpanzee, and orangutan. They lived in large herds and were prolific. Polygamy was in vogue, and at the courting season love duels were fought among the males. They chiefly inhabited the ground, but ascended the trees in search of fruit, and also built platforms of sticks and leaves, on which the females were confined, and which were occasionally used as sleeping places, just as birds sometimes roost in old nests. These animals went on all fours, rising to the upright posture now and then, in order to see some object at a distance, but supporting that posture with difficulty, holding on to a branch with one hand. They were slow in their movements. Their body was almost naked, so scantily was it clothed with hair. The males had but poorly developed tusks, or canine teeth. The ears were flattened from disuse, and had no longer the power of being raised. The tail, as in all great apes, had disappeared beneath the skin. This defenceless structure resulted from the favourable conditions under which, during many ages, these animals had lived. They inhabited a warm tropical land. They had few enemies and abundant food. Their physical powers had become enfeebled by disuse. But nothing is ever lost in nature. What had become of the force which had once been expended on agility and strength? It had passed into the brain. The chimpanzee is not so large a creature or so strong as the gorilla, but as I was informed by the natives in that country where the two species exist together, the chimpanzee is the more intelligent of the two. In the same manner our ape-like ancestors were inferior to the chimpanzee in strength and activity, and its superior in mental powers. All gregarious animals have a language, by means of which they communicate with one another. Sometimes their language is that of touch. Cut off the antennae of the ant, and it is dumb. With most animals the language is that of vocal sound, and its varied intonations of anger, joy, or grief may be distinguished even by the human ear. Animals have also their alarm cries, their love calls, and sweet murmuring plaintive sounds, which are uttered only by mothers as they fondle and nurse their young. The language of our progenitors consisted of vocal sounds and also movements of the hands. The activity of mind and social affection developed in these animals through the law of compensation made them fond of babbling and gesturing to one another, and thus their language was already of a complicated nature, when events occurred which developed it still more. Owing to causes remotely dependent on geological revolutions, dark days fell upon these creatures. Food became scanty, enemies surrounded them. The continual presence of danger, the habit of incessant combat, drew them more closely together. Their defects of activity and strength made them rely on one another for protection. Nothing now but their unexampled power of combination could save their lives. This power of combination was entirely dependent upon their language, which was developed and improved until, at length, it passed into a new stage. The first stage of language is that of intonation, in which the ideas are arranged on a chromatic scale. We still use this language in conversing with our dogs, who perfectly understand the difference between the curses, not loud but deep, which are vented on their heads, and the caressing sounds which are usually uttered in falsetto; while we understand the growl, the whine, and the excited yelp of joy. The new stage of language was that of imitation. Impelled partly by necessity, partly by social love, combined with mental activity, these animals began to notify events to one another by imitative sounds, gestures, and grimaces. For instance, when they wished to indicate the neighbourhood of a wild beast, they gave a low growl. They pointed in a certain direction. They shaped their features to resemble his. They crawled stealthily along with their belly crouched to the ground. To imitate water, they bubbled with their mouths. They grubbed with their hands and pretended to eat, to show that they had discovered roots. The pleasure and profit obtained from thus communicating their ideas to one another led them to invent conversation. Language passed into its third stage, the conventional or artificial. Certain objects were pointed out, and certain sounds were uttered, and it was agreed that those sounds should always signify the objects named. At first this conventional language consisted only of substantives, Each word signified an object, and was a sentence in itself. Afterwards adjectives and verbs were introduced, and lastly words, which had at first been used for physical objects, were applied to the nomenclature of ideas. Combination is a method of resistance. Language is the instrument of combination. Language, therefore, may be considered the first weapon of our species, and was improved, as all weapons would be, by that long, never-ceasing war, the battle of existence. Our second weapon was the hand. With monkeys, the hand is used as a foot, and the foot is used as a hand. But when the hand began to be used for throwing missiles, it was specialised more, and feet were required to do all the work of locomotion. This separation of the foot and hand is the last instance of the physiological division of labour, and when it was effected the human frame became complete. The erect posture was assumed. That it is modern and unnatural is shown by the difficulty with which it is maintained for any length of time. The centre of gravity being thus shifted, certain alterations were produced in the physical appearance of the species. Since that time, however, the human body has been but slightly changed, the distinctions which exist between the races of men being unimportant and external. Such as they are, they have been produced by differences of climate and food acting indirectly upon the races throughout geological periods, and it is also possible that these distinctions of hair and skin were chiefly acquired at a time when man's intelligence, being imperfectly developed, his physical organisation was more easily moulded by external conditions than was afterwards the case. For while with the lower animals the conditions by which they are surrounded can produce alterations throughout their whole structure, or in any part, with men they can produce an alteration only in the brain. For instance, a quadruped inhabits a region which, owing to geological changes, is gradually assuming an arctic character. In the course of some hundreds or thousands of centuries, the species puts on a coat of warm fur, which is either white in colour, or which turns white at the snowy period of the year. But when man is exposed to similar conditions, he builds a warm house, and kills certain animals that he may wear their skins. By these means he evades the changed conditions so far as his general structure is concerned. But his brain has been indirectly altered by the climate. Courage, industry, and ingenuity have been called forth by the struggle for existence. The brain is thereby enlarged, and the face assumes a more intelligent expression. Of such episodes the ancient history of man was composed. He was ever contending with the forces of nature, with the wild beasts of the forest, and with the members of his own species outside his clan. In that long and varied struggle his intelligence was developed. His first invention, as might be supposed, was an improvement in the art of murder. The lower animals sharpen their claws and whet their tusks. It was merely an extension of this instinct which taught the primeval men to give point and edge to their sticks and stones, and out of this first invention the first great discovery was made. While men were patiently rubbing sticks to point them into arrows, a spark leapt forth and ignited the wood dust which had been scraped from the sticks. Thus fire was found. By a series of accidents its uses were revealed. Its possessors cooked their food, and so were improved in health and vigour both of body and of mind. They altered the face of nature by burning down forests. By burning the withered grass they favoured the growth of the young crop, and thus attracted, in the prairie lands, thousands of wild animals to their fresh green pastures. With the assistance of fire they felled trees and hollowed logs into canoes. They hardened the points of stakes in the embers, and with their new weapons were able to attack the mammoth, thrusting their spears through his colossal throat. They made pots. They employed their new servant in agriculture and in metallurgy. They used it also as a weapon. They shot flaming arrows or hurled fiery javelins against the foe. Above all, they prepared, by means of fire, the vegetable poison which they discovered in the woods, and this invention must have created a revolution in the art of ancient war. There is a custom in East Africa for the king to send fire to his vassals, who extinguish all fires on their hearths, and relight them from the brand which the envoy brings. It is possible that this may be a relic of tribe subjection to the original fire tribe. It is certain that the discovery of fire would give the tribes which possessed it an immense advantage over all the others. War was continually being waged among the primeval men, and tribes were continually driven, by battle or hunger, to seek new lands. As hunters they required vast areas on which to live, and so were speedily dispersed over the whole surface of the globe, and adopted various habits and vocations according to the localities in which they dwelt. But they took with them, from their common home, the elements of those pursuits. The first period of human history may be entitled Forest Life. The forest was the womb of our species, as the ocean was that of all our kind. In the dusky twilight of the primeval woods the nations were obscurely born. While men were yet in the hunting stage, while they were yet mere animals of prey, they made those discoveries by means of which they were afterwards formed into three great families: the pastoral, the maritime, and the agricultural. When a female animal is killed, the young one, fearing to be alone, often follows the hunter home. It is tamed for sport, and when it is discovered that animals can be made useful, domestication is methodically pursued. While men were yet in the forest, they tamed only the dog to assist them in hunting, and perhaps the fowl as an article of food. But when certain tribes, driven by enemies or by starvation from their old haunts, entered the prairie land, clad in skins or bark cloth, taking with them their fire sticks and perhaps some blacksmith's tools, they adopted breeding as their chief pursuit, and subdued to their service the buffalo, the sheep, the goat, the camel, the horse, and the ass. At first these animals were merely used as meat. Next their milk-giving powers were developed, and so a daily food was obtained without killing the animal itself. Then they were broken in to carry burdens, to assist their masters in the chase and in war, and clothes and houses were manufactured from their skins. The forest tribes who settled on the banks of rivers learned to swim and to make nets, fish traps, rafts, and canoes. When they migrated, they followed the river, and so were carried to the sea. Then the ocean became their fish pond. They learned to build large canoes, with mast and matting sails. They followed the fish far away, lost the land at night or in a storm, discovered new shores, returned home, and again set out as colonists, with their wives and families, to the lands which they had found. By such means the various tribes were dispersed beyond the seas. Thirdly, when the tribes were in the forest condition, they lived partly upon roots and berries, partly upon game. The men hunted, and the women collected the vegetable food, upon which they subsisted exclusively during the absence of their husbands. When the habitations of a clan were fixed, it often happened that the supply of edible plants in the neighbourhood would be exhausted, and starvation suggested the idea of sowing and transplanting. Agriculture was probably a female invention. It was certainly at first a female occupation. The bush was burned down to clear a place for the crop, and the women, being too idle to remove the ashes from the soil, cast the seed upon them. The ashes acting as manure, garden varieties of the eating plants appeared. Among the pastoral people the seed-bearing grasses were also cultivated into long-grained corn. But as long as the tribes could migrate from one region to another, agriculture was merely a secondary occupation, and was left, for the most part, in female hands. It was when a tribe was imprisoned in a valley, with mountains or deserts all around, that agriculture became their main pursuit, as breeding was that of the shepherd wanderers, and fishing that of the people on the shore. The pastoral tribes had a surplus supply of meat, milk, wool, and the rude products of the ancient loom. The marine tribes had salt and smoked fish; the agricultural tribes had garden roots and grain. Here, then, a division of labour had arisen among the tribes, and if only they could be blended together, a complete nation would be formed. But the butcher tribes, the fishmonger tribes, and the baker tribes lived apart from one another. They were timid, ferocious, and distrustful; their languages were entirely distinct. They did not dare to communicate with one another except to carry on dumb barter, as it is called. A certain tribe, for example, who desired salt, approached the frontier of the sea coast people, lighted a fire as a signal, and laid down some meat or flour. They then retired. The coast tribe came up, laid down salt, and also retired. The meat or flour tribe again went to the spot, and if the salt was sufficient they took it away; if not, they left it untouched to indicate that they required more, and so they chaffered a considerable time, each bid consisting of a promenade. End of section 39. It is evident that such a system of trade might go on for ages without the respective tribes becoming better acquainted with each other. It is only by means of war and of religion that the tribes can be compressed into the nation. The shepherd tribes had a natural aptitude for war; they lived almost entirely on horseback; they attacked wild beasts in hand-to-hand conflict on the open plain, and they often fought with one another for a pasture or a well. They were attracted by the crops of the agricultural people, whom they conquered with facility. Usually they preferred their roaming life, and merely exacted a tribute of corn. But sometimes a people worsted in war, exiled from their pastures, wandering homeless through the sandy deserts, discovered a fruitful river plain, in which they settled down, giving up their nomad habits, but keeping their flocks and herds. They reduced the aborigines to slavery, made some of them labourers in the fields; others were appointed to tend the flocks; others were sent to the river or the coast to fish; others were taught the arts of the distaff and the loom; others were made to work as carpenters and smiths. The wives of the shepherd conquerors were no longer obliged to milk the cows and camels, and to weave clothes and tents; they became ladies, and were attended by domestic slaves. Their husbands became either military nobles or learned priests; the commander-in-chief or the patriarch became the king. Foreign wars led to foreign commerce, and the priest developed the resources of the country. The simple fabrics of the old tent life were refined in texture and beautified with dyes. The potter's clay was converted into fine porcelain and glass; the blacksmith's shop became a manufactory of ornamented arms. Ingenious machines were devised for the irrigation of the soil; the arts and sciences were adopted by the government and employed in the service of the state. Here then we have a nation manufactured entirely by means of war. Religion is afterwards useful as a means of keeping the conquered people in subjection, but in this case it plays only a secondary part. In another class of nationalities, however, religion operates as the prime agent. When the human herd first wandered through the gloomy and gigantic forest, sleeping on reed platforms in the trees, or burrowing in holes, there was no government but that of force. The strongest man was the leader, and ceased to be the leader when he ceased to be the strongest. But as the minds of men became developed, the ruler was elected by the members of the clan, who combined to depose him if he exceeded his rightful powers; and chiefs were chosen not only for their strength, but also sometimes for their beauty, and sometimes on account of their intelligence. These chiefs possessed but little power; they merely expressed and executed the voice of the majority. But when it was believed that the soul was immortal, or, in other words, that there were ghosts; when it was believed that the bodies of men were merely garments, and that the true inmates were spirits whom death stripped bare of flesh and blood, but whom death was powerless to kill, when it was believed that these souls or ghosts dwelt among the graves, haunted their old homes, hovered round the scenes in which they had passed their lives, and even took a part in human affairs, a theory arose that the ghost of the departed chief was still the ruler of the clan, and that in his spiritual state he could inflict terrible punishments on those by whom he was offended, and could also bestow upon them good fortune in hunting, in harvests, and in war. So then homage and gifts were rendered to him at his grave. A child of his house became the master of the clan, and professed to receive the commands of the deceased. For the first time the chiefs were able to exercise power without employing force. But this power had also its limits. In the first place, the chief feared he would be punished by the ghost if he injured the people over whom he ruled, and there were always prophets or seers who could see visions and dream dreams when the mind of the people was excited against the chief. By means, therefore, of religion, which at first consisted only in the fear of ghosts, the government of the clan was improved. Savage liberty or licence was restrained. The young trembled before the old, whom previously they had eaten as soon as they were useless. Religion was also of service in uniting separated clans. In the forest food was scanty. As soon as a clan expanded it was forced to divide, and the separated part pursued an orbit of its own. Savage dialects change almost day by day. The old people can always speak a language which their grandchildren do not understand. And so, in the course of a single generation, the two clans become foreigners and foes to one another. But when ghost worship had been established, the members of the divided clans resorted to the holy graves at certain seasons of the year, to unite with the members of the parent clan in sacrificing to the ancestral shades. The season of the pilgrimage was made a truce of God. A fair was held, at which trade and competitive amusements were carried on. Yet still the clans or tribes had little connection with one another, excepting at that single period of the year. It was for war to continue the work which religion had begun. Sometimes the tribes uniting invaded a foreign country, and founded an empire of the kind which has already been described. Then the army became a nation, and the camp a town. In other cases the tribes, being weaker than their neighbours, were compelled, for their mutual protection, to draw together into towns, and to fortify themselves with walls. In its original condition the town was a federation. Each family was a little kingdom in itself, inhabiting a fortified cluster of dwellings, having its own domestic religion, governed by its own laws. The paterfamilias was king and priest. He could put to death any member of his family. There was little distinction between the wives, the sons, and the daughters on the one hand, and the slaves, the oxen, and the sheep on the other. These family fathers assembled in council, and passed laws for their mutual convenience and protection. Yet these laws were not national; they resembled treaties between foreign states, and two houses would frequently go to war and fight pitched battles in the streets without any interference from the commonwealth at large. If the town progressed in power and intelligence, the advantages of centralisation were perceived by all. The fathers were induced to emancipate their children, and to delegate their royal power to a senate or a king. Each man was responsible for his own actions, and for them alone. Individualism was established. This important revolution, which, as we have elsewhere shown, tends to produce the religious theory of rewards and punishments in a future state, was itself in part produced by the influence and teaching of the priests. Besides the worship of the ancestral shades, the ancient people adored the great deities of nature who governed the woods and the waters, the earth and the sky. When men died, it was supposed that they had been killed by the gods. It was therefore believed that those who lived to a good old age were special favourites of the divine beings. Many people asked them by what means they had obtained the good graces of the gods. With savages nothing is done gratis. The old men were paid for their advice, and in course of time the oracle system was established. The old men consulted the gods. They at first advised, they next commanded what gifts should be offered on the altar. They collected taxes, they issued orders on the divine behalf. In the city of federated families the priests formed a sect entirely apart. They belonged not to this house or to that house, but to all. It was to their interest that the families should be at peace, that a national religion should be established, that the household gods or ancestral ghosts should be degraded, that the despotism of the hearth should be destroyed. They acted as peacemakers and arbitrators of disputes. They united the tribes in the national sacrifice and the solemn dance. They preached the power and grandeur of the gods. They became the tutors of the people. They rendered splendid service to mankind. We are accustomed to look only at the dark side of those ancient faiths, their frivolous and sanguinary laws, their abominable offerings, their grotesque rites. Yet even the pure and lofty religions of Confucius and Zoroaster, of Moses and Jesus and Mohammed, of the Brahmins and the Buddhists, have not done so much for man as those barbarous religions of the early days. They established a tyranny, and tyranny was useful in the childhood of mankind. The chiefs could only enact those laws which were indispensable for the life of the community. But the priests were supposed to utter the commands of invisible beings, whose strange tempers could clearly be read in the violent outbreaks and changing aspects of the sky. The more irrational the laws of the priests appeared, the more evident it was that they were not of man. Terror generated piety. Wild savages were tamed into obedience. They became the slaves of the unseen. They humbled themselves before the priests and implicitly followed their commands that they might escape sickness, calamity, and sudden death. Their minds were subjected to a useful discipline. They acquired the habit of self-denial, which, like all habits, can become a pleasure to the mind, and can be transmitted as a tendency or instinct from generation to generation. They were ordered to abstain from certain kinds of food, to abstain from fishing and working in the fields on days sacred to the god of the waters and the earth. They were taught to give with generosity, not only in fear, but also in thanksgiving. Even the human sacrifices which they made were sometimes acts of filial piety and of tender love. They gave up the slaves whom they valued most to attend their fathers to the underworld, or sent their souls as presents to the gods. But the chief benefit which religion ever conferred upon mankind, whether in ancient or in modern times, was undoubtedly the oath. The priests taught that if a promise was made in the name of the gods, and that promise was broken, the gods would kill those who took their name in vain. Such is the true meaning of the third commandment. Before that time, treaties of peace and contracts of every kind in which mutual confidence was required could only be effected by the interchange of hostages. But now, by means of this purely theological device, a verbal form became itself a sacred pledge. Men could at all times confide in one another, and foreign tribes met freely together beneath the shelter of this useful superstition which yet survives in our courts of law. In those days, however, the oath required no law of perjury to sustain its terrors. As Xenophon wrote, "He who breaks an oath defies the gods," and it was believed that the gods never failed, sooner or later, to take their revenge. The priests, in order to increase their power, studied the properties of plants, the movements of the stars. They cultivated music and the imitative arts. Reserving their knowledge to their own caste, they soon surpassed in mental capacity the people whom they ruled. And being more intelligent, they became also more moral, for the conscience is an organ of the mind. It is strengthened and refined by the education of the intellect. They learned from nature that there is unity in all her parts. Hence they believed that one god or man-like being had made the heavens and the earth. At first this god was a despotic tithe-taker like themselves, but as their own minds became more noble and more pure, as they began to feel towards the people a sentiment of paternity and love, so God, the reflected image of their minds, rose into a majestic and benignant being, and this idea reacted on their minds, as the imagination of the artist is inspired by the masterpiece which he himself has wrought. And as the Venus of Milo and the Apollo Belvedere have been endowed by man with a beauty more exquisite than can be found on earth, a beauty that may well be termed divine, so the god who is worshipped by elevated minds is a mental form endowed with power, love, and virtue in perfection. The Venus and the Apollo are ideals of the body; God is an ideal of the mind. Both are made by men; both are superhuman in their beauty; both are human in their form. To worship the image made of stone is to worship the work of the human hand. To worship the image made of ideas is to worship the work of the human brain. God worship, therefore, is idolatry. But in the early stages of mankind how fruitful of good was that error, how ennobling was that chimera of the brain! For when the priests had sufficiently progressed in the wisdom of morality to discover that men should act to others as they would have others act to them, that they should never do in thought what they would not do in deed, then these priests, the shepherds of the people, desired to punish those who did evil and to reward those who did good to their fellow men, and thus, always transferring their ideas from the imaginary being whom they had created, and whom they adored, they believed and they taught that God punished the guilty, that God rewarded the good. And when they perceived that men are not requited in this world according to their deeds, they believed and they taught that this brief life is merely a preparation for another world, that the souls or ghosts will be condemned to eternal misery or exalted to everlasting bliss, according to the lives which they have led within the garment of the flesh. This belief, though not less erroneous than that on which the terrors of the oath were based, this belief, though not less a delusion than the faith in ghosts, of which, in fact, it is merely an extension, this belief, though it will some day become pernicious to intellectual and moral life, and has already plundered mankind of thousands and thousands of valuable minds, exiling earnest and ardent beings from the mainstream of humanity, entombing them in hermitage or cell, teaching them to despise the gifts of the intellect which nature has bestowed, teaching them to waste the precious years in barren contemplations and in selfish prayers, this belief has yet undoubtedly assisted the progress of the human race. In ancient life it exalted the imagination, it purified the heart, it encouraged to virtue, it deterred from crime. At the present day a tender sympathy for the unfortunate, a jealous care for the principles of freedom, a severe public opinion, and a law difficult to escape are the safeguards of society, but there have been periods in the history of man when the fear of hell was the only restriction on the pleasure of the rulers, when the hope of heaven was the only consolation in the misery of the ruled. The doctrine of rewards and punishments in a future state is comparatively modern. The authors of the Iliad, the authors of the Pentateuch, had no conception of a heaven or a hell. They knew only Hades or Sheol, where men dwelt as shadows, without pain, without joy, where the wicked ceased from troubling and the weary were at rest. The sublime conception of a single God was slowly and painfully attained by a few civilised people in ancient times. The idea that God is a being of virtue and of love has not been attained even in the present day except by a cultivated few. Such is the frailty of the human heart that men, even when they strive to imagine a perfect being, stain him with their passions, and raise up an idol which is defective as a moral form. The God of this country is called a God of love, but it is said that he punishes the crimes and even the errors of a short and troubled life with torture which will have no end. It is not even a man which theologians create, for no man is quite without pity. No man, however cruel he might be, could bear to gaze for ever on the horrors of the fire and the rack. No man could listen for ever to voices shrieking with pain, and ever crying out for mercy and forgiveness. And if such is the character of the Christian God, if such is the idea which is worshipped by compassionate and cultivated men, what are we to expect in a barbarous age? The God of Job was a sultan of the skies, who, for a kind of wager, allowed a faithful servant to be tortured, like that man who performed vivisection on a favourite dog which licked his hand throughout the operation. The Jehovah of the Pentateuch was a murderer and bandit. He rejoiced in offerings of human flesh. The gods of Homer were lascivious and depraved. The gods of savages are merely savage chiefs. God, therefore, is an image of the mind, and that image is ennobled and purified from generation to generation, as the mind becomes more noble and more pure. Europeans believe in eternal punishment, partly because it has been taught them in their childhood, and because they have never considered what it means; partly because their imaginations are sluggish, and they are unable to realise its cruelty; and partly also, it must be feared, because they have still the spirit of revenge and persecution in their hearts. The author of Job created God in the image of an Oriental king, and in the East it is believed that all men by nature belong to the king, and that he can do no wrong. The Bedouins of the desert abhorred incontinence as a deadly sin, but brigandage and murder were not by them considered crimes. In the Homeric period piracy was a profession, and vices were the customs of the land. The character of a god is that of the people who have made him. When, therefore, I expose the crimes of Jehovah, I expose the defective morality of Israel, and when I criticise the God of modern Europe, I criticise the defective intellects of Europeans. The reader must endeavour to bear this in mind, for though he may think that his idea of the Creator is actually the Creator, that belief is not shared by me. End of section 40. We shall now return to the forest and investigate the origin of the intellect. We shall first explain how the aptitude for science and for art arose, and next how man first became gifted with the moral sense. The desire to obtain food induces the animal to examine everything of novel appearance which comes within its range of observation. The habit is inherited and becomes an instinct, irrespective of utility. This instinct is curiosity, which in many animals is so urgent a desire that they will encounter danger rather than forego the examination of any object which is new and strange. This propensity is inherited by man, and again passes through a period of utility. When fire is first discovered, experiments are made on all kinds of plants, with the view of ascertaining what their qualities may be. The remarkable knowledge of herbs which savages possess, their skill in preparing decoctions which can act as medicines or as poisons, which can attract or repel wild animals, is not the result of instinct but of experience, and, as with the lower animals, the habit of food seeking is developed into curiosity, so the habit of searching for edibles, medicine, and poison becomes the experimental spirit, the passion of inquiry which animates the lifetime of the scientific man, and which makes him, even in his last hours, observe his own symptoms with interest, and take notes on death as it draws near. It has been said that genius is curiosity. That instinct is at least an element of genius. It is the chief stimulant of labour. It keeps the mind alive. The artistic spirit is, in the same manner, developed from the imitative instinct, the origin of which is more obscure than that of the inquisitive propensity. However, its purpose is clear enough. The young animal learns from its parent, by means of imitation, to feed, to arrange its toilet with beak or tongue, and to perform all the other offices of life. The hen, for instance, when she discovers food, pecks the ground, not to eat, but to show her chickens how to eat, and they follow her example. The young birds do not sing entirely by instinct; they receive lessons from their parents. The instinct of imitation, so essential to the young, remains more or less with the adult and outlives its original intent. Animals imitate one another, and with the monkeys this propensity becomes a mania. It is inherited by men, with whom even yet it is half an instinct, as is shown by the fact that all persons, and especially the young, reflect, in spite of their own efforts, the accent and the demeanour of those with whom they live. This instinct, when adroitly managed, is a means of education. It is, in fact, the first principle of progress. The Red Indians are not imitative, and they have now nearly been destroyed. The negroes imitate like monkeys, and what is the result? They are preachers, traders, clerks, and artisans all over the world, and there is no reason to suppose that they will remain always in the imitative stage. With respect to individuals it is the same. Paradoxical as it may appear, it is only the imitative mind which can attain originality. The artist must learn to copy before he can create. Mozart began by imitating Bach; Beethoven began by copying Mozart; Molière mimicked the Greek dramatists before he learned to draw from the world. The many-sided character of Goethe's mind, which has made him a marvel among men, was based upon his imitative instincts. It has been said that he was like a chameleon, taking the hue of the ground on which he fed. What, in fact, is emulation but a noble form of imitativeness? Michelangelo saw a man modelling in clay in the garden of Lorenzo, and was seized with the desire to become a sculptor; and most men who have chosen their own vocation could trace its origin in the same way to some imitative impulse. Among the primeval men this instinct, together with wonder and the taste for beauty, explains the origin of art. The tendency to reproduce with the hand whatever pleases and astonishes the mind undoubtedly begins at an early period in the history of man. Pictures were drawn in the period of the mammoth. I once saw a boy from a wild bush tribe look at a ship with astonishment, and then draw it on the sand with a stick. It frequently happens in savage life that a man is seized with a passion for representing objects, and such a Giotto is always invited and perhaps paid to decorate walls and doors. With this wall painting the fine arts began. Next the outlines were engraved with a knife, making a figure in relief. Next came a statue, with the back adhering to the wall, and lastly the sculptured figure was entirely detached. In the same manner painting was also separated from the wall, and mural painting was developed into another form of art. By means of a series of pictures a story was told. The picture writing was converted into hieroglyphics, and thence into a system of alphabetical signs. Thus the statue, the picture, and the book are all descended from such figures as those which savages scrawl with charcoal on their hut walls, and which seldom bear much resemblance to the thing portrayed. The genius of art and the genius of science are developed by means of priesthoods and religion, but when a certain point has been attained they must be divorced from religion, or they will cease to progress. And now, finally, with respect to music. There is a science of music, but music is not a science. Nor is it an imitative art. It is a language. Words at first were rather sung than spoken, and sentences were rhythmical. The conversation of the primeval men was conducted in verse and song. At a later period they invented prose. They used a method of speech which was less pleasing to the ear, but better suited for the communication of ideas. Poetry and music ceased to be speech, and became an art, as pantomime, which was once a part of speech, is now an art exhibited upon the stage. Poetry and music at first were one. The bard was a minstrel, the minstrel was a bard. The same man was composer, poet, vocalist, and instrumentalist, and instrument maker. He wrote the music and the air; as he sang he accompanied himself upon the harp, and he also made the harp. When writing came into vogue, the arts of the poet and the musician were divided. And music again was divided into the vocal and the instrumental, and finally instrument making became a distinct occupation, to which fact may partly be ascribed the superiority of modern music to that of ancient times. The human language of speech bears the same relation to the human language of song as the varied bark of the civilised dog to its sonorous howl. There seems little in common between the lady who sings at the piano and the dog who chimes in with jaws opened and nose upraised. Yet each is making use of the primitive language of its race. The wild dog can only howl; the wild woman can only sing. Gestures with us are still used as ornaments of speech, and some savage languages are yet in so imperfect a condition that gestures are requisite to elucidate the words. Gestures are relics of the primeval language, and so are musical sounds. With the dog of the savage there is much howl in its bark; its voice is in a transitional condition. The peasants of all countries sing in their talk, and savages resemble the people in the opera. Their conversation is of a libretto character. It glitters with hyperbole and metaphor, and they frequently speak in recitative, chanting or intoning, and ending every sentence in a musically sounded "oh." Often also in the midst of conversation, if a man happens to become excited, he will sing instead of speaking what he has to say; the other also replies in song, while the company around, as if touched by a musical wave, murmur a chorus in perfect unison, clapping their hands, undulating their bodies, and perhaps breaking forth into a dance. Just as the articulate or conventional speech has been developed into rich and varied tongues, by means of which abstract ideas and delicate emotions can be expressed in appropriate terms, so the inarticulate or musical speech, the true, the primitive language of our race, has been developed with the aid of instruments into a rich and varied language of sound in which poems can be composed. When we listen to the sublime and mournful sonatas of Beethoven, when we listen to the tender melodies of Bellini, we fall into a trance. The brain burns and swells; its doors fly open. The mind sweeps forth into an unknown world where all is dim, dusky, unutterably vast. Gigantic ideas pass before us; we attempt to seize them, to make them our own, but they vanish like shadows in our arms. And then, as the music becomes soft and low, the mind returns and nestles to the heart; the senses are steeped in languor; the eyes fill with tears; the memories of the past take form; and a voluptuous sadness permeates the soul, sweet as the sorrow of romantic youth, when the real bitterness of life was yet unknown. What, then, is the secret of this power in music? And why should certain sounds from wood and wire thus touch our very heartstrings to their tune? It is the voice of nature which the great composers combine into harmony and melody. Let us follow it downwards and downwards into her deep bosom, and there we discover music, the speech of passion, of sentiment, of emotion, and of love. There we discover the divine language in its elements: the sigh, the gasp, the melancholy moan, the plaintive note of supplication, the caressing murmur of maternal love, the cry of challenge or of triumph, the song of the lover as he serenades his mate. The spirit of science arises from the habit of seeking food; the spirit of art arises from the habit of imitation, by which the young animal first learns to feed; the spirit of music arises from primeval speech, by means of which males and females are attracted to each other. But the true origin of these instincts cannot be ascertained; it is impossible to account for primary phenomena. There are some who appear to suppose that this world is a stage play, and that if we pry into it too far we shall discover ropes and pulleys behind the scenes, and that so agreeable illusions will be spoiled. But the great masters of modern science are precisely those whom nature inspires with most reverence and awe, for as their minds are wafted by their wisdom into untravelled worlds, they find new fields of knowledge expanding to the view. The firmament ever expands, the abyss deepens, the horizon recedes. The proximate why may be discovered, the ultimate why is unrevealed. Let us take, for instance, a single law. A slight change invigorates the animal, and so the offspring of the pair survive the offspring of the single individual. Hence the separation of the sexes, desire, affection, family love, combination, gregariousness, clan love, the golden rule, nationality, patriotism, and the religion of humanity, with all those complex sentiments and emotions which arise from the fact that one animal is dependent on another for the completion of its wants. But why should a slight change invigorate the animal? And if that question could be answered, we should find another why behind. Even when science shall be so far advanced that all the faculties and feelings of men will be traced with the precision of a mathematical demonstration to their latent condition in the fiery cloud of the beginning, the luminous haze, the nebula of the sublime Laplace, even then the origin and purpose of creation, the how and the why, will remain unsolved. Give me the elementary atoms, the philosopher will exclaim. Give me the primeval gas and the law of gravitation, and I will show you how man was evolved, body and soul, just as easily as I can explain the egg being hatched into a chick. But then, where did the egg come from? Who made the atoms and endowed them with the impulse of attraction? Why was it so ordered that reason should be born of refrigeration, and that a piece of white-hot star should cool into a habitable world, and then be sunned into an intellectual salon, as the earth will some day be? All that we are doing, and all that we can do, is to investigate secondary laws, but from these investigations will proceed discoveries by which human nature will be elevated, purified, and finally transformed. The ideas and sentiments, the faculties and the emotions, should be divided into two classes: those which we have in common with the lower animals, and which therefore we have derived from them, and those which have been acquired in the human state. Filial, parental, and conjugal affection, fellow feeling and devotion to the welfare of the community, are virtues which exist in every gregarious association. These qualities, therefore, were possessed by the progenitors of man before the development of language, before the separation of the foot and the hand. Reproduction was once part of growth. Animals, therefore, desire to perpetuate their species from a natural and innate tendency inherited from their hermaphrodite and animalcule days. But owing to the separation of the sexes, this instinct cannot be appeased except by means of cooperation. In order that offspring may be produced, two animals must enter into partnership. And in order that offspring may be reared, this partnership must be continued for a considerable time. All living creatures of the higher grade are memorials of conjugal affection and parental care. They are born with a tendency to love, for it is owing to love that they exist. Those animals that are deficient in conjugal desire or parental love produce or bring up no offspring, and are blotted out of the book of nature. That parents and children should consort together is natural enough, and the family is multiplied into the herd. At first, the sympathy by which the herd is united is founded only on the pleasures of the breeding season and the duties of the nest. It is based entirely on domestic life. But this sympathy is extended and intensified by the struggle for existence. Herd contends against herd, community against community. That herd which best combines will undoubtedly survive, and that herd in which sympathy is most developed will most efficiently combine. Here, then, one herd destroys another, not only by means of teeth and claws, but also by means of sympathy and love. The affections therefore are weapons, and are developed according to the Darwinian law. Love is as cruel as the shark's jaw, as terrible as the serpent's fang. The moral sense is founded on sympathy, and sympathy is founded on self-preservation. With all gregarious animals, including men, self-preservation is dependent on the preservation of the herd. And so, in order that each may prosper, they must all combine with affection and fidelity, or they will be exterminated by their rivals. End of section 41. In the first period of the human herd, cooperation was merely instinctive, as it is in a herd of dog-faced baboons. But when the intelligence of man was sufficiently developed, they realised the fact that the welfare of each individual depended on the welfare of the clan, and that the welfare of the clan depended on the welfare of each efficient individual. They then endeavoured to support by laws the interests of the association, and though, owing to their defective understandings, they allowed, and even enjoined, many customs injurious to their own welfare, yet on the whole they lived well and wisely within the circle of their clan. It will now be seen that the moral laws by which we are guided are all due to the law of self-preservation. It was considered wicked and wrong to assault, to rob, to deceive, or in any way to ill-treat or offend an able-bodied member of the clan, for if he were killed or disabled, his services were lost to the clan, and if he were made discontented, he might desert to another corporation. But these vices were wrong, merely because they were injurious. Even murder in the abstract was not regarded by them as a sin. They killed their sickly children, and dined upon their superannuated parents without remorse, for the community was profited by their removal. This feeling of fidelity to the clan, though no doubt often supported by arguments addressed to the reason, was not with them a matter of calculation. It was rooted in their hearts. It was a true instinct inherited from animal and ancient days. It was with them an idea of duty, obedience to which was prompted by an impulse, neglect of which was punished by remorse. In all fables there is some fact, and the legends of the noble savage possess this element of truth, that savages within their own communion do live according to the golden rule, and would in fact be destroyed by their enemies if they did not. But they are not in reality good men. They have no conscience outside their clan. Their virtue, after all, is only a kind of honour among thieves. They resemble those illustrious criminals who were excellent husbands and fathers, and whose biographies cannot be read without a shudder. Yet it is from these people that our minds and our morals are descended. The history of morals is the extension of the reciprocal or selfish virtues from the clan to the tribe, from the tribe to the nation, from the nation to all communities living under the same government, civil or religious, then to people of the same colour, and finally to all mankind. In the primitive period, the males contended at the courting season for the possession of the females. Polygamy prevailed, and thus the strongest and most courageous males were the fathers of all the children that were born. The males of the second class died old maids. The weakly members of the herd were also unable to obtain their share of food. But when the period of brute force was succeeded by the period of law, it was found that men of sickly frames were often the most intelligent, and that they could make themselves useful to the clan by inventing weapons and traps, or at least by manufacturing them. In return for their sedentary labour they were given food, and as they were too weak to obtain wives by force, females also were given them. The system of love duels was abolished. The women belonged to the community and were divided fairly, like the food. The existence of the clan depended on the number of its fighting men, and therefore on the number of children that were born. The birth of a male child was a matter of rejoicing. the mother was honoured as a public benefactress. Then breeding began to be studied as an art. Young persons were methodically paired. It was observed that children inherit the qualities and inclinations of their parents, and so the brave and the intelligent were selected to be sires. If food was scarce, and if children were difficult to rear, the new-born infants were carefully examined, and those that did not promise well were killed. Promiscuous intercourse on the part of the females was found to result in sterility, and was forbidden. Cohabitation during the suckling period, which lasted at least 3 years, was supposed to injure the mother's milk, on which the savage baby is entirely dependent, and during that period the woman was set apart. Premature unions among children were forbidden, and sometimes prevented by infibulation. But savages seldom seem to be aware that for the young to marry as soon as the age of puberty has been attained is injurious to the womb and to the offspring. The ancient Germans, however, had excellent laws on this subject. Finally, the breeders made a discovery from which has resulted one of the most universal of moral laws, and one which of all laws has been the least frequently infringed. Clans made war on foreign clans, not only for game preserves and fish waters and root and berry grounds, but also for the purpose of making female prisoners. A bachelor was expected to catch a wild wife for his own benefit, and for that of the community. He accordingly prowled round the village of the enemy, and when an eligible person came down to the brook to fill her pitcher, or went into the bush to gather sticks, he burst forth from his ambush, knocked her down with his club, and carried her off in triumph to his own people. It was observed that the foreign wives produced more children, and stronger children, than the home-born wives, and also that the nearer the blood relationship between husband and wife, the more weakly and the less frequent were the offspring. On this account a law was passed forbidding a marriage between those who were closely related to one another. Sometimes even it was forbidden to marry within the tribe at all, and all wives were obtained from foreign tribes by means of capture or exchange. These laws relating to marriage, enacted by the elders and issued as orders of the gods, were at first obeyed by the young merely out of fear. But in the second generation they were ingrained on the minds of children and were taken under the protection of the conscience. When the clans or families first leagued together in order to form a town, the conscience of each man was confined to his own circle. He left it at home when he went out into the town. He considered it laudable to cheat his fellow townsmen in a bargain, or to tell them clever lies. If he committed a murder or a theft, his conscience uttered no reproach. But each father was responsible for the crimes of the members of his clan. He might inflict what punishment he chose on the actual offender, but he himself was a culprit in the eyes of the law, and was condemned to pay the fine. If the municipal government was not fully formed, the injured family took its own revenge. It did not seek for the thief or murderer himself. The individual did not exist. All the family to them were one. No man, therefore, could break a law without exposing his revered father and all the members of his family to expense, and even to danger of their lives. No savage dares to be unpopular at home. The weight of opprobrium is more than any man can bear. His happiness depends on the approbation of those with whom he lives. There is no world for him outside his clan. The town laws were, therefore, respected by each man for the sake of his family, and then, by a well-known mental process, they came to be respected for themselves, and were brought under the moral law which was written on the heart. Men ceased to be clansmen; they became citizens. They next learned to cherish and protect those foreigners who came to trade, and who thus conferred a benefit upon the town. And at last the great discovery was made. Offences against the golden rule are wrong in themselves, and displeasing to the gods. It is wicked for a man to do that which he would not wish a man to do to him. It is wrong for a man to do that to a woman which he would not wish done to his sister or his wife. Murder, theft, falsehood, and fraud, the infliction of physical or mental pain, All these from time immemorial had been regarded as crimes between clansman and clansman. They were now regarded as crimes between man and man. And here we come to a singular fact. The more men are sunk in brutality, the less frequently they sin against their conscience, and as men become more virtuous, they also become more sinful. With the primeval man the conscience is an instinct; it is never disobeyed. With the savage the conscience demands little; that little it demands under pain of death. It is therefore seldom disobeyed. The savage seldom does that which he feels to be wrong. But he does not feel it wrong to commit incest, to eat grandfather soup, to kill a sickly child like a kitten, to murder anyone who lives outside his village. In the next period the matrimonial and religious laws which have proceeded from the science of breeding and the fear of ghosts place a frequent restraint upon his actions. He now begins to break the moral law; he commences a career of sin. Yet he is, on the whole, a better man. We finally arrive at the civilised man. He has refined sentiments and a cultivated intellect. And now scarcely a day passes in which he does not offend against his conscience. His life is passed in self-reproach. He censures himself for an hour that he has wasted, for an unkind word that he has said, for an impure thought which he has allowed to settle for a moment on his mind. Such lighter sins do not indeed trouble ordinary men, and there are few at present whose conscience reproaches them for sins against the intellect. But the lives of all modern men are tormented with desires which may not be satisfied, with propensities which must be quelled. The virtues of man have originated in necessity, but necessity developed the vices as well. It was essential for the preservation of the clan that its members should love one another and live according to the golden rule. Men, therefore, are born with an instinct of virtue. But it was also essential for the existence of the clan that its members should be murderers and thieves, crafty and ferocious, fraudulent and cruel. These qualities, therefore, are transmitted by inheritance. But as the circle of the clan widens, these qualities are rarely useful to their possessors, and finally are stigmatised as criminal propensities. But because their origin was natural and necessary, their guilt is not lessened an iota. All men are born with these propensities; all know that they are evil; all can suppress them if they please. There are some, indeed, who appear to be criminals by nature, who do not feel it wrong to prey upon mankind. These are cases of reversion; they are savages or wild beasts. They are the enemies of society and deserve the prison, to which sooner or later they are sure to come. But it is rare indeed that these savage instincts resist a kind and judicious education. They may all be stifled in the nursery. Life is full of hope and consolation. We observe that crime is on the decrease, and that men are becoming more humane. The virtues as well as the vices are inherited. In every succeeding generation the old ferocious impulses of our race will become fainter and fainter, and at length they will finally die away. There is one moral sentiment which cannot be ascribed to the law of gregarious preservation, and which is therefore of too much importance to be entirely passed over, though it cannot here be treated in detail. The sense of decorum which is outraged at the exposure of the legs in Europe is as artificial as that which is shocked at the exhibition of the female face in the East. If the young lady of London thinks that the absence of underclothing in the Arab peasant girl looks rather odd, on the other hand, no Arab lady could look at her portrait in an evening dress without a feeling of discomfort and surprise. Yet although the minor details of nudity are entirely conventional, although complete nudity prevails in some parts of Africa where yet a petticoat grows on every tree, and where the people are by no means indifferent to their personal appearance, for they spend half their lives upon their coiffure, although in most savage countries the unmarried girl is never permitted to wear clothes, although decoration is everywhere antecedent to dress, still the traveller does find that a sentiment of decency, though not universal, is at least very common among savage people. Self-interest here affords an explanation, but not in the human state. We must trace back the sentiment to its remote and secret source in the animal kingdom. Propriety grows out of cleanliness through association of ideas. Cleanliness is a virtue of the lower animals, and is equivalent to decoration. It is nourished by vanity, which proceeds from the love of sexual display, and that from the desire to obtain a mate. And so here we do arrive at utility after all. It is a part of animal cleanliness to deposit a part, and even to hide whatever is uncleanly; and men, going farther still, conceal whatever is the cause of the uncleanly. The Tuaricks of the desert give this as their reason for bandaging the mouth. It has, they say, the disgusting office of chewing the food, and is therefore not fit to be seen. The custom probably originated as a precaution against the poisonous wind and the sandy air, yet the explanation of the people themselves, though incorrect, is not without its value in affording a clue to the operations of the savage mind. But the sense of decorum must not be used by writers on mind to distinguish man from the lower animals, for savages exist who are as innocent of shame and decorum as the beasts and birds. There is in women a peculiar timidity, which is due to nature alone, and which has grown out of the mysterious terror attendant on the functions of reproductive life. But the other qualities, physical or mental, which we prize in women are the result of matrimonial selection. At first the female was a chattel common to all, or belonging exclusively to one, who was by brute force the despot of the herd. When property was divided and secured by law, the women became the slaves of their husbands, hewing the wood, drawing the water, working in the fields; while the men sewed and washed the clothes, looked after the house, and idled at the toilet, oiling their hair and adorning it with flowers, arranging their chignon or the wig of vegetable fibre, filing their teeth, boring their ears, putting studs into their cheeks, staining their gums, tattooing fanciful designs upon their skins, tying strings on their arms to give them a rounded form, bathing their bodies in warm water, rubbing them with lime juice and oil, perfuming them with the powdered bark of an aromatic tree. Decoration among the females was not allowed. It was then considered unwomanly to engage in any but what are now regarded as masculine occupations. Wives were selected only for their strength. They were hard, coarse, ill-favoured creatures, as inferior to the men in beauty as the females are to the males almost throughout the animal kingdom. But when prisoners of war were tamed and broken in, the women ceased to be drudges, and became the ornaments of life. Poor men select their domestic animals for utility; rich men select them for appearance. In the same manner, when husbands became rich, they chose wives according to their looks. At first the hair of women was no longer than that of men, probably not so long. But long hair is universally admired. False hair is in use all over the world, from the Eskimos of the Arctic Circle to the negroes of Gaboon. By the continued selection of long-haired wives the flowing tresses of the sex have been produced. In the same manner, the elegance of the female form, its softness of complexion, its gracefulness of curve, are not less our creation than the symmetry and speed of the racehorse, the magnificence of garden flowers, and the flavour of orchard fruits. Even the reserved demeanour of women, their refined sentiments, their native modesty, their sublime unselfishness and power of self-control, are partly due to us. The wife was at first a domestic animal like a dog or a horse. She could not be used without the consent of the proprietor, but he was always willing to let her out for hire. Among savages it is usually the duty of the host to lend a wife to his stranger guest, and if the loan is declined, the husband considers himself insulted. Adultery is merely a question of debt. The law of debt is terribly severe. The body of the insolvent belongs to the creditor to sell or to kill. But no other feelings are involved in the question. The injured husband is merely a creditor, and is always pleased that the debt has been incurred. Petitioner and co-respondent may often be seen smoking a friendly pipe together after the case has been proved and the money has been paid. However, as the intelligence expands and the sentiments become more refined, marriage is hallowed by religion. Adultery is regarded as a shame to the husband and a sin against the gods, and a new feeling, jealousy, enters for the first time the heart of man. The husband desires to monopolise his wife, body and soul. He intercepts her glances, he attempts to penetrate into her thoughts. He covers her with clothes, he hides even her face from the public gaze. His jealousy, not only anxious for the future, is extended over the past. Thus women from their earliest childhood are subjected by the selfishness of man to severe but salutary laws. Chastity becomes the rule of female life. At first it is preserved by force alone. Male slaves are appointed to guard the women, who, except sometimes from momentary pique, never betray one another, and are allied against the men. But as the minds of men are gradually elevated and refined through the culture of the intellect, there rises within them a sentiment which is unknown in savage life. They conceive a contempt for those pleasures which they share with the lowest of mankind, and even with the brutes. They feel that this instinct is degrading, they strive to resist it, they endeavour to be pure. But that instinct is strong with the accumulated power of innumerable generations, and the noble desire is weak and newly born. It can seldom be sustained except by the hopes and fears of religion or by the nobler teaching of philosophy. But in women this new virtue is assisted by laws and customs which were established long before by the selfishness of men. Here, then, the abhorrence of the impure, the sense of duty, the fear of punishment, all unite and form a moral law which women themselves enforce, becoming the guardians of their own honour and treating as a traitor to her sex the woman who betrays her trust. For her the most compassionate have no mercy. She has broken those laws of honour on which society is founded. It is forbidden to receive her. It is an insult to women to allude to her existence, to pronounce her name. She is condemned without inquiry, as the officer is condemned who has shown cowardice before the foe. For the life of women is a battlefield. Virtue is their courage, and peace of mind is their reward. It is certainly an extraordinary fact that women should be subjected to a severe social discipline from which men are almost entirely exempt. As we have shown, it is explained by history. It is due to the ancient subjection of woman to the man. But it is not the women who are to be pitied. It is they who alone are free, for by that discipline they are preserved from the tyranny of vice. It would be well for men if they also were ruled by a severe opinion. The passions are always foes, but it is only when they have been encouraged that they are able to become masters. It is only when they have allied themselves with habit that their terrible power becomes known. They resemble wild beasts which men feed and cherish until they are themselves devoured by their playmates. What miseries they cause! How many intellects they paralyse! How many families they ruin! How many innocent hearts they break asunder! How many lives they poison! How many young corpses they carry to the tomb! What fate can be more wretched than that of the man who resigns himself to them? As to the beautiful mind of Mendelssohn, every sound, whatever it might be, the bubbling of a brook, the rustling of the wind among the trees, the voice of a bird, even the grating of a wheel, inspired a musical idea, so how melancholy is the contrast! So how deep is the descent! So to the mind that is steeped in sensuality, every sight, every sound calls up an impure association. The voluptuary dreads to be alone. His mind is a monster that exhibits foul pictures to his eyes. His memories are temptations. He struggles, he resists, but it is all in vain. The habits which once might so easily have been broken are now harder than adamant, are now stronger than steel. His life is passed between desire and remorse. When the desire is quenched, he is tortured by his conscience. He soothes it with a promise, and then the desire comes again. He sinks lower and lower until indulgence gives him no pleasure, and yet abstinence cannot be endured. To stimulate his jaded senses he enters strange and tortuous paths which lead him to that awful borderland where all is darkness, all is horror, where vice lies close to crime. Yet there was a time when that man was as guileless as a girl. He began by learning vice from the example of his companions, just as he learned to smoke. Had his education been more severe, had the earliest inclinations been checked by the fear of ruin and disgrace, he would not have acquired the most dangerous of all habits. That men should be subjected to the same discipline as women is therefore to be wished for, and although the day is far distant, there can be no doubt that it will come, and the future historian of morals will record with surprise that in the 19th century society countenanced vices in men which it punished in women with banishment for life. End of section 42. Part 7. Since men are in a transitional condition, since nature ordains that the existence of the race can only be preserved by means of gross appetites inherited from our ancestors, the animals, it is obvious that men should refine themselves so far as they are able. Thus the brute business of eating and drinking is made in civilised life the opportunity of social intercourse. The family, divided by the duties of the day, then assemble and converse. Men of talent are drawn together and interchange ideas. Many a poem, many an invention, many a great enterprise has been born at the table. Loves and friendships have originated there. In the same manner the passions are sanctified by marriage. Blended with the pure affections, their coarseness disappears, their violence is appeased, they become the ministers of conjugal and parental love. If we place exceptions aside and look at men in the mass, we find that, like the animals, they are actively employed from morning to night in obtaining food for themselves and for their families. But when they have satisfied their actual wants, they do not, like the animals, rest at their ease; they continue their labour. Let us take the life of an ordinary man. He adopts an occupation at first in order to get his bread, and then that he may marry and have children, and these also he has to feed. But that is not all. He soon desires to rise in his profession, or to acquire such skill in his craft that he may be praised by his superiors and by his companions. He desires to make money that he may improve his social position. And lastly, he begins to love his occupation for itself, whatever it may be. The poor labourer has this feeling as well as the poet or the artist. When the pleasures of money and fame have been exhausted, when nothing remains on earth that can bribe the mind to turn from its accustomed path, it is labour itself that is the joy; and aged men, who have neither desires nor illusions, who are separated from the world, and who are drawing near to the grave, who believe that with life all is ended, and that for them there is no hereafter, yet continue to work with indefatigable zeal. This noble condition of the mind, which thus makes for itself a heaven upon earth, can be attained by those who have courage and resolution. It is merely the effect of habit. Labour is painful to all at first, but if the student perseveres he will find it more and more easy, until at last he will find it necessary to his life. The toils which once were so hard to endure are now sought and cherished for themselves. The mind becomes uneasy when its chains are taken off. The love of esteem is the second stimulant of labour. It follows the period of necessity; it precedes the period of habit. It is founded on that feeling of sympathy which unites the primeval herd, and which is necessary to its life. The man who distinguishes himself in battle, the man who brings home a deer or a fish or a store of honey or a bundle of roots is praised by his comrades. So he is encouraged to fresh exertions, and so the emulation of others is excited. The actions of savages are entirely directed by the desire to exist, and by the desire to obtain the praises of their fellows. All African travellers have suffered from the rapacity of chiefs, and yet those same chiefs are the most open-handed of men. They plunder and beg from the white man his cloth, in order to give it away, and they give it away in order to obtain praise. A savage gentleman is always surrounded by a host of clients, who come every morning to give him the salutation, who chant his praises, and devour him alive. The art of song had its origin in flattery. Mendicant minstrels wander from town to town, and from chief to chief, singing the praises of their patrons and satirising those who have not been generous towards them. In Africa the accusation of parsimony is a more bitter taunt than the accusation of cowardice. Commerce first commenced in necessity. The inland people required salt; the coast people required vegetables to eat with their fish. But soon the desire of esteem induced men to contrive, and labour, and imperil their lives in order to obtain ornaments or articles of clothing which came from abroad. In Central Africa it is more fashionable to wear a dirty rag of Manchester cloth, such as we use for a duster, than their own beautiful aprons of woven grass. An African chief will often commission a trader to buy him a handsome saddle, or some curious article of furniture, on condition that he will not supply it to any one else, just as connoisseurs will pay a higher price for a work of art when the mould has been broken. Both in civilised and in savage life the selfish desires of man are few and are quickly satisfied. Enormous sums are lavished upon cookery and wines, but more from ostentation than from true gourmanderie. The love of display, or the more noble desire to give pleasure to their friends, has much to do with the enthusiasm of those who spend fortunes on works of art and objects of virtue, and there are few amusements which can be enjoyed alone. Nihil est homini amicum sine homine amico. All the actions of men may therefore be traced first to the desire of preserving life and continuing their species, secondly to the desire of esteem, and thirdly to the effects of habit. In the religious conduct of man there is nothing which cannot be thus explained. First, men sacrifice and pray in order to escape sickness and death, or if they are a little more advanced, that they may not be punished in a future state. Secondly, they desire to win the esteem and affections of the gods. They are ambitious of obtaining a heavenly reputation. And lastly, prayer and praise, discipline and self-denial become habits, and give pleasure to the mind. The rough hair shirt, the hard bed, the cold cell, the meagre food, the long vigil, the midnight prayer, are delights to the mind that is inured to suffer; and as other men rejoice that they have found something which can yield them pleasure, so the ascetic rejoices that he has found something which can yield him pain. In the preceding sketch, which is taken from the writings of others, I have told how a hot cloud vibrating in space cooled into a sun rotating on its axis, and revolving round a point to us unknown, and how this sun cast off a piece, which went out like a coal that leaps from the fire, and sailed round the sun, a cinder wrapped in smoke; and how, as it cooled, strange forces worked within it, varied phenomena appeared upon its surface. It was covered with a salt sea; the smoke cleared off, the sunlight played upon the water; gelatinous plants and animals appeared, at first simple in their forms, becoming more complex as the forces which acted on them increased in complexity; the earth wrinkled up; the mountains and continents appeared; rainwater ascended from the sea and descended from the sky; lakes and rivers were created; the land was covered with ferns, and gigantic mosses, and grasses tall as trees; enormous reptiles crawled upon the earth, frogs as large as elephants, which croaked like thunder; and the air, which was still poisonous and cloudy, was cleared by the plants feeding on the coaly gas. The sun shone brightly; sex was invented; love was born; flowers bloomed forth, and birds sang. Mammoths and mastodons revelled upon the infinity of pastures. The world became populous, the struggle for life became severe. Animals congregated together. Male struggled against male for spouses, herd struggled against herd for subsistence. A nation of apes, possessing peculiar intelligence and sociability, were exposed to peculiar dangers. As a means of resistance, they combined more closely. As they combined more closely, their language was improved. As a means of resistance, they threw missiles with their hands. Thus using their hands, they walked chiefly with their feet. The apes became almost man, half walking, half crawling through the grim forests, jabbering and gesticulating in an imitative manner, fighting furiously for their females at the rutting season, their matted hair begrimed with dirt and blood, fighting with all nature, even with their own kind, but remaining true to their own herd. Using the hand more and more as a weapon and a tool, becoming more and more erect, expressing objects by conventional sounds or words, delighting more and more to interchange ideas, sharpening stones and pointing sticks, heading javelins with bone and horn, inventing snares and traps. Then fire was discovered, and by a series of accidents its various uses were revealed. The arts of agriculture, domestication, and river navigation were acquired. The tribes, migrating from the forests, were scattered over the world. Their canoes of hollow trees skimmed the tepid waters of the Indian Ocean. Their coracles of skin dashed through the icy waves of the Arctic seas. In valleys between mountains, or in fertile river plains, they nurtured seed-bearing grasses into grain. Over pastoral mountains, or sandy deserts, or broad grassy steppes, they wandered with their flocks and herds. These shepherd tribes poured down on the plains, subdued the inhabitants, and reduced them to serfdom. Thus the nation was established, and consisted at first of two great classes, the rulers and the ruled. The period thus rapidly described, which begins with the animal globules preying on the plant globules in the primeval sea, and which ends with the conquest by the carnivorous shepherds of the vegetable eaters in the river plains, may be termed the period of war. Throughout that period mind was developed by necessity. The lower animals merely strived to live, to procure females, and to rear their young. It is so ordered by nature that by so striving to live they develop their physical structure. They obtain faint glimmerings of reason. They think and deliberate, they sympathise and love. They become man. In the same way the primeval men have no other object than to keep the clan alive. It is so ordered by nature that, in striving to preserve the existence of the clan, they not only acquire the arts of agriculture, domestication, and navigation, they not only discover fire and its uses in cooking, in war, and in metallurgy, they not only detect the hidden properties of plants and apply them to save their own lives from disease, and to destroy their enemies in battle, they not only learn to manipulate nature and to distribute water by machinery, but they also, by means of the long life battle, are developed into moral beings. They live according to the golden rule in order that they may exist, or in other words, they do exist because they live according to the golden rule. They have within them innate affections, which are as truly weapons as the tiger's teeth and the serpent's fang, which belong, therefore, to the period of war. Their first laws, both social and religious, are enacted only as war measures. The laws relating to marriage and property are intended to increase the fertility and power of the clan. The laws relating to religion are intended to preserve the clan from the fury of the gods, against whom, at an earlier period, they actually went to war. But out of this feeling of sympathy, which arose in necessity, arises a secondary sentiment, the love of esteem; and hence wars, which at first were waged merely in self-defence, or to win food grounds and females necessary for the subsistence and perpetuation of the clan, are now waged for superfluities, power, and the love of glory. Commerce, which was founded in necessity, is continued for the acquisition of ornaments and luxuries. Science, which at first was a means of life, provides wealth, and is pursued for fame. Music and design, which were originally instincts of the hand and voice, are developed into arts.
It is therefore natural for man to endeavour to better himself in life, that he may obtain the admiration of his comrades. He desires to increase his means, or to win renown in the professions and the arts.
Thus man presses upon man, and the whole mass rises in knowledge, in power, and in wealth. But owing to the division of classes resulting from war, and also from the natural inequality of man, the greater part of the human population could not obey their instinctive aspirations. They were condemned to remain stationary and inert. By means of caste, slavery, the system of privileged classes, and monopolies, the people were forbidden to raise themselves in life. They were doomed to die as they were born. But that they might not be altogether without hope, they were taught by their rulers that they would be rewarded with honour and happiness in a future state. The Egyptian fellah received the good tidings that there was no caste after death. The Christian serf was consoled with the text that the poor would inherit the kingdom of heaven. This long and gloomy period of the human race may be entitled religion. History is confined to the upper classes. All the discoveries and inventions and exploits of ancient times are due to the efforts of an aristocracy. Not only the Persians and Hindus, but also the Greeks and the Romans were merely small societies of gentlemen reigning over a multitude of slaves. The virtues of the lower classes were loyalty, piety, obedience. The third period is that of liberty. It belongs only to Europe and to modern times. A middle class of intelligence and wealth arises between the aristocracy and the plebeians. They contend with the monopolies of caste and birth. They demand power for themselves. They espouse the cause of their poorer brethren. They will not admit that equality in heaven is a valid reason for inequality on earth. They deny that the aristocracy of priests know more of divine matters than other men. They interpret the sacred books for themselves, and translate them into the vulgar tongue. They separate religion from temporal government, and reduce it to a system of metaphysics and morality. It is in this period that we are at present. Loyalty to the king has been transformed into patriotism, and piety, or the worship of God, will give way to the reverence of law and the love of mankind. Thus the mind will be elevated, the affections deepened and enlarged. Morality, ceasing to be entangled with theology, will be applied exclusively to virtue. It is difficult to find a title for the fourth period, as we have as yet no word which expresses at the same time the utmost development of mind and the utmost development of morals. I have chosen the word intellect, because by the education of the intellect the moral sense is of necessity improved. In this last period the destiny of man will be fulfilled. He was not sent upon the earth to prepare himself for existence in another world. He was sent upon earth that he might beautify it as a dwelling, and subdue it to his use, that he might exalt his intellectual and moral powers until he had attained perfection, and had raised himself to that ideal which he now expresses by the name of God, but which, however sublime it may appear to our weak and imperfect minds, is far below the splendour and majesty of that power by whom the universe was made.
End of section 43. We shall now leave the darkness of the primeval times and enter the theatre of history. The old world is a huge body with its head buried in eternal snows, with the Atlantic on its left, the Pacific on its right, the Indian Ocean between its legs. The left limb is sound and whole, its foot is the Cape of Good Hope. The right limb has been broken and scattered by the sea. Australia and the archipelago are detached. Asia has been amputated at the thigh. The lower extremities of this old world are covered, for the most part, with thorny thickets
and with fiery plains. The original natives were miserable creatures, living chiefly on insects and shells, berries and roots, casting the boomerang and the bone-pointed dart, abject, naked, brutish, and forlorn. We pass up the body in its ancient state, through the marsh of Central Africa with its woolly-haired blacks upon the left, and through the jungles of India with its straight-haired blacks upon the right, through the sandy wastes of the Sahara and the broad Asiatic tablelands, through the forest of Central Europe, the Russian steppes, and the Siberian plains, until we arrive at the frozen shores of the open polar sea. The land is covered with fields of snow, on which white bears may be seen in flocks like sheep. Ice mountains tower in the air, and, as the summer approaches, glide into the ocean and sail towards the south. The sky is brightened by a rosy flame, which utters a crisp and crackling sound. All else is silent; nature is benumbed. The signs of human habitations are rare. Sometimes a tribe of Eskimo may be perceived, dwelling in snow huts, enveloped in furs, driving sledges with teams of dogs, tending their herds of reindeer on the moss grounds, or dashing over the cold waters in their canoes to hunt the walrus and the seal. This gloomy region, where the year is divided into one day and one night, lies entirely outside the stream of history. We descend through the land of the pine to the land of the oak and beech. Huge woods and dismal fens covered Europe in the olden time. By the banks of dark and sullen rivers the beavers built their villages. The bears and the wolves were the aristocracy of Europe. Men paid them tribute in flesh and blood. A people, apparently of Tartar origin, had already streamed into this continent from Asia. But the true aborigines were not extinct. They inhabited huts built on piles in the lakes of Switzerland. They herded together in mountain caves. They were armed only with stone weapons, but they cultivated certain kinds of grain, and had tamed the reindeer, the ox, the boar, and the dog. In ancient history Europe has no place. Even the lands to the south of the Alps were inhabited by savages at a time when Asia was in a civilised condition. It is therefore Asia that we must first survey. It is there that the history of books and monuments begins. The Tigris and Euphrates rise in a tableland adjoining the Black Sea, and flow into the Persian Gulf. On the right is a desert extending to the Nile; on the left a chain of hills. A shepherd people descended from the plateau occupied the land between the rivers, the plains between the Tigris and the hills, and the alluvial regions at the lower course of the Euphrates. They wandered over the Arabian desert with their flocks and herds, settled in Canaan and Yemen, crossed over into Africa, extended along its northern shores as far as the Atlantic, overspread the Sahara, and made border wars upon the Sudan. In the course of many centuries the various branches of this people diverged from one another. In Barbary and Sahara they were called Berbers; in the valley of the Nile, Egyptians; Arabs in the desert and Yemen; Canaanites in Palestine; Assyrians in Mesopotamia and the upper regions of the Tigris; Chaldeans or Babylonians in the lower course of the Euphrates. The Canaanites, the Arabs of Yemen, and the Berbers of Algeria adopted agricultural habits and lived in towns. The Berbers of Sahara, the Bedouins of the Syro-Arabian desert, and of the waste regions in Assyria remained a pastoral and wandering people. But in Chaldea and in Egypt the colonists were placed under peculiar conditions. Famines impelled the shepherds to make war on other tribes. Famines impelled the Chaldeans and Egyptians to contend with the Euphrates and the Nile, to domesticate the waters, to store them in reservoirs, and to distribute them, as required, upon the fields. It is not improbable that the Egyptians were men of Babylonia driven by war or by exile into the African deserts; that they were composed of two noble classes, the priests and the military men; that they took with them some knowledge of the arts and sciences, which they afterwards developed into the peculiar Egyptian type; that they found the valley inhabited by a negro race, fishing in papyrus canoes, living chiefly on the lotus root, and perhaps growing doura corn; that they reduced those negroes to slavery, divided them into castes, allowed them to retain in each district the form of animal worship peculiar to their respective tribes, making such worship emblematical and blending it with their own exalted creed; and finally that they married the native women, which would thus account for the dash of the tar brush plainly to be read by the practised eye in the portraits, though not in the conventional faces of the monuments. On the other hand, it may be held that Egypt was colonised by a Berber tribe, that its civilisation was entirely indigenous, that the distinction of classes arose from natural selection and was afterwards petrified by law, and that the negro traits in the Egyptian physiognomy were due to the importation of Ethiopian girls, who have always been favourites in the harems of the East. But whichever of these hypotheses may be true, the essential point is this, that civilisation commenced in the application of mechanics to the cultivation of the fields, and that this science could only have been invented under pressure of necessity. Let us now pass beyond the Tigris and climb up the hills which bound it on the left. We find ourselves on the steppes of Central Asia, in some parts lying waste in salt and sandy plains, in others clothed with fields of waving grass. Over these broad regions roamed the Turks or Tartars, living on mare's milk, dwelling in houses upon wheels. Beyond the steppes, towards the east, is another chain of hills, and beyond them lies the great plain of China, watered by two majestic rivers, the Yangtze Kiang and the Huang Ho. The people of the steppes and the mountains poured down upon this country, subdued the savage aborigines, covered the land with rice fields, irrigated by canals, and established many kingdoms which were afterwards blended into one harmonious and civilised empire. To the right hand of the Tartar steppes, as you travel towards China, is a lofty tableland, the region of the sources of the Oxus and Jaxartes. Thence descended a people who called themselves the Aryas, or the noble. They differed much in appearance from the slit-eyed, smooth-faced, and fleshy-limbed Mongols, and little in appearance, but widely in language, from the people of the tableland of the Tigris and Euphrates. They poured forth in successive streams over Persia, Asia Minor, Greece, Italy, and the whole of Europe from the Danube and the Rhine to the shores of the Atlantic. They also descended on the Punjab, or country of the Indus, where they established their first colony, and thence spread to the region of the Ganges and over the Deccan. They intermarried much with the native women, but divided the men into servile castes, and kept them in subjection partly by means of an armed aristocracy, partly by means of religious terror. These then are the elemental lands: China, India, Babylonia, and Egypt. In these countries civilisation was invented; history begins with them. The Egyptians manufactured linen goods and beautiful glasswares, and drew gold, ivory, and slaves from the Sudan. Babylonia manufactured tapestry and carpets. These people were known to one another only by their products. The wandering Bedouins carried the trade between the Euphrates and the Nile. A caravan route was also opened between Babylonia and India via Bokhara or Balkh and Samarkand. India possessed much wealth in precious stones, but the true resources of that country were its vegetable products and the skilful manufactures of the natives. India, to use their own expression, sells grass for gold. From one kind of plant they extracted a beautiful blue dye; from another they boiled a juice, which cooled into a crystal, delicate and luscious to the taste. From another they obtained a kind of wool, which they spun, wove, bleached, glazed, and dyed into fabrics transparent as the gossamer, bright as the plumage of the jungle birds. And India was also the halfway station between China, Ceylon, and the Spice Islands on the one hand, and of the countries of Western Asia on the other. It was enriched not only by its own industry and produce, but by the transit trade as well. At an early epoch in history the Chinese became a great navigating people. They discovered America, at least so they say. They freighted their junks with cargoes of the shining fibre, and with musk in porcelain jars. They coasted along the shores of the Pacific, established colonies in Burma and Siam, developed the spice trade of the Indian archipelago and the resources of Ceylon, sailed up the shores of Malabar, entered the Persian Gulf, and even coasted as far as Aden and the Red Sea. It was probably from them that the Banians of Gujarat and the Arabs of Yemen acquired the arts of shipbuilding and navigation. The Indian Ocean became a basin of commerce; it was whitened by cotton sails. The Phoenicians explored the desolate waters of the Mediterranean Sea; with the bright red cloth, and the blue bugles, and the speckled beads, they tempted the savages of Italy and Greece to trade. They discovered the silver mines of Spain. They sailed forth through the Straits of Gibraltar. They braved the storms of the Atlantic, opened the tin trade of Cornwall, established the amber diggings of the Baltic. Thus a long thread of commerce was stretched across the Old World from England and Germany to China and Japan. Yet still the great countries in the central region dwelt in haughty isolation, knowing foreign lands only by their products, until the wide conquests and the superb administration of the Persians made them members of the same community. China alone remained outside. Egypt, Babylonia, and India were united by royal roads with halfway stations in Palestine and Bokhara, and with seaports in Phoenicia and on the western coast of Asia Minor. That country is a tableland belted on all sides by mountains, but beneath the wall of hills on the western side is a fruitful strip of coast, the estuary land of 4 rivers which flow into the Mediterranean parallel to one another. That coast is Ionia, and opposite to Ionia lies Greece. The tableland was occupied by an Aryan or Arya nation, from whom bands of emigrants went forth in 2 directions. The Dorians crossed the Hellespont and, passing through Thrace, settled in the hill cantons of northern Greece, and thence spread over the lower parts of the peninsula. The Ionians descended to the fruitful western coast, and thence migrated into Attica, which afterwards sent back colonies to its ancient birthplace. These 2 people spoke the same language, and were of the same descent, but their characters differed as widely as the cold and barren mountains from the soft and smiling plains. The Dorians were rude in their manners and laconic in their speech, barbarous in their virtues, morose in their joys. The Ionians lived among holidays; they could do nothing without dance and song. The Dorians founded Sparta, a republic which was in reality a camp, consisting of soldiers fed by slaves. The girls were educated to be viragos, the boys to bear torture, like the Red Indians, with a smile. Their wives were breeding machines, belonging to the state. A council of elders examined the newborn children, and selected only the finest specimens, in order to keep up the good old Spartan breed. They had no commerce and no arts; they were as filthy in their persons as they were narrow in their minds. But the Athenians were the true Greeks, as they exist at the present day: intellectual, vivacious, inquisitive, shrewd, artistic, patriotic, and dishonest, ready to die for their country or to defraud it. The Greeks received the first rudiments of knowledge from Phoenicia. The alphabet was circulated throughout the country by means of the Olympian fairs. Colonies were sent forth all round the Mediterranean, and those of Ionia and the delta of the Nile obtained partial access to the arts and sciences of Babylon and Memphis. The Persian Wars developed the genius of the Greeks. The Persian conquests opened to them the University of Egypt. The immense area of the Greek world, extending from the Crimea to the Straits of Gibraltar, for at one time the Greeks had cities in Morocco, the variety of ideas which they thus gathered, and which they interchanged at the great festival, where every kind of talent was honoured and rewarded in the spirit of noble rivalry, which made city contend with city, and citizen with citizen, in order to obtain an Olympian reputation, the complete freedom from theology in art, the tastes and manners of the land, the adoration of beauty, the nudity of the gymnasium, all these sufficiently explain the unexampled progress of the nation, and the origin of that progress, as in all other cases, is to be found in physical geography. Greece was divided into natural cantons; each state was a fortress; while Egypt, Assyria, India, and China were wide and open plains, which cavalry could sweep, and which peasants with their sickles could not defend. But the rivalry of the Greeks among themselves, so useful to the development of mental life, prevented them from combining into one great nation; and Alexander, although he was a Greek by descent, for he had the right of contending at the Olympian Games, conquered the East with an army of barbarians, his Greek troops being merely a contingent. But the kingdoms of Asia and Egypt were Greek, and in Alexandria the foundations of science were laid. The astrolabes which had been invented by the Egyptians were improved by the Greeks, and afterwards by the Arabs, were adapted to the purposes of navigation by the Portuguese, and were developed to the sextant of the 19th century. The Egyptians had invented the blow pipe, the crucible, and the alembic; the Alexandrines commenced or continued the pursuit of alchemy, which the Arabs also preserved, and which has since grown into the science of Lavoisier and Faraday. Hippocrates separated medicine from theology; his successors dissected and experimented at Alexandria, learning something no doubt from the Egyptian school. The Arabs followed in a servile manner the medicine of the Greeks, and the modern Europeans obtained from the canon of Avicenna the first elements of a science which has made much progress, but which is yet in its infancy, and which will some day transform us into new beings. The mathematical studies of the Alexandrines were also serviceable to mankind, and the work of one of their professors is a textbook in this country. They discovered the precession of the equinoxes, and the work which they did in conic sections enabled Kepler to discover the true laws of the planetary motions. But Alexandria did not possess that liberty which is the true source of continued progress. With slaves below and with despots above, the mind was starved at its roots and stifled in its bud, dried and ticketed in a museum. The land itself had begun to languish and decay, when a new power arose in the West. The foot of Italy was lined with Greek towns, and these had spread culture through the peninsula, among a people of a kindred race. They dwelt in cities, with municipal governments, public buildings, and national schools. One Italian city, founded by desperadoes, adopted a career of war; but the brigands were also industrious farmers and wise politicians. They conciliated the cities whom they conquered. Rome became a supreme republic, ruling a number of minor republics, whose municipal prerogatives were left undisturbed, who paid no tribute save military service. The wild Gauls of Lombardy were subdued. The Greeks on the coast were the only foreigners who retained their freedom in the land. They called over Pyrrhus to protect them from the Romans. But the legion conquered the phalanx, the broadsword vanquished the Macedonian spear. The Asiatic Carthaginians were masters of the sea; half Sicily belonged to them. They were, therefore, neighbours of the Romans. They had already menaced the cities of the southern coast. The Romans were already jealous and distrustful. They now had a Monroe doctrine concerning the peninsula. An opportunity occurred, and they stepped out into the world. The First Punic War gave them Sicily, the Second Punic War gave them Spain, the Third Punic War gave them Africa. Rome also extended her power towards the east. She did not invade, she did not conquer, she did not ask for presents and taxes, she merely offered her friendship and protection. She made war, it is true, but only on behalf of her allies. And so, kingdom after kingdom, province after province, fell into her vast and patient arms. She became at first the arbiter and afterwards the mistress of the world. Her legions halted only on the banks of the Euphrates, and on the shores of the Sahara, where a wild waste of sand and a sea horizon appeared to proclaim that life was at an end. She entered the unknown world beyond the Alps, established a chain of forts along the banks of the Danube and the Rhine, from the Black Sea to the Baltic, covered France with noble cities, and made York a Roman town. The Latin language was planted in all the countries which this people conquered, except in those where Alexander had preceded them. The empire was therefore divided by language into the Greek and Latin worlds. Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt belonged to the Greek world. Italy, Africa, Spain, and Gaul belonged to the Latin world. But the Roman law was everywhere in force, though not to the extinction of the native laws. In Egypt, for instance, the Romans revived some of the wise enactments of the Pharaohs, which had been abrogated by the Ptolemies. The old courts of injustice were swept away. Tribunals were established which resembled those of the English in India. Men of all races and of all religions came before a judge of a foreign race, who sat high above their schisms and dissensions, who looked down upon them all with impartial contempt, and who reverenced the law which was entrusted to his care. But the provinces were forced to support not only a court but a city. As London is the market of England, to which the best of all things find their way, so Rome was the market of the Mediterranean world. But there was this difference between the two, that in Rome the articles were not paid for. Money indeed might be given, but it was money which had not been earned, and which therefore would come to its end at last. Rome lived upon its principle till ruin stared it in the face. Industry is the only true source of wealth, and there was no industry in Rome. By day the austere road was crowded with carts and muleteers, carrying to the great city the silks and spices of the East, the marble of Asia Minor, the timber of the Atlas, the grain of Africa and Egypt. And the carts brought nothing out but loads of dung. That was their return cargo. London turns dirt into gold. Rome turned gold into dirt. And how, it may be asked, was the money spent? The answer is not difficult to give. Rome kept open house. It gave a dinner party every day. The emperor and his favourites dined upon nightingales and flamingo tongues, on oysters from Britain, and on fishes from the Black Sea. The guards received their rations. And bacon, wine, oil, and loaves were served out gratis to the people. Sometimes entertainments were given in which a collection of animals as costly as that in Regent's Park was killed for the amusement of the people. Constantine transferred the capital to Constantinople, and now 2 dinners were given every day. Egypt found the bread for one, and Africa found it for the other. The governors became satraps, the peasantry became serfs, the merchants and landowners were robbed and ruined. The empire stopped payment, the legions of the frontier marched on the metropolis, the dikes were deserted, and then came the deluge. The empire had been already divided. There was an empire of the West, or the Latin world. There was an empire of the East, or the Greek world. The first was overrun by the Germans, the second by the Arabs. But Constantinople remained unconquered throughout the Dark Ages, and Rome, though taken and sacked, was never occupied by the barbarians. In these 2 great cities the languages and laws of the classical times were preserved, and from Rome religion was diffused throughout Europe. To Rome a spiritual empire was restored. End of section 44. The condition of the Roman world at one time bore a curious resemblance to that of China. In each of these great empires, separated by a continent, the principal feature was that of peace. Vast populations dwelt harmoniously together, and were governed by admirable laws. The frontiers of each were threatened by barbarians. The Chinese built a wall along the outskirts of the steppes. The Romans built a wall along the Danube and the Rhine. In China, a man dressed in yellow received divine honours. In Rome, a man dressed in purple received divine honours. In each country the religion was the religion of the state, and the emperor was a representative of God. In each country also a religious revolution occurred. A young Indian prince named Sakya Muni, afflicted by the miseries of human life which he beheld, cast aside his wealth and his royal destiny, became a recluse, and devoted his life to the study of religion. After long years of reading and reflection, he took the name of Buddha, or the Awakened. He declared that the soul after death migrates into another form, according to its deeds and according to its thoughts. This was the philosophy of the Brahmins. But he also proclaimed that all existence is passion, misery, and pain, and that by subduing the evil emotions of the heart the soul will hereafter finally obtain the calm of non-existence, the peaceful nirvana, the unalloyed, the unclouded not to be. A religion so cheerless, a philosophy so sorrowful, could never have succeeded with the masses of mankind if presented only as a system of metaphysics. Buddhism owed its success to its Catholic spirit and its beautiful morality. The men who laboured in the fields had always been taught that the Brahmins were the aristocracy of heaven, and would be as high above them in a future state as they were upon the earth. The holy books which God had revealed were not for them, the poor dark-skinned labourers, to read. Burning oil poured into their ears was the punishment by law for so impious an act. And now came a man who told them that those books had not been revealed at all, and that God was no respecter of persons; that the happiness of men in a future state depended, not upon their birth, but upon their actions and their thoughts. Buddhism triumphed for a time in Hindustan, but its success was greatest among the stranger natives in the northwest provinces, the Indo-Scythians and the Greeks. Then came a period of patriotic feeling. The Brahmins preached a war of independence. The new religion was associated with the foreigners, and both were driven out together. But Buddhism became the religion of Ceylon, Burma, and Siam, and finally entered the Chinese Empire. It suffered and survived bloody persecutions. It became a licensed religion, and spread into the steppes of Tartary among those barbarians by whom China was destined to be conquered. The religion of the Buddhists was transformed. Its founder was worshipped as a god. There was a doctrine of the Incarnation. They had their own holy books, which they declared to have been revealed. They established convents and nunneries, splendid temples adorned with images, and served by priests with shaven heads, who repeated prayers upon rosaries, and who taught that happiness in a future state could best be obtained by long prayers and by liberal presents to the church. At the period of the importation of Buddhism into China, a similar event occurred in the Roman world. It was the pagan theory that each country was governed by its own gods. The proper religion for each man, said an oracle of Delphi, is the religion of his fatherland. Yet these gods were cosmopolitan; they punished or rewarded foreigners. Imilkon, having offended the Greek gods in the Sicilian wars, made atonement to them when he returned to Carthage. He offered sacrifices in the Phoenician temples, but according to the milder ceremonies of the Greeks. The Philistines sent back the ark with a propitiatory present to Jehovah. Alexander, in Asia Minor, offered sacrifices to the gods of the enemy. The Romans, when they besieged a town, called upon its tutelary god by name, and offered him bribes to give up the town. Rome waged war against the world, but not against the gods. She did not dethrone them in their own countries; she offered them the freedom of the city. Men of all races came to live in Rome. They were allowed to worship their own gods. The religions of the empire were regularly licensed. Egyptian temples and Syrian chapels sprang up in all directions. But though the Romans considered it right that Egyptians should worship Isis, and that Alexandrines should worship Serapis, they justly considered it a kind of treason for Romans to desert their tutelary gods. For this reason foreign religions were sometimes proscribed. It was also required from the subjects of the empire that they should offer homage to the gods of Rome, and to the genius or spirit of the emperor, not to the man, but to the soul that dwelled within. The Jews alone were exempt from these regulations. It was believed that they were a peculiar people, or rather that they had a peculiar god. While the other potentates of the celestial world lived in harmony together, Jehovah was a sullen and solitary being, who separated his people from the rest of mankind, forbade them to eat or drink with those who were not of their own race, and threatened to punish them if they worshipped any gods but him. On this account the Roman government, partly to preserve the lives of their subjects, and partly out of fear for themselves, believing that Jehovah, like other gods, had always an epidemic in his command, treated the Jews with exceptional indulgence. These people were scattered all over the world. They had their ghetto or petticoat lane in every great city of the empire. Their religion, so superior to that of the pagans, had attracted much attention from the Gentiles. Ovid, in his Art of Love, counsels the dandy who seeks a mistress to frequent the theatre or temple of Isis, or the synagogue on the Sabbath day. But the Jews in Rome, like the Jews in London, did not attempt to make proselytes, and received them with reluctance and distrust. Their sublime faith, divested of its Asiatic customs, was offered to the Romans by some Jewish heretics called Christians or Nazarenes. A young man named Joshua, or Jesus, a carpenter by trade, believed that the world belonged to the devil, and that God would shortly take it from him, and that he, the Christ or Anointed, would be appointed by God to judge the souls of men, and to reign over them on earth. In politics he was a leveller and communist; in morals he was a monk. He believed that only the poor and the despised would inherit the kingdom of God. All men who had riches or reputations would follow their dethroned master into everlasting pain. He attacked the church-going, Sabbatarian, ever-praying Pharisees. He declared that piety was worthless if it was praised on earth. It was his belief that earthly happiness was a gift from Satan, and should therefore be refused. If a man was poor in this world, that was good; he would be rich in the world to come. If he were miserable and despised, he had reason to rejoice; he was out of favour with the ruler of this world, namely Satan, and therefore he would be favoured by the new dynasty. On the other hand, if a man were happy, rich, esteemed, and applauded, he was for ever lost. He might have acquired his riches by industry, he might have acquired his reputation by benevolence, honesty, and devotion, but that did not matter; he had received his reward. So Christ taught that men should sell all they had and give it to the poor; that they should renounce all family ties; that they should let tomorrow take care of itself; that they should not trouble about clothes. Did not God adorn the flowers of the fields? He would take care of them also if they would fold their hands together and have faith, and abstain from the impiety of providing for the future. The principles of Jesus were not conducive to the welfare of society. He was put to death by the authorities. His disciples established a commune. Greek Jews were converted by them, and carried the new doctrines over all the world. The Christians in Rome were at first a class of men resembling the Quakers. They called one another brother and sister. They adopted a peculiar garb and peculiar forms of speech. The Church was at first composed of women, slaves, and illiterate artisans, but it soon became the religion of the people in the towns. All were converted excepting the rustics (pagani) and the intellectual free thinkers who formed the aristocracy. Christianity was at first a republican religion; it proclaimed the equality of souls. The bishops were the representatives of God, and the bishops were chosen by the people. But when the emperor adopted Christianity and made it a religion of the state, it became part of imperial government, and the parable of Dives was forgotten. The religion of the Christians was transformed; its founder was worshipped as a god. There was a doctrine of the Incarnation. They had their own holy books which they declared to have been revealed. They established convents and nunneries and splendid temples, adorned with images, and served by priests with shaven heads, who repeated prayers upon rosaries, and who taught that happiness in a future state could best be obtained by long prayers and by liberal presents to the Church. In the Eastern or Greek world, Christianity in no way assisted civilisation, but in the Latin world it softened the fury of the conquerors, it aided the amalgamation of the races. The Christian priests were reverenced by the barbarians, and these priests belonged to the conquered people. The Church, it is true, was divided by a schism. Ulfilas, the apostle of the Goths, was an Arian. The dispute which had arisen in a lecture room at Alexandria between a bishop and a presbyter was continued on 100 battlefields. But the Franks were Catholics, and the Franks became supreme. The Arians were worsted in the conflict of swords, as they had formerly been worsted in the conflict of words. The empire of the West was restored by Charlemagne, who spread Christianity among the Saxons by the sword, and confirmed the spiritual supremacy of Rome. He died, and his dominions were partitioned among kings who were royal only in the name. Europe was divided into castle states. Savage isolation, irresponsible power, such was the order of the age. Yet still there was a sovereign whom all acknowledged and whom all to a certain extent obeyed. That sovereign was the Pope of Rome. The men who wore his livery might travel throughout Europe in safety, welcome alike at cottage and castle, paying for their board and lodging with their prayers. If there is a great being who listens with pleasure to the prayers of men, it must have been in the Dark Ages that he looked down upon the earth with most satisfaction. That period may be called the Age of the Rosary. From the Shetland Islands to the shores of China, prayers were being strung, and voices were being sonorously raised. The Christian repeated his paternosters and his credos on beads of holy clay from Palestine; the Persian at Teheran, the Negro at Timbuktu, the Afghan at Kabul repeated the 99 names of God on beads made of camel bones from Mecca. The Indian prince by the waters of the Ganges muttered his devotions on a rosary of precious stones. The pious Buddhist in Ceylon and in Ava and in Peking had the beads ever between his fingers and a prayer ever between his lips. By means of these great and cosmopolitan religions, all of which possessed their sacred books, all of which enjoined a pure morality, all of which united vast masses of men of different and even hostile nationalities beneath the same religious laws, beneath the same sceptre of an unseen king, all of which prescribed pilgrimage and travel as a pious work, the circulation of life in the human body was promoted. Men congregated together at Rome, Jerusalem, Mecca, and Benares. Their minds and morals were expanded. Religious enthusiasm united the scattered princes of Europe into one great army and poured it on the East. The dukes and counts and barons were ruined. The castle system was extinguished, and the castle serfs of necessity were free. The kings allied themselves with the free and fortified cities, who lent troops to the towns, but who officered those troops themselves. They paid taxes to the crown, but voted those taxes in constitutional assemblies, and had the power to withhold them if they pleased. Those towns now became not only abodes of industry and commerce, but of learning and the arts. In Italy the ancient culture had been revived. In Italy the towns of the Western Empire had never quite lost their municipal prerogatives. New towns had also arisen, founded in despair and nurtured by calamity. These towns had opened to trade with Constantinople, a great commercial city in which the Arabs had a quarter and a mosque. The Italians were thus led forth into a trade with the Mohammedans, which was interrupted for a time by the Crusades, only to be afterwards resumed with redoubled vigour and success. For then new markets were opened for the spices of the East. Pepper became a requisite of European life, and pepper could be obtained from the Italians alone. The Indian trade was not monopolised by a single man, as it was in the lands of the East. It was distributed among an immense population. Wealth produced elegance, leisure, and refinement. There came into existence a large and active-minded class, craving for excitement and desirous of new things. They hungered and thirsted after knowledge. They were not content with the sterile science of the priests. And when it was discovered that the world of the ancients lay buried in their soil, they were seized with a mania resembling that of treasure seekers in the East, or of the gold hunters in the New World. The elements of the Renaissance were preserved partly in Rome and the cities of the West, partly in Constantinople, and partly in the East. The Arabs, when they had conquered Alexandria, had adopted the physical science of the Greeks, and had added to it the algebra and arithmetic of India. Plato and Aristotle, Galen and Hippocrates, Ptolemy and Euclid had been translated by the Eastern Christians into Syriac, and thence into the Arabic. But the Arabs had not translated a single Greek historian or poet. These were to be found at Constantinople, where the Greek of the ancients was still spoken in its purity at the court and in the convents, though not by the people of the streets. The Greeks also had preserved the arts of their forefathers. Though destitute of genius, they at least retained the art of laying on colours, of modelling in clay, and of sculpturing in stone. The great towns of Italy, desirous to emulate the beauties of St. Sophia, employed Greeks to build them cathedrals, and to paint frescoes on their convent walls, and to make them statues for their streets. These Greek strangers established academies of art, and soon the masters were surpassed by their pupils. The Italians disdained to reproduce the figures of the Greek school, with their meagre hands and sharp pointed feet and staring eyes. Free institutions made their influence felt even in the arts. The empire of authority was shaken off. The fine arts spread beyond the Alps. They were first adopted and nurtured by the church, afterwards by the town. Oil painting was invented in the north. Masterpieces of the ancients were discovered in the south. Then the artists ceased to paint Madonnas and children and saints and crucifixions. They were touched with the breath of antiquity. They widened their field. Their hands were inspired by poetical ideas. It is a significant fact that a pope should himself conceive the project of pulling down the ancient basilica of St. Peter, every stone of which was consecrated by a memory, and of erecting in its stead a church on the model of a pagan temple. The Pope was also urged to set on foot a crusade, not to rescue the sepulchre from the hands of the infidels, but in the hope that the lost writings of the Greeks and Romans might be discovered in the East. For now had arrived the book-hunting age. In the depth of the Dark Ages there had always been ecclesiastics who drew the fire of their genius from the immortal works of the pagan writers. There were also monks who had a passion for translating the writings of the Greeks into Latin, who went to Constantinople and returned with chests full of books, and who, if Greek manuscripts could not otherwise be procured, travelled into Arab Spain, settled at Cordova, and translated the Greek from the Arabic version, together with the works of Averroes and Avicenna. The Greeks, frequently visiting Italy, were invited to give lectures on their literature and lessons in their language. The revival of Greek was commenced by Boccaccio, who copied out Homer with his own hand, and a Greek academy was established at Florence. Petrarch revived the literature of Rome. He devoted his life to Cicero and Virgil. He wrote the epitaph of Laura on the margin of the Aeneid. He died with his head pillowed on a book. The Roman law was also revived. As Greeks lectured on literature in Italy, so Italians lectured on law beyond the Alps. And now began the search for the lost. Pilgrims of the antique wandered through Europe, ransacking convents for the treasures of the past. At this time, whatever taste for learning had once existed among the monks appears to have died away. The pilgrims were directed to look in lofts, where rats burrowed under heaps of parchment, or to sift heaps of rubbish lying in the cellar. In such receptacles were found many of the works which are yet read by thousands with delight, and which are endeared to us all by the associations of our boyhood. It was thus that Quintilian was discovered, and, to use the language of the time, was delivered from his long imprisonment in the dungeons of the barbarians. Lucretius was disinterred in Germany, a fragment of Petronius in Britain. Cosmo de' Medici imported books in all languages from all parts of the world. A copyist became Pope, founded the Library of the Vatican, and ordered the translation of the Greek historians and philosophers into Latin. A great reading public now existed. The invention of printing, which 100 years before would have been useless, spread like fire over Europe, and reduced by 4/5 the price of books. The writings of the classical geographers inspired Prince Henry and Columbus. The New World was discovered, the sea route to India was found. Cairo and Baghdad, the great broker cities between India and Europe, were ruined. As the Indian Ocean, at first the centre of the world, had yielded to the Mediterranean, so now the basin of the Mediterranean was deserted, and the Atlantic became supreme. Italy decayed, Spain and Portugal succeeded to the throne. But those countries were ruined by religious bigotry and commercial monopolies. The trade of Portugal did not belong to the country but to the court. The trade of Spain was also a monopoly shared between the crown and certain cities of Castile. The Dutch, the English, and the French obtained free access to the tropical world, and bought the spices of the East with the silver of Peru. And then the great movement for liberty commenced. All people of the Teutonic race, the Germans, the Swiss, the Dutch, the English and the Scotch, the Danes and the Swedes, cast off the yoke of the Italian supremacy and some of the superstitions of the Italian creed. But now a new kind of servitude arose. The kings reduced the burghers of Europe to subjection. The constitutional monarchies of the Middle Ages disappeared. In England alone, owing to its insular position, a standing army was not required for the protection of the land. In England, therefore, the encroachments of the crown were resisted with success. 2 revolutions established the sovereignty of an elected parliament, and saved England from the fate of France. For in that land tyranny had struck its roots far down into the soil, and could not be torn up without the whole land being rent in twain. In Spain despotism might rule in safety over ignorance, but the French had eaten of the tree of knowledge, and they demanded to eat of the tree of life. A bred riot became a rebellion, the rebellion became a revolution. Maddened by resistance, frenzied with fear, they made their revolution a massacre. Yet, in spite of mummeries and murders and irreligious persecutions, in spite of follies perpetuated in the name of reason, and cruelties committed in the name of humanity, that revolution regenerated France, and planted principles which spread over the continent of Europe, and which are now bearing fruit in Italy and Spain. With the 19th century, a new era of history begins. End of section 45. Of the human race. We have traced the stream of history to its source in the dark forest. We have followed it downwards through the steppes of the shepherds and the valleys of the great priest peoples. We have swept swiftly along, past pyramids and pagodas and the brick piles of Babylon, past the temples of Ionia and the amphitheatres of Rome, past castles and cathedrals lying opposite to mosques with graceful minaret and swelling dome. And so, onwards and onwards, till towns rise on both sides of the stream, towns sternly walled with sentinels before the gates; so onwards and onwards till the stream widens and is covered with ships large as palaces and towering with sail; till the banks are lined with gardens and villas; and huge cities, no longer walled, hum with industry and becloud the air; and deserts or barren hills are no longer to be seen; and the banks recede and open out like arms, and the earth shores dissolve, and we faintly discern the glassy glimmering of the boundless sea. We shall descend to the mouth of the river; we shall explore the unknown waters which lie beyond the present; we shall survey the course which man has yet to run. But before we attempt to navigate the future, let us return for a moment to the past. Let us endeavour to ascertain the laws which direct the movements of the stream, and let us visit the ruins which are scattered on its banks. The progress of the human race is caused by the mental efforts which are made at first from necessity to preserve life, and secondly from the desire to obtain distinction. In a healthy nation each class presses into the class which lies above it; the blood flows upwards, and so the whole mass, by the united movements of its single atoms, rises in the scale. The progress of a nation is the sum total of the progress of the individuals composing it. If certain parts of the body politic are stifled in their growth by means of artificial laws, it is evident that the growth of the whole will be arrested, for the growth of each part is dependent on the growth of all. It is usual to speak of Greece as a free country, and so it was in comparison with Asia. But more than half its inhabitants were slaves; labour was degraded; whatever could be done by thought alone, and by delicate movements of the hands, was carried to perfection. But in physical science the Greeks did little, because little could be done without instruments, and instruments can seldom be invented except by free and intelligent artisans. So the upper part of the Greek body grew; the lower part remained in a base and a brutal state, discharging the offices of life, but without beauty and without strength. The face was that of Hyperion; the legs were shrivelled and hideous, as those of a satyr. In Asia human laws have been still more fatal to the human progress. In China there is no slavery and there is no caste. The poorest man may be exalted to the highest station. Not birth but ability is the criterion of distinction. Appointments are open to the nation, and are awarded by means of competitive examinations. But the Chinese are schoolboys who never grow up; generals and statesmen who incur the displeasure of the crown are horsed and flagellated in the Eton style, a bamboo being used instead of a birch. The patriarchal system of the steppes has been transferred to the imperial plain. Just as a Chinese town is merely a Tartar camp encircled by earthen walls, just as a Chinese house is merely a Tartar tent supported by wooden posts and cased with brick, so it is with the government, domestic and official, of that country. Everyone is the slave of his father, as it was in the old tent life. Every father is the slave of an official who stands in the place of the old clan chief. And all are slaves of the emperor, who is the viceroy of God. In China, therefore, senility is supreme; nothing is respectable unless it has existed at least 1,000 years. Foreigners are barbarians, and property is insecure. In this one phrase the whole history of Asia is contained. In the despotic lands of the East the peasant who grows more corn than he requires is at once an object of attention to the police. He is reported to the governor, and a charge is laid against him, in order that his grain may be seized. He not only loses the fruit of his toil, but he also receives the bastinado. In the same manner, if a merchant, by means of his enterprise, industry, and talents, amasses a large fortune, he also is arrested and is put to death, that his estate may escheat to the crown. As the Chinese say, the elephant is killed for his ivory. This, then, is the secret of Asiatic apathy. and not the heat of the climate, or the inherent qualities of race. Civilised Asia has been always enthralled, because standing armies have always been required to resist the attacks of those warlike barbarians who cover the deserts of Arabia and Tartary, the highlands of Ethiopia and Kabul. Asia, therefore, soon takes a secondary place, and Europe becomes the centre of the human growth. Yet it should not be forgotten that Asia was civilised when Europe was a forest and a swamp. Asia taught Europe its ABC. Asia taught Europe to cipher and to draw. Asia taught Europe the language of the skies, how to calculate eclipses, how to follow the courses of the stars, how to measure time by means of an instrument which recorded with its shadow the station of the sun, how to solve mathematical problems, how to philosophise with abstract ideas. Let us not forget the school in which we learnt to spell, and those venerable halls in which we acquired the rudiments of science and of art. The savage worships the shades of his ancestors chiefly from selfish fear. The Asiatic follows, from blind prejudice, the wisdom of the ancients, and rejects with contempt all knowledge which was unknown to them. Yet within these superstitions a beautiful sentiment lies concealed. We ought, indeed, to reverence the men of the past, who, by their labours and their inventions, have made us what we are. This great and glorious city in which we dwell, this mighty London, the metropolis of the earth, these streets, flowing with eager-minded life and gleaming with prodigious wealth, these forests of masts, these dark buildings, turning refuse into gold, and giving bread to many thousand mouths, these harnessed elements which whirl us along beneath the ground, and which soon will convey us through the air, these spacious halls, adorned with all that can exalt the imagination or fascinate the sense, these temples of melody, these galleries exhibiting excavated worlds, these walls covered with books in which dwell the souls of the immortal dead, which, when they are opened, transport us by a magic spell to lands which have vanished and passed away, or to spheres created by the poet's art, which make us walk with Plato beneath the plane trees, or descend with Dante into the dolorous abyss. To whom do we owe all these? First to the poor savages, forgotten and despised, who, by rubbing sticks together, discovered fire, who first tamed the timid fawn, and first made the experiment of putting seeds into the ground. And secondly, we owe them to those enterprising warriors who established nationality, and to those priests who devoted their lifetime to the culture of their minds. There is a land where the air is always tranquil, where nature wears always the same bright yet lifeless smile, and there, as in a vast museum, are preserved the colossal achievements of the past. Let us enter the sad and silent river; let us wander on its dusky shores. Buried cities are beneath our feet; the ground on which we tread is the pavement of a tomb. See the pyramids towering to the sky, with men, like insects, crawling round their base, and the Sphinx, couched in vast repose, with a ruined temple between its paws. Since those great monuments were raised, the very heavens have been changed. When the architects of Egypt began their work, there was another polar star in the northern sky, and the Southern Cross shone upon the Baltic shores. How glorious are the memories of those ancient men, whose names are forgotten, for they lived and laboured in the distant and unwritten past. Too great to be known, they sit on the height of centuries and look down on fame. The boat expands its white and pointed wings. The sailors chaunt a plaintive song. The waters bubble around us as we glide past the tombs and temples of the bygone days. The men are dead, and the gods are dead. Naught but their memories remain. Where now is Osiris, who came down upon earth out of love for men, who was killed by the malice of the evil one, who rose again from the grave and became the judge of the dead? Where now is Isis the mother, with the child Horus on her lap? They are dead. They are gone to the land of the shades. Tomorrow, Jehovah, you and your Son shall be with them. Men die, and the ideas which they call gods die too. Yet death is not destruction, but only a kind of change. Those strange ethereal secretions of the brain, those wondrously distilled thoughts of ours, do they ever really die? They are embodied into words, and from these words, spoken or written, new thoughts are born within the brains of those who listen or who read. There was a town named Heliopolis. It had a college garden and a willow hanging over the fountain of the sun, and there the professors lectured and discoursed on the triune God, and the creation of the world, and the serpent evil, and the tree of life, and on chaos and darkness and the shining stars, and there the stone quadrant was pointed to the heavens, and there the laboratory furnace glowed. And in that college 2 foreign students were received, and went forth learned in its lore. The first created a nation in the Egyptian style, the second created a system of ideas, and, strange to say, on Egyptian soil the two were reunited. The philosophy of Moses was joined in Alexandria to the philosophy of Plato, not only by the Jews but also by the Christians, not only in Philo Judaeus but also in the Gospel of St. John. Over the bright blue waters, under the soft and tender sky, with the purple sails outspread, and roses twining round the mast, with lute and flute resounding from the prow, and red wine poured upon the sea, and thanksgiving to the gods, we enter the Piraeus, and salute with our flag the temple on the hill. Vessels sweep past us, outward bound, laden with statues and paintings, for such are the manufactures of Athens, where the milestones are masterpieces, and the street-walkers poets and philosophers. Imagine the transports of the young provincial who went to Athens to commence a career of ambition, to make himself a name. What raptures he must have felt as he passed through that city of the violet crown, with Homer in his bosom, and hopes of another united Greece within his heart! What a banquet of delights, what varied treasures of the mind were spread before him there! He listened first to a speech of Pericles on political affairs, and then to a lecture by Anaxagoras. He was taken to the studio of Phidias and of Polygnotus. He went to the theatre built of Persian masts to see a new tragedy by Sophocles or Euripides, and finished the evening at Aspasia's establishment with odes of Sappho and the ballads of Anacreon, and sweet-eyed musicians, and intellectual heterae. So great are the achievements of the Greeks, so deep is the debt which we owe to them, that criticism appears ungrateful or obtuse. It is scarcely possible to indicate the vices and defects of this people without seeming guilty of insensibility or affectation. It is curious to observe how grave and sober minds, accustomed to gather evidence with care, and to utter decisions with impartiality, cease to be judicial when Greece is brought before them. She unveils her beauty, and they can only admire; they are unable to condemn. Those who devote themselves to the study of the Greeks become nationalised in their literature, and patriots of their domain. It is indeed impossible to read their works without being impressed by their purity, their calmness, their exquisite symmetry and finish resembling that which is bestowed upon a painting or a statue. But it is not only in the Greek writings that the Greek spirit is contained. It has entered the modern European mind; it permeates the world of thought; it inspires the ideas of those who have never read the Greek authors, and who perhaps regard them with disdain. We do not see the foundations of our minds; they are buried in the past. The great books and the great discoveries of modern times are based upon the works of Homer, Plato, Aristotle, and their disciples. All that we owe to Rome we owe to Greece as well, for Italy was a child of Greece. The cities on the southern coast bestowed on the rude natives the elements of culture, and when Rome became famous it was colonised by Grecian philosophers and artists. To Rome we are indebted for those laws from which our jurisprudence is descended, and to Rome we are indebted for something else besides. We shall not now pause on the Rome of the Republic, when every citizen was a soldier and worked in the fields with his own hands, when every temple was a monument of a victory and every statue the memorial of a hero, when doorposts were adorned with the trophies of war, and halls with the waxen images of ancestors. When the Romans were simple, religious, and severe, and the vices of luxury were yet unknown, and banquets were plain and sociable repasts, where guests in turn sang old ballads while the piper played. Nor shall we pause on the Rome of Augustus, when East and West were united in peace and with equal rights before the law; when the tyranny of petty princedoms and the chicanery of Grecian courts of law and the blood feuds of families had been destroyed, and the empire was calm and not yet becalmed, and rested a moment between tumult and decay. We shall pass on to a Rome more great and more sublime, a Rome which ruled Europe, but not by arms, a Rome which had no mercenary legions, no praetorian guards, and which yet received the tribute of kings, and whose legates exercised the power of proconsuls. In this Rome a man clad in the purple of the Caesars and crowned with the tiara of the Pontifex sent forth his soldiers armed with the crucifix, and they brought nations captive to his feet. Rome became a city of God. She put on a spiritual crown. She cried to the kings, "Give!" and gold was poured into her exchequers. She condemned a man who had defied her, and he had no longer a place among mankind. She proclaimed a truce of God, and the swords of robber knights were sheathed. She preached a crusade, and Europe was hurled into Asia. She lowered the pride of the haughty, and she exalted the heart of the poor. She softened the rage of the mighty, she consoled the despair of the oppressed. She fed the hungry, and she clothed the naked. She took children to her arms and signed them with the cross. She administered the sacrament to dying lips, and laid the cold body in the peaceful grave. Her first word was to welcome, and her last word was to forgive. In the Dark Ages the European states were almost entirely severed from one another. It was the Roman Church alone which gave them one sentiment in common, and which united them within her fold. In those days of violence and confusion, in those days of desolation and despair, when a stranger was a thing which, like a leper or a madman, any one might kill, when every gentleman was a highway robber, when the only kind of lawsuit was the duel, hundreds of men, dressed in gowns of coarse dark stuff, with cords round their waists and bare feet, travelled with impunity from castle to castle, preaching a doctrine of peace and goodwill, holding up an emblem of humility and sorrow, receiving confessions, pronouncing penance or absolutions, soothing the agonies of a wounded conscience, awakening terror in the hardened mind. Parish churches were built. The baron and his vassals chanted together the Kyrie eleison, and bowed their heads together when the bell sounded and the host was raised. Here and there in the sombre forest a band of those holy men encamped, and cut down the trees and erected a building, which was not only a house of prayer, but also a kind of model farm. The monks worked in the fields, and had their carpenters and their blacksmiths' shops. They copied out books in a fair hand. They painted Madonnas for their chapel. They composed music for their choir. They illuminated missals. They studied Arabic and Greek. They read Cicero and Virgil. They preserved the Roman law. Bright indeed, yet scanty are these gleams. In the long night of the Dark Ages we look upon the earth, and only the convent and the castle appear to be alive. In the convent the sound of honourable labour mingles with the sound of prayer and praise. In the castle sits the baron, with his children on his lap, and his wife leaning on his shoulder. The troubadour sings, and the page and the demoiselle exchange a glance of love. The castle is the home of music and chivalry and family affection. The convent is the home of religion and of art. But the people cower in their wooden huts, half starved, half frozen, and wolves sniff at them through the chinks in the walls. The convent prays and the castle sings, the cottage hungers and groans and dies. Such is the dark night. Here and there a star in the heaven, here and there a torch upon the earth; all else is cloud and bitter wind. But now, behold the light glowing in the east. It brightens, it broadens, the day is at hand. The sun is rising and will set no more. The castle and the convent disappear. The world is illumined. Freedom is restored. Italy is a garden, and its blue sea shines with sails. New worlds are discovered. New arts are invented. The merchants enrich Europe, and their sons set her free. In a hall at Westminster, in a redoubt at Bunker Hill, in a tennis court at Versailles, great victories are won, and liberty at last descends even to the poor French peasant growing grey in his furrow, even to the negro picking cotton in the fields. Yet, after all, how little has been done! The sun shines as yet only on a corner of the earth. Asia and Africa are buried in the night. And even here in this island where liberty was born, where wealth is sustained by enterprise and industry, and war comes seldom, and charity abounds, there are yet dark places where the sunlight never enters, and where hope has never been; where day follows day in never changing toil, and where life leads only to the prison, or the workhouse, or the grave. Yet a day will come when the whole earth will be as civilised as Europe; a day will come when these dark spots will pass away. End of section 46. Select Part 11. If we compare the present with the past, if we trace events at all epochs to their causes, if we examine the elements of human growth, we find that nature has raised us to what we are, not by fixed laws, but by provisional expedients, and that the principle which in one age affected the advancement of a nation, in the next age retarded the mental movement, or even destroyed it altogether. War, despotism, slavery, and superstition are now injurious to the progress of Egypt, but they were once the agents by which progress was produced. By means of war the animated life was slowly raised upward in the scale, and quadrupeds passed into men. By means of war the human intelligence was brightened, and the affections were made intense. Weapons and tools were invented. Foreign wives were captured, and the marriages of blood relations were forbidden. Prisoners were tamed, and the women set free. Prisoners were exchanged, accompanied with presents. Thus commerce was established, and thus, by means of war, men were first brought into amicable relations with one another. By war the tribes were dispersed all over the world, and adopted various pursuits according to the conditions by which they were surrounded. By war the tribes were compressed into the nation. It was war which founded the Chinese Empire. It was war which had locked Babylonia and Egypt and India. It was war which developed the genius of Greece. It was war which planted the Greek language in Asia, and so rendered possible the spread of Christianity. It was war which united the world in peace from the Cheviot Hills to the Danube and the Euphrates. It was war which saved Europe from the quietude of China. It was war which made Mecca the centre of the East. It was war which united the barons in the Crusades, and which destroyed the feudal system. Even in recent times the action of war has been useful in condensing scattered elements of nationality, and in liberating subject populations. United Italy was formed directly or indirectly by the wars of 1859, 1866, and 1870. The last war realised the dreams of German poets, and united the Teutonic nations more closely than the shrewdest statesman could have conceived to be possible a few years ago. That same war, so calamitous for France, will yet regenerate that great country and make her more prosperous than she has ever been. The American war emancipated 4,000,000 men, and decided for ever the question as to whether the Union was a nationality or a league. But the Crimean War was injurious to civilisation; it retarded a useful and inevitable event. Turkey will some day be covered with cornfields; Constantinople will some day be a manufacturing town; but a generation has been lost. Statesmen and journalists will learn in time that whatever is conquered for civilisation is conquered for all. To preserve the balance of power was an excellent policy in the Middle Ages, when war was the only pursuit of a gentleman, and when conquest was the only ambition of kings. It is now suited only for the highlands of Abyssinia. The jealousy with which "true Britons" regard the Russian success in Central Asia is surely a very miserable feeling. That a vast region of the earth should be opened, that robbery and rapine and slave-making raids should be suppressed, that waste lands should be cultivated, that new stores of wealth should be discovered, that new markets should be established for the products of European industry, our own among the rest, that Russia should adjoin England in Asia as she adjoins Germany in Europe. What a lamentable occurrence! What an ominous event! In Central Asia it often happens that between two barbarous and distrustful nations there is a wide neutral ground, inhabited by wild beasts which prey upon the flocks and herds on either side. Such is the policy which maintains the existence of barbarous kingdoms between two civilised frontiers. The great Turkish and Chinese empires, the lands of Morocco, Abyssinia, and Tibet, will be eventually filled with free, industrious, and educated populations. But those people will never begin to advance until their property is rendered secure, until they enjoy the rights of man; and these they will never obtain except by means of European conquest. In British India the peasant reaps the rice which he has sown, and the merchant has no need to hide his gold beneath the ground. The young men of the new generation are looking forward to the time when the civil appointments of their country will be held by them. The Indian Mutiny was a mutiny only, and not a rebellion. The industrial and mercantile classes were on the English side. There is a sickly school of politicians who declare that all countries belong to their inhabitants, and that to take them is a crime. If any country in Asia did belong to its inhabitants, there might be some force in this objection; but Asia is possessed by a few kings and by their soldiers. These rulers are usually foreigners; the masses of the people are invariably slaves. The conquest of Asia by European powers is therefore in reality emancipation, and is the first step towards the establishment of Oriental nationality. It is needless to say that Europe will never engage in crusades to liberate servile populations, but the pride and ignorance of military despots will provoke foreign wars, which will prove fatal to their rule. Thus war will, for long years yet to come, be required to prepare the way for freedom and progress in the East. And in Europe itself it is not probable that war will ever absolutely cease until science discovers some destroying force, so simple in its administration, so horrible in its effects, that all art, all gallantry, will be at an end, and battles will be massacres which the feelings of mankind will be unable to endure. A second expedient of nature is religion. Men believe in the existence of beings who can punish and reward them in this life or in the next, who are called the true rulers of the world, and who have deputed certain men, called priests, to collect tribute and to pass laws on their behalf. By means of these erroneous ideas, a system of government is formed to which kings themselves are subjected; the moral nature of man is improved; the sciences and arts are developed; distinct and hostile races are united. But error, like war, is only provisional. In Europe religion no longer exists as a political power, but it will probably yet render service to civilisation in assisting to Europeanise the barbarous nations whom events will in time bring under our control. A third expedient of nature is inequality of conditions. Sloth is the natural state of man. Prolonged and monotonous labour is hard for him to bear. The savage can follow a trail through the forest, or can lie in ambush for days at a time, This pertinacity and patience are native to his mind; they belong to the animals from whom he is descended. But the cultivation of the soil is a new kind of labour, and it is only followed from compulsion. It is probable that when domestic slavery was invented a great service was rendered to mankind, and it has already been shown that when prisoners of war were tamed and broken in, women were set free and became beautiful, long-haired, low-voiced, sweet-eyed creatures, delicate in form, modest in demeanour, and refined in soul. It was also by means of slavery that a system of superfluous labour was established; for women, when slaves, are made only to labour for the essentials of life. It was by means of slavery that leisure was created, that the priests were enabled to make experiments and to cultivate the arts, that the great public buildings of the ancient lands were raised. It was slavery which arrested the progress of Greece, but it was also slavery which enabled all the free men of a Greek town to be sculptors, poets, and philosophers. Slavery is now happily extinct, and can never be revived under the sanction of civilised authority. But a European government ought perhaps to introduce compulsory labour among the barbarous races that acknowledge its sovereignty and occupy its land. Children are ruled and schooled by force, and it is not an empty metaphor to say that savages are children. If they were made to work, not for the benefit of others but for their own, if the rewards of their labour were bestowed, not on their masters but on themselves, the habit of work would become with them a second nature, as it is with us, and they would learn to require luxuries which industry only could obtain. A man is not a slave in being compelled to work against his will, but in being compelled to work without hope and without reward. Enforced labour is undoubtedly a hardship, but it is one which at present belongs to the lot of man, and is indispensable to progress. Mankind grows because men desire to better themselves in life, and this desire proceeds from the inequality of conditions. A time will undoubtedly arrive when all men and women will be equal, and when the love of money, which is now the root of all industry, and which therefore is now the root of all good, will cease to animate the human mind. But changes so prodigious can only be effected in prodigious periods of time. Human nature cannot be transformed by a coup d'etat, as the Comtists and the Communists imagine. It is a complete delusion to suppose that wealth can be equalised and happiness impartially distributed by any process of law, Act of Parliament, or revolutionary measure. It is easy to compose a pathetic scene in a novel, or a loud article in a magazine by contrasting Dives lunching on turtle at Birch's with Lazarus feeding on garbage in a cellar. But the poor man loses nothing because another man is rich. The communist might as well denounce one man for enjoying excellent health, while another man is a victim to consumption. Wealth, like health, is in the air. If a man makes a fortune, he draws money from nature and gives it to the general stock. Every millionaire enriches the community. It is undoubtedly the duty of the government to mitigate, so far as lies within its power, the miseries which result from overpopulation. But as long as men continue unequal in patience, industry, talent, and sobriety, so long there will be rich men and poor men, men who roll in their carriages, and men who die in the streets. If all the property of this country were divided, things would soon return to their actual condition, unless some scheme could also be devised for changing human nature. And as for the system of the commune, which makes it impossible for a man to rise or to fall, it is merely the old caste system revived. If it could be put into force, all industry would be disheartened, emulation would cease, mankind would go to sleep. It is not, however, strange that superficial writers should suppose that the evils of social life can be altered by changes in government and law. In the lands of the East, in the Spain and Portugal of the 16th century, in the France of the 18th century, in the American colonies, and in England itself, whole classes were at one time plunged by misgovernment into suffering of body and apathy of mind. But a government can confer few benefits upon a people except by destroying its own laws. The great reforms which followed the publication of the Wealth of Nations may all be summed up in the word repeal. Commerce was regulated in former times by a number of paternal laws, which have since been happily withdrawn. The government still pays with our money a number of gentlemen to give us information regarding a future state, and still requires that in certain business transactions a document shall be drawn up with mysterious rites in a medieval jargon. But, placing aside hereditary evils which, on account of vested interests, it is impossible at once to remove, it may fairly be asserted that the government of this country is as nearly perfect as any government can be. Power rests upon public opinion, and is so beautifully poised that it can be overthrown and replaced without the business of the state being interrupted for a day. If the executive is condemned by the nation, the press acts with irresistible force upon the commons. A vote of censure is passed, and the rulers of a great empire abdicate their thrones. The House of Lords is also an admirable upper chamber; for if it were filled with ambitious men elected by the people, it would enter into conflict with the commons. And as for the royal image, it costs little and is useful as an emblem. The government of England possesses at the same time the freedom which is only found in a republic, and the loyalty which is only felt towards a monarch. Some writers believe that this monarchy is injurious to the public, and argue as follows. There are no paupers in America, and America is a republic. There are many paupers in England, and England is a monarchy. Therefore England should imitate America. It may astonish these writers to learn that America is in reality more of a monarchy than England. Buckingham Palace is a private dwelling, but the White House, though it has none of the pomp, has all the power of a court. The King of America has more to give away than any king of Great Britain since the time of Charles II. He has the power to discharge of his own good pleasure and mere motion every ambassador, every consul, every head of department, every government employee, down to the clerk on $200 a year, and to fill their places with his own friends. In America the opinion of the public can with difficulty act upon the government. The press has no dignity and very little power. Practices occur in the House of Representatives which have been unknown in England since the days of Walpole. If the prosperity of a country depended on its government, America would be less prosperous than England. But in point of fact America is the happiest country in the world. There is not a man in the vast land which lies between the oceans who, however humble his occupation may be, does not hope to make a fortune before he dies. The whole nation is possessed with the spirit which may be observed in Fleet Street and Cheapside, the boys sharp-eyed and curious, the men hastening eagerly along, even the women walking as if they had an object in view. There are in America no dull-eyed, heavy-footed labourers, who slouch to and fro from their cottage to their work, from their work to the beer-house, without a higher hope in life than a sixpence from the squire when they open a gate. There are no girls of the milliner class who prefer being the mistresses of gentlemen to marrying men of their own station with a Cockney accent and red hands. The upper classes in America have not that exquisite refinement which exists in the highest circles of society in Europe. But if we take the whole nation through and through, we find them the most civilised nation on the earth. They preserve in a degree hitherto without example the dignity of human nature unimpaired. Their nobleness of character results from prosperity, and their prosperity is due to the nature of their land. Those who are unable to earn a living in the East have only to move towards the West. This then is the reason that the English race in America is more happy, more enlightened, and more thriving than it is in the motherland. Politically speaking, the emigrant gains nothing. He is as free in England as he is in America, but he leaves a land where labour is depreciated, and goes to a land where labour is in demand. That England may become as prosperous as America, it must be placed under American conditions; that is to say, food must be cheap, labour must be dear, emigration must be easy. It is not by universal suffrage, it is not by any Act of Parliament that these conditions can be created. It is science alone which can Americanise England. It is science alone which can ameliorate the condition of the human race. When man first wandered in the dark forest he was nature's serf. He offered tribute and prayer to the winds, and the lightning, and the rain, to the cave lion which seized his burrow for its lair, to the mammoth which devoured his scanty crops. But as time passed on he ventured to rebel. He made stone his servant. He discovered fire and vegetable poison. He domesticated iron. He slew the wild beasts, or subdued them. He made them feed him and give him clothes. He became a chief surrounded by his slaves. The fire lay beside him with dull red eye and yellow tongue, waiting his instructions to prepare his dinner, or to make him poison, or to go with him to the war, and fly on the houses of the enemy, hissing, roaring, and consuming all. The trees of the forest were his flock; he slaughtered them at his convenience. The earth brought forth at his command. He struck iron upon wood or stone, and hewed out the fancies of his brain. He plucked shells and flowers, and the bright red berries, and twined them in his hair. He cut the pebble to a sparkling gem, he made the dull clay a transparent stone. The river which once he had worshipped as a god, or which he had vainly attacked with sword and spear, he now conquered to his will. He made the winds grind his corn and carry him across the waters. He made the stars serve him as a guide. He obtained from salt and wood and sulphur a destroying force. He drew from fire and water the awful power which produces the volcano, and made it do the work of human hands. He made the sun paint his portraits, and gave the lightning a situation in the post office. Thus man has taken into his service, and modified to his use, the animals, the plants, the earths and the stones, the waters and the winds, and the more complex forces of heat, electricity, sunlight, magnetism, with chemical powers of many kinds. By means of his inventions and discoveries, by means of the arts and trades, and by means of the industry resulting from them, he has raised himself from the condition of a serf to the condition of a lord. His triumph, indeed, is incomplete; his kingdom is not yet come. The Prince of Darkness is still triumphant in many regions of the world; epidemics still rage; death is yet victorious. But the God of Light, the Spirit of Knowledge, the divine intellect, is gradually spreading over the planet and upwards to the skies. The beautiful legend will yet come true. Ormuzd will vanquish Ahriman. Satan will be overcome. Virtue will descend from heaven, surrounded by her angels, and reign over the hearts of men. Earth, which is now a purgatory, will be made a paradise, not by idle prayers and supplications, but by the efforts of man himself, and by means of mental achievements analogous to those which have raised him to his present state. Those inventions and discoveries which have made him, by the grace of God, king of the animals, lord of the elements, and sovereign of steam and electricity, were all of them founded on experiment and observation. We can conquer nature only by obeying her laws, and in order to obey her laws we must first learn what they are. When we have ascertained, by means of science, the method of nature's operations, we shall be able to take her place and to perform them for ourselves. When we understand the laws which regulate the complex phenomena of life, we shall be able to predict the future as we are already able to predict comets and eclipses and the planetary movements. End of section 47. Three inventions, which may perhaps be long delayed, but which possibly are near at hand, will give this overcrowded island the prosperous conditions of the United States. The first is the discovery of a motive force which will take the place of steam, with its cumbrous fuel of oil or coal. Secondly, the invention of aerial locomotion, which will transport labour at a trifling cost of money and of time to any part of the planet, and which, by annihilating distance, will speedily extinguish national distinctions. Thirdly, the manufacture of flesh and flour from the elements by a chemical process in the laboratory, similar to that which is now performed within the bodies of the animals and plants. Food will then be manufactured in unlimited quantities at a trifling expense, and our enlightened posterity will look back upon us who eat oxen and sheep just as we look back upon cannibals. Hunger and starvation will then be unknown, and the best part of the human life will no longer be wasted in the tedious process of cultivating the fields. Population will mightily increase, and the earth will be a garden. Governments will be conducted with the quietude and regularity of club committees. The interest which is now felt in politics will be transferred to science. The latest news from the laboratory of the chemist, or the observatory of the astronomer, or the experimenting room of the biologist will be eagerly discussed. Poetry and the fine arts will take that place in the heart which religion now holds. Luxuries will be cheapened and made common to all. None will be rich and none poor. Not only will man subdue the forces of evil that are without, he will also subdue those that are within. He will repress the base instincts and propensities which he has inherited from the animals below. He will obey the laws that are written on his heart. He will worship the divinity within him. As our conscience forbids us to commit actions which the conscience of the savage allows, so the moral sense of our successors will stigmatise as crimes those offences against the intellect which are sanctioned by ourselves. Idleness and stupidity will be regarded with abhorrence. Women will become the companions of men and the tutors of their children. The whole world will be united by the same sentiment which united the primeval clan, and which made its members think, feel, and act as one. Men will look upon this star as their fatherland. Its progress will be their ambition; the gratitude of others their reward. These bodies which now we wear belong to the lower animals. Our minds have already outgrown them. Already we look upon them with contempt. A time will come when science will transform them by means which we cannot conjecture, and which, even if explained to us, we could not now understand, just as the savage cannot understand electricity, magnetism, steam. Disease will be extirpated. The causes of decay will be removed. Immortality will be invented. And then, the earth being small, mankind will migrate into space, and will cross the airless Saharas which separate planet from planet, and sun from sun. The earth will become a holy land, which will be visited by pilgrims from all the quarters of the universe. Finally, men will master the forces of nature. They will become themselves architects of systems, manufacturers of worlds. Man then will be perfect. He will then be a creator. He will therefore be what the vulgar worship as a god. But even then he will in reality be no nearer than he is at present to the first cause, the inscrutable mystery, the God. There is but a difference in degree between the chemist who today arranges forces in his laboratory so that they produce a gas, and the creator who arranges forces so that they produce a world; between the gardener who plants a seed and the creator who plants a nebula. It is a question for us now to consider whether we have any personal relations towards the Supreme Power, whether there exists another world in which we shall be requited according to our actions. Not only is this a grand problem of philosophy, it is of all questions the most practical for us, the one in which our interests are most vitally concerned. This life is short, and its pleasures are poor. When we have obtained what we desire, it is nearly time to die. If it can be shown that, by living in a certain manner, eternal happiness may be obtained, then clearly no one, except a fool or a madman, would refuse to live in such a manner. We shall therefore examine the current theory regarding the nature of the Creator, the design of creation, and the future destiny of man. But before we proceed to this inquiry, we must first state that we intend to separate theology from morality. Whatever may be the nature of the deity, and whether there is a future life or not, the great moral laws can be in no way changed. God is a purely scientific question. Whether he is personal or impersonal, definable or undefinable, our duties and responsibilities remain the same. The existence of a heaven and a hell can affect our calculations, but cannot affect our moral liabilities. The popular theory is this: the world was made by a great being; he created man in his own image, and therefore his mind is analogous to that of man. But while our minds are imperfect, troubled by passions, stained with sin, and limited in power, his mind is perfect in beauty, perfect in power, perfect in love. He is omnipotent and omnipresent. He loves men whom he has made, but he sorrows over their transgressions. He has placed them on earth as a means of probation; those who have sinned and repent, those who are contrite and humble, he will forgive, and on them he will bestow everlasting happiness. Those who are wicked and stubborn and hard of heart, those who deny and resist his authority, he will punish according to his justice. This reward is bestowed, this punishment is inflicted on the soul, a spirit which dwells within the body during life. It is something entirely distinct from the intellect or mind. The soul of the poorest creature in the streets and the soul of the greatest philosopher or poet are equal before the Creator. He is no respecter of persons. Souls are measured only by their sins. But the sins of the ignorant will be forgiven; the sins of the more enlightened will be more severely judged. Now this appears a very reasonable theory, as long as we do not examine it closely, and as long as we do not carry out its propositions to their full extent. But when we do so, we find that it conducts us to absurdity, as we shall very quickly prove. The souls of idiots, not being responsible for their sins, will go to heaven. The souls of such men as Goethe and Rousseau are in danger of hell fire. Therefore it is better to be born an idiot than to be born a Goethe or a Rousseau, and that is altogether absurd. It is asserted that the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, and of happiness in a future state, gives us a solution to that distressing problem, the misery of the innocent on earth. But in reality it does nothing of the kind. It does not explain the origin of evil, and it does not justify the existence of evil. A poor helpless infant is thrust into the world by a higher force. It has done no one any harm, yet it is tortured in the most dreadful manner. It is nourished in vice and crime and disease. It is allowed to suffer a certain time, and then it is murdered. It is all very well to say that afterwards it was taken to everlasting bliss, but why was it not taken there direct? If a man has a child and beats that child for no reason whatever, is it any palliation of the crime to say that he afterwards gave it cake and wine? This brings us to the character of the Creator. We must beg to observe again that we describe, not the actual Creator, but the popular idea of the Creator. It is said that the Supreme Power has a mind. This we deny, and to show that our reasons for denying it are good, we shall proceed to criticise this imaginary mind. In the first place, we shall state, as an incontrovertible maxim in morality, that a god has no right to create men except for their own good. This may appear to the reader an extraordinary statement, but had he lived in France at the time of Louis XIV, he would also have thought it an extraordinary statement that kings existed for the good of the people, and not people for the good of kings. When the Duke of Burgundy first propounded that axiom, Saint-Simon, by no means a servile courtier, and an enlightened man for his age, was delighted with the benevolence of the saying, but startled by its novelty and terrified by its boldness. Our proposition may appear very strange, but it certainly cannot be refuted, for if it is said that the Creator is so great that he is placed above our laws of morality, then what is that but placing might above right? And if the maxim be admitted as correct, then how can the phenomena of life be justified? It is said that the Creator is omnipotent, and also that he is benevolent. But one proposition contradicts the other. It is said that he is perfect in power, and that he is also perfect in purity. We shall show that he cannot possibly be both. The conduct of a father towards his child appears to be cruel, but it is not cruel in reality. He beats the child, but he does it for the child's own good. He is not omnipotent; he is therefore obliged to choose between two evils. But the Creator is omnipotent; he therefore chooses cruelty as a means of education or development. He therefore has a preference for cruelty, or he would not choose it. He is therefore fond of cruelty, or he would not prefer it. He is therefore cruel, which is absurd. Again, either sin entered the world against the will of the Creator, in which case he is not omnipotent, or it entered with his permission, in which case it is his agent, in which case he selects sin, in which case he has a preference for sin, in which case he is fond of sin, in which case he is sinful, which is an absurdity again. The good in this world predominates over the bad. The good is ever increasing, the bad is ever diminishing. But if God is love, why is there any bad at all? Is the world like a novel in which the villains are put in to make it more dramatic, and in which virtue only triumphs in the third volume? It is certain that the feelings of the created have in no way been considered. If indeed there were a judgment day, it would be for man to appear at the bar, not as criminal, but as an accuser. What has he done that he should be subjected to a life of torture and temptation? God might have made us all happy, and he has made us all miserable. Is that benevolence? God might have made us all pure, and he has made us all sinful. Is that the perfection of morality? If I believed in the existence of this man-created God, of this divine Nebuchadnezzar, I would say, "You can make me live in your world, O Creator, but you cannot make me admire it. You can load me with chains, but you cannot make me flatter you. You can send me to hell fire, but you cannot obtain my esteem. And if you condemn me, you condemn yourself. If I have committed sins, you invented them, which is worse. If the watch you have made does not go well, whose fault is that? Is it rational to damn the wheels and the springs? But it is when we open the book of nature, that book inscribed in blood and tears, it is when we study the laws regulating life, the laws productive of development, that we see plainly how elusive is this theory that God is love. In all things there is cruel, profligate, and abandoned waste. Of all the animals that are born, a few only can survive, and it is owing to this law that development takes place. The law of murder is the law of growth. Life is one long tragedy, creation is one great crime. And not only is there waste in animal and human life, there is also waste in moral life. The instinct of love is planted in the human breast, and that which to some is a solace is to others a torture. How many hearts yearning for affection are blighted in solitude and coldness? How many women, seated by their lonely firesides, are musing of the days that might have been? How many eyes, when they meet these words which remind them of their sorrows, will be filled with tears? O cold, cruel, miserable life! How long are your pains? How brief are your delights? What are joys but pretty children that grow into regrets? What is happiness but a passing dream in which we seem to be asleep, and which we know only to have been when it is past? Pain, grief, disease, and death, are these the inventions of a loving God? That no animal shall rise to excellence except by being fatal to the life of others? Is this the law of a kind Creator? It is useless to say that pain has its benevolence, that massacre has its mercy. Why is it so ordained that bad should be the raw material of good? Pain is not less pain because it is useful. Murder is not less murder because it is conducive to development. Here is blood upon the hand still, and all the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten it. To this then we are brought with the much belauded theory of a semi-human providence, an anthropoid deity, a constructive mind. a Deus Paliensis, a God created in the image of a watchmaker. What then are we to infer? Why, simply this: that the current theory is false; that all attempts to define the Creator bring us only to ridiculous conclusions; that the supreme power is not a mind but something higher than a mind; not a force but something higher than a force; not a being but something higher than a being; something for which we have no words, something for which we have no ideas. We are to infer that man is not made in the image of his Maker, and that man can no more understand his Maker than the beetles and the worms can understand him. As men in the days of ignorance endeavoured to discover perpetual motion and the philosopher's stone, so now they endeavour to define God. But in time also they will learn that the nature of the Deity is beyond the powers of the human intellect to solve. The universe is anonymous; it is published under secondary laws; these at least we are able to investigate, and in these perhaps we may find a partial solution of the great problem. The origin of evil cannot be explained, for we cannot explain the origin of matter. But a careful and unprejudiced study of nature reveals an interesting fact, and one that will be of value to mankind. The earth resembles a picture of which we, like insects which crawl upon its surface, can form but a faint and incoherent idea. We see here and there a glorious flash of colour; we have a dim conception that there is union in all its parts; yet to us, because we are so near, the tints appear to be blurred and confused. But let us expand our wings and flutter off into the air; let us fly some distance backwards into space, until we have reached the right point of view; and now the colours blend and harmonise together, and we see that the picture represents one man. The body of a human individual is composed of cell-like bodies which are called physiological units. Each cell or atom has its own individuality. It grows, it is nurtured, it brings forth young, and it dies. It is, in fact, an animalcule. It has its own body and its own mind. As the atoms are to the human unit, so the human units are to the human whole. There is only one man upon the earth. What we call men are not individuals, but components. What we call death is merely the bursting of a cell. Wars and epidemics are merely inflammatory phenomena incident on certain stages of growth. There is no such thing as a ghost or soul. The intellects of men resemble those instincts which inhabit the corpuscles, and which are dispersed when the corpuscle dies. Yet they are not lost; they are preserved within the body and enter other forms. Men therefore have no connection with nature, except through the organism to which they belong. Nature does not recognise their individual existence. But each atom is conscious of its life; each atom can improve itself in beauty and in strength; each atom can therefore, in an infinitesimal degree, assist the development of the human mind. If we take the life of a single atom, that is to say, of a single man, or if we look only at a single group, all appears to be cruelty and confusion. But when we survey mankind as one, we find it becoming more and more noble, more and more divine, slowly ripening towards perfection. We belong to the minutiae of nature; we are in her sight as the raindrop in the sky. Whether a man lives or whether he dies is as much a matter of indifference to nature as whether a raindrop falls upon the field and feeds a blade of grass, or falls upon a stone and is dried to death. She does not supervise these small details. This discovery is by no means flattering, but it enlarges our idea of the scheme of creation. That universe must indeed be great in which human beings are so small. End of section 48. The following facts result from our investigations. Supernatural Christianity is false. God worship is idolatry. Prayer is useless. The soul is not immortal. There are no rewards, and there are no punishments in a future state. It now remains to be considered whether it is right to say so. It will doubtless be supposed that I shall make use of the plea that a writer is always justified in publishing the truth, or what he conscientiously believes to be the truth, and that if it does harm he is not to blame. But I shall at once acknowledge that truth is only a means towards an end, the welfare of the human race. If it can be shown that by speaking a truth an injury is inflicted on mankind, then a stubborn adherence to truth becomes merely a Pharisee virtue, a spiritual pride. But in moral life truth, though not infallible, is our safest guide, and those who maintain that it should be repressed must be prepared to bring forward irrefutable arguments in favour of their cause. If so much as the shadow of a doubt remains, their client, falsehood, is non-suited, and truth remains in possession of the conscience. Let us now hear what the special pleaders have to say. The advocates for Christianity versus truth will speak first, and I shall reply. Then the advocates for deism will state their case. What they will endeavour to prove is this, that even admitting the truth of my propositions, it is an immoral action to give them to the world. On the other hand, I undertake to show that the destruction of Christianity is essential to the interests of civilisation, and also that man will never attain his full powers as a moral being until he has ceased to believe in a personal God and in the immortality of the soul. Christianity, we allow, is human in its origin, erroneous in its theories, delusive in its threats and its rewards, say the advocates for Christianity. Jesus Christ was a man with all the faults and imperfections of the prophetic character. The Bible is simply a collection of Jewish sayings. The miracles in the Old Testament deserve no more attention from historians than the miracles in Homer. The miracles in the Gospel are like the miracles in Plutarch's Lives. They do not lessen the value of the biography, and the value of the biography does not lessen the absurdity of the miracles. So far we go with you. But we assert that this religion, with all its errors, has rendered inestimable services to civilisation, and that it is so inseparably associated in the minds of men with purity of life and the precepts of morality, that it is impossible to attack Christianity without also attacking all that is good, all that is pure, all that is lovely in human nature. When you travelled in Africa, did you not join in the sacrifices of the pagans? Did you not always speak with respect of their wood spirits and their water spirits, and their gods of the water and the sky? And did you not take off your shoes when you entered the mosque? And did you not, when they gave you the religious blessing, return the religious reply? And since you could be so tolerant to savages, surely you are bound to be more tolerant still to those who belong to your own race, to those who possess a nobler religion, and whose minds can be made by a careless word to suffer the most exquisite pain. Yet you attack Christianity, and you attack it in the wrong way. You ought, in the interests of your own cause, to write in such a manner that minds might be gradually trained to reflection and decoyed to doubt. It is not only heartless and inhuman, it is also unwise, it is also unscientific, to say things which will shock and disgust those who are beginning to inquire, and it is bad taste to jest on subjects which, if not sacred in themselves, are held sacred in the eyes of many thoughtful and cultivated men. You ought to adopt a tone of reluctance, and to demonstrate, as it were against your will, the errors of the popular religion. Believers at least have a right to demand that if you discuss these questions, upon which their hopes of eternal happiness are based, you will do so with gravity and decorum. To this I reply that the religion of the Africans, whether pagan or Moslem, is suited to their intellects, and is therefore a true religion, and the same may be said of Christianity among uneducated people. But Christianity is not in accordance with the cultivated mind. It can only be accepted, or rather retained, by suppressing doubts, and by denouncing inquiry as sinful. It is therefore a superstition, and ought to be destroyed. With respect to the services which it once rendered to civilisation, I cheerfully acknowledge them, but the same argument might once have been advanced in favour of the oracle at Delphi, without which there would have been no Greek culture, and therefore no Christianity. The question is not whether Christianity assisted the civilisation of our ancestors, but whether it is now assisting our own. I am firmly persuaded that whatever is injurious to the intellect is also injurious to moral life, and on this conviction I base my conduct with respect to Christianity. That religion is pernicious to the intellect. It demands that reason shall be sacrificed upon the altar. It orders civilised men to believe in the legends of a savage race. It places a hideous image, covered with dirt and blood, in the Holy of Holies. It rends the sacred veil of truth in twain. It teaches that the Creator of the universe, that sublime, that inscrutable power, exhibited his back to Moses, and ordered Hosea to commit adultery, and Ezekiel to eat dung. There is no need to say anything more. Such a religion is blasphemous and foul. Let those admire it who are able. I, for my part, feel it my duty to set free from its chains as many as I can. Upon this point my conscience speaks clearly, and it shall be obeyed. With respect to manner and means, I shall use the arguments and the style best suited to my purpose. There has been enough of writing by implication and by innuendo. I do not believe in its utility, and I do not approve of its disguise. There should be no deceit in matters of religion. In my future assaults on Christianity I shall use the clearest language that I am able to command. Ridicule is a destructive instrument, and it is my intention to destroy. If a man is cutting down a tree, it is useless asking him not to strike so hard. But because I make use of ridicule, it does not follow that I am writing merely for amusement; and because I tear up a belief by the roots, it does not follow that I am indifferent to the pain which I inflict. Great revolutions cannot be accomplished without much anguish and some evil being caused. Did not the Roman women suffer when the Christians came and robbed them of their gods, and raised their minds, through pain and sorrow, to a higher faith? The religion which I teach is as high above Christianity as that religion was superior to the idolatry of Rome. And when the relative civilisations of the two ages are compared, this fetish of ink and paper, this Syrian book is in truth no less an idol than those statues which obtained the adoration of the Italians and the Greeks. The statues were beautiful as statues; the book is admirable as a book. But the statues did not come down from heaven; the book was not a magical composition; it bears the marks not only of human genius, but also of human depravity and superstition. As for the advocates of deism, they acknowledge that Christianity is unsuited to the mental condition of the age. They acknowledge that the Bible ought to be attacked as Xenophanes attacked Homer. They acknowledge that the fables of a god impregnating a woman, of a god living on the earth, are relics of pagan superstition. They acknowledge that the doctrine of eternal punishment is incompatible with justice, and is therefore incompatible with God. But they declare that Christianity should not be destroyed but reformed, that its barbarous elements should be expelled, and that then, as a pure God worship, it should be offered to the world. It is true, they say, that God is an idol, an image made of human ideas which to superior beings would appear as coarse and vile for such a purpose as the wood and the stone of the savage appear to us. But this idolatry is conducive to the morality of man; that exquisite form which he raises in his mind, and before which he prostrates himself in prayer, that God of purity and love, becomes his ideal and example. As the Greek women placed statues of Apollo and Narcissus in their chambers, that the beauty of the marble form might enter their wombs through the windows of their eyes, so by ever contemplating perfection the mind is ennobled, and the actions born of it are divine. And surely it is a sweet and consoling faith that there is above us a great and benignant being, who when the sorrows of this life are past will take us to himself. How can it injure man to believe that the righteous will be rewarded, and that the wicked will be punished in a future state? What good can be done by destroying a belief so full of solace for the sorrowful, so full of promise for the virtuous, so full of terror for the workers of iniquity? You do not deny that much anguish and some evil will be caused by the destruction of this belief, and what have you to show on the other side? What will you place in the balance? Consider what a dreadful thing it is to take even from a single human being the hopes of a future life. All men cannot be philosophers; all cannot resign themselves with fortitude and calm to the death warrant of the soul. Annihilation has perhaps more terrors for the mind than eternal punishment itself. Oh, make not the heart an orphan, cast it not naked and weeping on the world. Take it not away from its father, kill not its hopes of an eternal home. There are mothers whose children have gone before them to the grave, poor miserable women whose beauty is faded, who have none to care for them on earth, whose only happiness is in the hope that when their life is ended they will be joined again to those whom they have lost. And will you take that hope away? There are men who have passed their whole lives in discipline and self-restraint, that they may be rewarded in a future state. Will you tell them that they have lived under an illusion, that they would have done better to laugh and to feast, and to say, "Let us make merry, for tomorrow we shall die"? There are men whom the fear of punishment in a future life deters from vice and perhaps from crime. Will you dare to spread a doctrine which unlooses all restraints, and leaves men to the fury of their passions? It is true that we are not demoralised by this belief in the impersonality of God and the extinction of the soul, but it would be a dangerous belief for those who are exposed to strong temptations, and whose minds have not been raised by culture to the religion of dignity and self-control. In the first place, I admit that the worship and contemplation of a manlike but ideal being must have, through the law of imitation, an ennobling effect on the mind of the idolater, but only so long as the belief in such a being harmonises with the intellect. It has been shown that this theory of a benignant God is contradicted by the laws of nature. We must judge of the tree by its fruits. We must judge of the Maker by that which he has made. The Author of the world invented not only the good, but also the evil in the world. He invented cruelty; he invented sin. If he invented sin, how can he be otherwise than sinful? And if he invented cruelty, how can he be otherwise than cruel? From this inexorable logic we can only escape by giving up the hypothesis of a personal creator. Those who believe in a God of love must close their eyes to the phenomena of life, or garble the universe to suit their theory. This, it is needless to say, is injurious to the intellect. Whatever is injurious to the intellect is injurious to morality, and therefore the belief in a God of love is injurious to morality. God worship must be classed with those provisional expedients: famine, war, slavery, the inequality of conditions, the desire of gain, which nature employs for the development of man, and which she throws aside when they have served her turn, as a carpenter changes his tools at the various stages of his work. The abolition of this ancient and elevated faith, the dethronement of God, the extinction of piety as a personal feeling, the destruction of an image made of golden thoughts in the exquisite form of an ideal man and tenderly enshrined in the human heart, these appear to be evils, and such undoubtedly they are. But the conduct of life is a choice of evils. We can do nothing that is exclusively and absolutely good. Le genre humain n'est pas placé entre le bien et le mal, mais entre le mal et le pire. No useful inventions can be introduced without some branch of industry being killed and hundreds of worthy men being cast without an occupation on the world. All mental revolutions are attended by catastrophe. The mummeries and massacres of the German Reformation, though known only to scholars, were scarcely less horrible than those of Paris in 1793, and both periods illustrate the same law. I have facts in my possession which would enable me to show that the abolition of the slave trade, that immortal and glorious event, caused the death of many thousand slaves, who were therefore actually killed by Sharp, Clarkson, Wilberforce, and their adherents. But by means of abolition millions of lives have since been saved. The first generation suffered; prisoners were captured to be sold, and the market having been suppressed, were killed. This was undoubtedly an evil. But then the slave-making wars came to an end, and there was peace. In the same manner I maintain that even should the present generation be injured by the abolition of existing faiths, yet abolition would be justified. Succeeding generations would breathe an atmosphere of truth, instead of being reared in an atmosphere of falsehood, and we, who are so deeply indebted to our ancestors, have incurred obligations towards our posterity. Let us, therefore, purify the air, and if the light kills a few sickly plants, which have become acclimatised to impurity and darkness, we must console ourselves with the reflection that in nature it is always so, and that of two evils we have chosen that which is the least. But the dangers of the truth are not so great as is commonly supposed. It is often said that if the fears of hell fire were suddenly removed, men would abandon themselves without restraint to their propensities and appetites, that recklessness and despair would take possession of the human race, and society would be dissolved. But I believe that the fears of hell fire have scarcely any power upon earth at all, and that when they do act upon the human mind it is to make it pious, not to make it good. A metaphysical theory cannot restrain the fury of the passions; as well attempt to bind a lion with a cobweb. Prevention of crime, it is well known, depends not on the severity but on the certainty of retribution. Just as a criminal is often acquitted by the jury, because the penalties of the law are disproportionate to the magnitude of the offence, so the diabolic laws which inflict an eternal punishment for transitory sins have been tempered by a system of free pardons which deprive them of any efficiency they might have once possessed. What would be the use of laws against murder if the condemned criminal could obtain his liberty by apologising to the Queen? Yet such is the Christian system, which, though in one sense beautiful on account of its mercy, is also immoral on account of its indulgence. The supposition that the terrors of hell fire are essential, or even conducive to good morals, is contradicted by the facts of history. In the Dark Ages there was not a man or a woman, from Scotland to Naples, who doubted that sinners were sent to hell. The religion which they had was the same as ours, with this exception, that everyone believed in it. The state of Europe in that pious epoch need not be described. End of section 49. Society is not maintained by the conjectures of theology, but by those moral sentiments, those gregarious virtues which elevated men above the animals, which are now instinctive in our natures, and to which intellectual culture is propitious. For as we become more and more enlightened, we perceive more and more clearly that it is with the whole human population as it was with the primeval clan. The welfare of every individual is dependent on the welfare of the community, and the welfare of the community depends on the welfare of every individual. Our conscience teaches us it is right, our reason teaches us it is useful, that men should live according to the golden rule. This conduct of life is therefore enjoined upon every man by his own instincts, and also by the voice of popular opinion. Those cannot be happy who are detested and despised by their fellow men; and as for those, the outlaws of society, who like domestic animals run wild, herd together in secret places, and, faithful only to their own gang, make war upon mankind, the law, which is seldom evaded, the law which never forgives, chases them from den to den, and makes their lives as full of misery as they are full of crime. The current religion is indirectly adverse to morals because it is adverse to the freedom of the intellect. But it is also directly adverse to morals by inventing spurious and bastard virtues. One fact must be familiar to all those who have any experience of human nature. A sincerely religious man is often an exceedingly bad man. Piety and vice frequently live together in the same dwelling, occupying different chambers, but remaining always on the most amicable terms. Nor is there anything remarkable in this. Religion is merely loyalty. It is just as irrational to expect a man to be virtuous because he goes to church, as it would be to expect him to be virtuous because he went to court. His king, it is true, forbids immorality and fraud. But the chief virtues required are of the lick-spittle denomination, what is called a humble and contrite heart. When a Christian sins as a man, he makes compensation as a courtier. When he has injured a fellow creature, he goes to church with more regularity, he offers up more prayers, he reads a great number of chapters in the Bible, and so he believes that he has cleared off the sins that are laid to his account. This then is the immorality of religion as it now exists. It creates artificial virtues and sets them off against actual vices. Children are taught to do this and that, not because it is good, but to please the king. When Christians are informed that not only our physical but our moral actions are governed by unchangeable law, and that the evil treatment of the mind, like the evil treatment of the body, is punished by a loss of happiness and health, they cry out against a doctrine which is so just and so severe. They are like the young Roman nobles who complained when the Tarquins were expelled, saying that a king was a human being, that he could be angry and forgive, that there was room for favour and kindness, but that the law was a deaf and inexorable thing. Leges rem surdam inexorabilem esse, that it allowed of no relaxation and indulgence. Nihil laxamenti nec vinee habere, and that it was a dangerous thing for weak and erring men to live by their integrity alone. Periculosum esse in tot humanis erroribus sola innocentia vivere. Christians believe themselves to be the aristocracy of heaven upon earth. They are admitted to the spiritual court, while millions of men in foreign lands have never been presented. They bow their knees and say they are miserable sinners, and their hearts rankle with abominable pride. Poor infatuated fools! Their civility is real, and their insolence is real, but their king is a phantom, and their palace is a dream. Even with Christians of comparatively blameless lives, their religion is injurious. It causes a waste of moral force. There are passionate desires of virtue, yearnings for the good, which descend from time to time like a Holy Spirit upon all cultivated minds, and from which, strange as it may seem, not even free thinkers are excluded. When such an impulse animates the godless man, he expends it in the service of mankind. The Christian wastes it on the air. He fasts, he watches, and he prays. And what is the object of all his petitions and salams? He will tell you that he is trying to save his soul. But the strangest feature in the case is this. He not only thinks that it is prudent and wise on his part to improve his prospects of happiness in a future state, he considers it the noblest of all virtues. But there is no great merit in taking care of one's own interests, whether it be in this world or the next. The man who leads a truly religious life in order to go to heaven is not more to be admired than the man who leads a regular and industrious life in order to make a fortune in the city, and the man who endeavours to secure a celestial inheritance by going to church, and by reading chapters in the Bible, and by having family prayers, and by saying grace in falsetto with eyes hypocritically closed, is not above the level of those who fawn and flatter at Oriental courts in order to obtain a monopoly or an appointment. The old proverb holds good in religious as in ordinary life, that self-preservation is the first law of nature. As long as men believe that there is a God or king who will listen to their prayers and who will change his mind at their request, as long as they believe that they can obtain a mansion in the heavenly Belgravia, so long they will place the duties of the courtier above the duties of the man. So long they will believe that flattery is pleasing to the Most High. So long they will believe that they can offend against the law and escape the penalties of the law. So long they will believe that acts of devotion may be balanced against acts of immorality. So long they will make selfishness a virtue and salvation of the soul a higher principle of conduct than social love. But when the faith in a personal God is extinguished, when prayer and praise are no longer to be heard, when the belief is universal that with the body dies the soul, then the false morals of theology will no longer lead the human mind astray. Piety and virtue will become identical. The desire to do good which arose in necessity, which was developed by the hopes of a heavenly reward, is now an instinct of the human race. Those hopes and illusions served as the scaffolding, and may now safely be removed. There will always be enthusiasts for virtue, as there are now, men who adorn and purify their souls before the mirror of their conscience, and who strive to attain an ideal excellence in their actions and their thoughts. If from such men as these the hope of immortality is taken, will their natures be transformed? Will they, who are almost angels, turn straightway into beasts? Will the sober become drunkards? Will the chaste become sensual? Will the honest become fraudulent? Will the industrious become idle? Will the righteous love that which they have learned to loathe? Will they, who have won by hard struggles the sober happiness of virtue, return to the miseries of vice, by which few men have not at one time or another been enthralled? No, they will pass through some hours of affliction, they will bear another illusion to the grave. Not the first that they have buried, nor the first they have bewailed. And then, no longer able to hope for themselves, they will hope for the future of the human race, unable to believe in an eared God who listens to human supplications. They will coin the gold of their hearts into useful actions instead of burning it as incense before an imaginary throne. We do not wish to extirpate religion from the life of man. We wish him to have a religion which will harmonise with his intellect, and which inquiry will strengthen, not destroy. We wish, in fact, to give him a religion, for now there are many who have none. We teach that there is a God, but not a God of the anthropoid variety, not a God who is gratified by compliments in prose and verse, and whose attributes can be catalogued by theologians. God is so great that he cannot be defined by us. God is so great that he does not deign to have personal relations with us human atoms that are called men. Those who desire to worship their Creator must worship him through mankind. Such, it is plain, is the scheme of nature. We are placed under secondary laws, and these we must obey. To develop to the utmost our genius and our love, that is the only true religion. To do that which deserves to be written, to write that which deserves to be read, to tend the sick, to comfort the sorrowful, to animate the weary, to keep the temple of the body pure, to cherish the divinity within us, to be faithful to the intellect, to educate those powers which have been entrusted to our charge, and to employ them in the service of humanity, that is all that we can do. Then our elements shall be dispersed, and all is at an end. All is at an end for the unit, all is at an end for the atom, all is at an end for the speck of flesh and blood with the little spark of instinct which it calls its mind. But all is not at an end for the actual man, the true being, the glorious one. We teach that the soul is immortal. We teach that there is a future life. We teach that there is a heaven in the ages far away. But not for us single corpuscles, not for us dots of animated jelly, but for the one of whom we are the elements, and who, though we perish, never dies, but grows from period to period, and by the united efforts of single molecules, called men, or those cell groups, called nations, is raised towards the divine power which he will finally attain. Our religion, therefore, is virtue, our hope is placed in the happiness of our posterity, our faith is the perfectibility of man. A day will come when the European god of the 19th century will be classed with the gods of Olympus and the Nile, when surplices and sacramental plate will be exhibited in museums, when nurses will relate to children the legends of Christian mythology as they now tell them fairy tales. A day will come when the current belief in property after death, for is not existence property, and the dearest property of all, will be accounted a strange and selfish idea, just as we smile at the savage chief who believes that his gentility will be continued in the world beneath the ground, and that he will be there attended by his concubines and slaves. A day will come when mankind will be as the family of the forest, which lived faithfully within itself according to the golden rule, in order that it might not die. But love, not fear, will unite the human race. The world will become a heavenly commune to which men will bring the inmost treasures of their hearts, in which they will reserve for themselves not even a hope, not even the shadow of a joy, but will give up all for all mankind. With one faith, with one desire, they will labour together in the sacred cause: the extinction of disease, the extinction of sin, the perfection of genius, the perfection of love, the invention of immortality, the exploration of the infinite, and the conquest of creation. You blessed ones, who shall inherit that future age of which we can only dream, you pure and radiant beings who shall succeed us on the earth, when you turn back your eyes on us poor savages, grubbing in the ground for our daily bread, eating flesh and blood, dwelling in vile bodies which degrade us every day to a level with the beasts, tortured by pains and by animal propensities, buried in gloomy superstitions, ignorant of nature which yet holds us in her bonds, when you read of us in books, when you think of what we are and compare us with yourselves, remember that it is to us you owe the foundation of your happiness and grandeur, to us who now in our libraries and laboratories and star towers and dissecting rooms and workshops are preparing the materials of the human growth. And as for ourselves, if we are sometimes inclined to regret that our lot is cast in these unhappy days, let us remember how much more fortunate we are than those who lived before us a few centuries ago. The working man enjoys more luxuries today than did the King of England in the Anglo-Saxon times, and at his command are intellectual delights which but a little while ago the most learned in the land could not obtain. All this we owe to the labours of other men. Let us therefore remember them with gratitude. Let us follow their glorious example by adding something new to the knowledge of mankind. Let us pay to the future the debt which we owe to the past. All men indeed cannot be poets, inventors, or philanthropists, but all men can join in that gigantic and god-like work, the progress of creation. Whoever improves his own nature improves the universe of which he is part. He who strives to subdue his evil passions, vile remnants of the old four-footed life, and who cultivates the social affections, he who endeavours to better his condition and to make his children wiser and happier than himself, whatever may be his motives, he will not have lived in vain. But if he act thus not from mere prudence, not in the vain hope of being rewarded in another world, but from a pure sense of duty, as a citizen of nature, as a patriot of the planet on which he dwells, then our philosophy, which once appeared to him so cold and cheerless, will become a religion of the heart, and will elevate him to the skies. The virtues which were once for him mere abstract terms will become endowed with life, and will hover round him like guardian angels, conversing with him in his solitude, consoling him in his afflictions, teaching him how to live and how to die. But this condition is not to be easily attained. As the saints and prophets were often forced to practise long vigils and fastings and prayers before their ecstasies would fall upon them and their visions would appear, so virtue, in its purest and most exalted form, can only be acquired by means of severe and long continued culture of the mind. People with feeble and untrained intellects may live according to their conscience, but the conscience itself will be defective. To cultivate the intellect is therefore a religious duty, and when this truth is fairly recognised by men, the religion which teaches that the intellect should be distrusted and that it should be subservient to faith will inevitably fall. We have written much about inventions and discoveries and transformations of human nature which cannot possibly take place for ages yet to come, because we think it good that the bright though distant future should be ever present in the eyes of man. But we shall now consider the existing generation, and we shall point out the work which must be accomplished and in which all enlightened men should take a part. Christianity must be destroyed. The civilised world has outgrown that religion, and is now in the condition of the Roman Empire in the pagan days. A cold-hearted infidelity above, a sordid superstition below, a school of Plutarchs who endeavour to reconcile the fables of a barbarous people with the facts of science and the lofty conceptions of philosophy, a multitude of augurs who sometimes smile when they meet, but who more often feel inclined to sigh, for they are mostly serious and worthy men. Entering the church in their youth, before their minds were formed, they discover too late what it is that they adore, and since they cannot tell the truth, and let their wives and children starve, they are forced to lead a life which is a lie. What a state of society is this, in which freethinker is a term of abuse, and in which doubt is regarded as a sin! Men have a Bluebeard's chamber in their minds which they dare not open. They have a faith which they dare not examine lest they should be forced to cast it from them in contempt. Worship is a convention, churches are bonnet shows, places of assignation, shabby genteel salons where the parochial "at home" is given, and respectable tradesmen exhibit their daughters in the wooden stalls. O wondrous, awful, and divine religion! You elevate our hearts from the cares of common life, you transport us into the unseen world, you bear us upward to that sublime temple of the skies where dwells the veiled God, whom mortal eye can never view, whom mortal mind can never comprehend. How art thou fallen! How art thou degraded! But it will only be for a time. We are now in the dreary desert which separates two ages of belief. A new era is at hand. It is incorrect to say theology is not a progressive science. The worship of ancestral ghosts, the worship of pagan deities, the worship of a single god, are successive periods of progress in the science of divinity. And in the history of that science, as in the history of all others, a curious fact may be observed. Those who overthrow an established system are compelled to attack its founders, and to show that their method was unsound, that their reasoning was fallacious, that their experiments were incomplete. And yet the men who create the revolution are made in the likeness of the men whose doctrines they subvert. The system of Ptolemy was supplanted by the system of Copernicus, yet Copernicus was a Ptolemy of the 16th century. In the same manner, we who assail the Christian faith are the true successors of the early Christians, above whom we are raised by the progress of 1800 years. As they preached against gods that were made of stone, so we preach against gods that are made of ideas. As they were called atheists and blasphemers, so are we. And is our task more difficult than theirs? We have not, it is true, the same stimulants to offer. We cannot threaten that the world is about to be destroyed. We cannot bribe our converts with a heaven. We cannot make them tremble with a hell. But though our religion appears too pure, too unselfish for mankind, it is not really so, for we live in a noble and enlightened age. At the time of the Romans and the Greeks the Christian faith was the highest to which the common people could attain. A faith such as that of the Stoics and the Sadducees could only be embraced by cultivated minds, and culture was then confined to a chosen few. But now knowledge, freedom, and prosperity are covering the earth. For 3 centuries past human virtue has been steadily increasing, and mankind is prepared to receive a higher faith. But in order to build, we must first destroy. Not only the Syrian superstition must be attacked, but also the belief in a personal God, which engenders a slavish and oriental condition of the mind, and the belief in a posthumous reward, which engenders a selfish and solitary condition of the heart. These beliefs are, therefore, injurious to human nature. They lower its dignity, they arrest its development, they isolate its affections. We shall not deny that many beautiful sentiments are often mingled with the faith in a personal deity, and with the hopes of happiness in a future state. Yet we maintain that, however refined they may appear, they are selfish at the core, and that, if removed, they will be replaced by sentiments of a nobler and a purer kind. They cannot be removed without some disturbance and distress, yet the sorrows thus caused are salutary and sublime. The supreme and mysterious power by whom the universe has been created, and by whom it has been appointed to run its course under fixed and invariable law, that awful one to whom it is profanity to pray, of whom it is idle and irreverent to argue and debate, of whom we should never presume to think save with humility and awe, that unknown God has ordained that mankind should be elevated by misfortune, and that happiness should grow out of misery and pain. I give to universal history a strange but true title: the Martyrdom of Man. In each generation the human race has been tortured that their children might profit by their woes. Our own prosperity is founded on the agonies of the past. Is it therefore unjust that we also should suffer for the benefit of those who are to come? Famine, pestilence, and war are no longer essential for the advancement of the human race. But a season of mental anguish is at hand, and through this we must pass, in order that our posterity may rise. The soul must be sacrificed, the hope in immortality must die. A sweet and charming illusion must be taken from the human race, as youth and beauty vanish, never to return. The End. End of section 50. End of The Martyrdom of Man by Winwood Reade. Recording by Algie Pug.